Yes, Mr. Clerk.
Just me, and get a few people. Just that button, yeah, that regular button. Thank you. Thanks, guys.
And I won't be smiling later on. Now I'm smiling. Am I smiling? Oh, okay, okay. Move my head around. I hope this is my drive. Okay.
I'm just up here for a memento. This is 8 years of my life, and there we go. So I'm talking to, and if we could only get rid of wreck sweeping. Oh, excellent. Yes, there we go. Very nice. That's what we're looking for here in New Hampshire. Thank you.
everything will work as advertised today. That's not this late. He handles it so well. How can I forget that?
The House will come to order. Members, take your seats. Members, take your seats. The House will come to order. Members, take your seats. The chair recognizes the member from Auburn, Representative Osborne, who moves the House adjourned from the session of March 16, 2022. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the House is adjourned. The House will attend to a prayer by House Chaplain Reverend Bob Stewart, pastor of St. Paul's United Methodist Church in Manchester.
Good morning, my friends. Let me start by offering you an Irish blessing for St. Paddy's Day. May love and laughter light your days and warm your heart and home. May good and faithful friends be yours wherever you may roam. May peace and plenty bless your world with joy that long endures. May all life's passing seasons bring the best to you and yours. O loving God, in you we can be a transformation for others. When the discouraged cry for hope, help us to be an encourager. When the hungry cry for bread, help us lead them to finding food. When the thirsty cry for water, help us lead them to a drink of water. When the suffering cry for help, let us be their helping hand. When the sick cry for healing, let us pray to you for your healing touch. When the outcast cry for love, let us be your love. O compassionate God, look down with mercy on the Ukrainian people. Protect and save them from the unjust aggressors who seek to subdue them. Grant them steadfast trust in your mercy and protection. And we also seek prayers for the Russian people who do not want any part of this aggression. Oh God, please help everyone learn that you are a God of peace and love. Oh God, I once again ask for prayers for all my brothers and sisters through you that are gathered here today. I pray for their health and safety as they lead this great state of New Hampshire. Be with them as they work hard to make the best decisions based on that which is presented before the House today. Give them the wisdom and guidance they need. and be with all the leadership of the House of Representatives. And I ask that your hand be upon each leader to give them the strength and courage to lead. Oh God, we pray all this to glorify only you, for you are our shalom. Amen.
The chair recognizes the member from Loudoun, Representative Howard Pearl, who will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. The chair recognizes Don Taylor, our doorkeeper from Loudoun, who will now perform the national anthem. The House will attend to requests for leaves of absence.
Mr. Speaker, the day, illness, Representatives Birch, Cleaver, Connors, Ellis, Gorg, Mary Griffin, Heath, Hopper, Kennedy, Lawton, Lundgren, Myler, Newton, Salloway, Sophocletus, Spang, Stevens, Tudor, Vale. The day, important business, Representatives Bourras, Bradley, Cody, Crawford, Cross, DeSilvestro, Frost, Harvey, Hunt, Mills. The day, illness in the family, Representatives Davis and Elliott.
These leaves of absence shall be granted unless otherwise ordered by the House. House will attend the introduction of guests.
Mr. Speaker, please welcome James Tebow, student from Winnisquam Regional High School, our page for the day. Mr. Speaker, please also welcome Muriel and John Stickney, grandparents of Representative Belanger. Faye Linda Tefalt, guest of Representative Pearl. Mary Hugh Carino, cousin of Representative Yokella. Marguerite Moffett and Beth Boardman, mother and wife of Representative Moffett. They are with us in the gallery today.
Welcome to the New Hampshire House. Chair recognizes Representative Nodder.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last night, I gave a parliamentary inquiry that crossed a line in delivery. I knew immediately that I upset some people, including you, Mr. Speaker. When I sat back down, I saw the look on your face, and I thought, oh, no. I own it that my words were harsh and they lacked prudence. It pains me to know that I disappointed you, Mr. Speaker, and you, Mr. Clerk, and the others. I apologize to those I offended, and I ask for your forgiveness. Thank you.
The House will now attend to continuation of the regular calendar, beginning with House Bill 1053 from the Committee on Labor and Related Services. The majority of the Committee on Labor and Industrial and Related Services, to which was referred House Bill 1053, an act relative to the hourly rate paid to an employee for hours worked but not previously scheduled. Considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Mark Warden for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, and being unable to agree with the majority, report the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Joshua Adjourn for the minority of the committee. The motion before us is the committee report of inexpedient to legislate. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Labor and Industrial and Rehabilitative Services, to which was referred House Bill 1076, an act relative to illegal productivity quotas, been considered the same, report the same with the following amendment, and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Josh Adjutant for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Len Turcott for the minority of the committee. What reason does the member rise?
For a motion, Mr. Speaker.
State your motion.
I make a motion that we table HB 1076.
It is a proper motion. The motion before us is to table House Bill 1076. A division has been requested. Members, take your seats.
Roll call.
This is a division vote.
Yes.
A roll call has been requested. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is to table House Bill 1076. Chair recognizes Representative Turcott for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, colleagues. Mr. Speaker, if I know that considerable time will be saved by avoiding a debate to overturn the motion of OTP, then a motion of ITL, would I now press the green button to table HB 1076?
Chair recognizes Representative Adjutant for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that in the Labor Committee, during the executive session on this bill, the totality of the debate was me thanking the chair of the Labor Committee for the weeks of bipartisan work that we did to craft a committee amendment that came out OTP to you, all the midnight OLS amendments, all the work that we did to make that happen, and how grateful I am of him to that. If I know that the chair himself would like to have the debate on this bill. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, if I know that if I spent this entire last weekend calling my friends on the Republican side of the aisle, and like with every vote, I told them, I will not ask you to vote unless you hear a debate. And if I know that they can't listen to a debate that doesn't happen, would I now vote red to not have this tabling motion and support the committee of the bipartisan OTP recommendation?
The motion before us is tabling motion on House Bill 1076. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to the state of the vote. 169 voting yea, 152 voting nay. The tabling motion on House Bill 1076 is adopted.
Mr. Speaker?
Just a minute. For what reason does the member rise?
I have a question for the chair.
State your question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've looked at the Black Book, and I've looked at Masons, and nowhere do I find a legitimate reason for a deliberative body to choose not to vote because, or not to debate because it might take time. Can you tell me where you can find a mention of a legitimate reason not to debate because of time?
Representative Smith, I don't believe that is a fair question to me. The body has a right to make any motion they wish, which both sides do consistently.
I thank you very much, and Mr. Speaker, I think you know that the last thing I would ever do would be to challenge you. I have full respect for you and your position, as I do for the legislature, which is a deliberative body. I really am sorry if you saw that as anything personal to you. It was not.
For what reason does the member rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning. I rise to make a motion to print the debate on House Bill 1673 into the Permanent Journal.
Okay, 1673, relative to women's health, privacy, and repealing the Fetal Health Protection Act. The motion is to print the remarks in the Permanent Journal, correct?
Yes.
Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it. Remarks will be printed. Majority of the Committee on Labor, Industrial, and Rehabilitative Services, to which was referred House Bill 1088, Act relative to employee protections from COVID-19 in the workplace. Consider the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Greg Huff for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Brian Sullivan for the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Horrigan to speak against the committee report.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. 1088, an act relative to employee protections from COVID-19 in the workplace. Its title is pretty self-explanatory. It's the flip side to the many anti-vax bills which have been introduced. And it says basically you just have the right to be vaccinated against COVID-19 and the right to use personal protective equipment such as face masks and face shields while employed in the workplace. And no employer shall discriminate in any way against an employee based on the employee exercising his or her rights in this section. And so it is narrowly limited to COVID-19, but it, and the one of the assumptions behind it is that the vaccines, the masks are worthwhile. They may not be 100% safe, but they're extremely safe, certainly much safer than the disease. And the same goes for the masks and PPE. So employees should be able to wear them in the workplace to protect themselves. And all workers have the right to protect themselves. It's killed nearly 1 million Americans, 966,000 last time I checked, which is a couple of days ago. And so there haven't been a lot of famous cases about it, but there have been some here in New Hampshire, and certainly there were a number of employers who made the business decision to shut down, who specifically cited the PPEs, the mask mandates during the state of emergency as a reason why they shut down, even though that's a business decision that had many factors in it. So, please protect the right of our workers. They have the right to protect themselves, and they certainly, no one has the right to spread a communicable disease, especially one as terrible as COVID-19, because even if you survive, the long-term consequences are in some cases quite horrific and life-altering. So please, and also I believe your employer does not have the right to tell you not to protect yourself against a respiratory disease. So please overturn the committee report and vote for the series so an alternative motion can be introduced. Thanks.
Chair recognizes Representative Valentine to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Labor Committee only had one individual speak in favor of this bill and no one against. We have no evidence that there is any discrimination or has been any discrimination that has gone on for someone unwilling or because someone wants to wear a mask or a shield, get vaccinated or not vaccinated. You've all seen me wearing my mask around here. It's because I have an 84-year-old mom I like to go see, and it makes her happy that I have a mask when I'm in public settings. That's my choice. No one's criticized me, and I have not heard anyone from any walk of life, any email, anything that shows that individuals have been discriminated because of this. I would ask you to follow the committee and don't try to have a solution for a problem that doesn't exist. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is a majority motion of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1088. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Before I get on to the next bill, we have 78, I think, bills left on the regular calendar. We don't have any real contentious debates as we had yesterday. Quite a few have one-on-one, and quite a few don't have debates at all. So we should be able to get through this calendar without too much trouble today. So I just wanted to let everybody know that today's calendar isn't anything like yesterday's. Majority of the Committee on Labor and Industrial and Rehabilitative Services, to which was referred House Bill 1089, Act relative to the unenforceability of non-complete agreements with termination of an employee for non-compliance and with a vaccination mandate. Considered the same, report the same with the following amendment. Recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Brian Seaworth from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Andrew Manville for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 0376H, printed in House Record 10A, page 13. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is the committee report of ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Labor, Industrial, and Rehabilitative Services, to which was referred House Bill 1094, an act relative to employee work schedules and rest periods. Considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Linda Turcott from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Joshua Adjourn for the minority of the committee. The motion before us is the committee report of inexpedient to legislate. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Labor and Industrial and Rehabilitative Services, to which was referred House Bill 1165, an act repealing the Granite State Paid Family Leave Plan. Considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Senator Leonard Turcott from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill be referred for interim study. Senator Joshua Adjourn for the minority of the committee. For what reason does the member rise?
To make a motion.
State your motion.
I move to table Bill 1165.
That is a proper motion. The motion before us is to table House Bill 1165.
Division.
Representative Prout has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us is to table House Bill 1165. Chair recognizes Representative Sullivan for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know the governor's Granite State Family Medical Leave Plan has not yet been fully put in place and tested, and if I know that any family medical leave is better than no family medical leave, would I now press the green button to table this premature repeal? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Turcott for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know there are private insurance companies that are wanting to offer this type of FMLI insurance to private businesses on the open and free market here in New Hampshire without the need for any bureaucratic involvement, and if I also realize we have a short window of opportunity to remove the Granite State FMLI plan from our RSAs while still in its infancy and prior to it being fully implemented later this year or early next year. And finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know by failing to remove from our books legislation that was wrongly slipped into HB 2, we will forever after be stuck with yet another taxpayer-funded social entitlement scheme, then would I press the red button to allow full consideration of the OTP motion on HB 1165. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is to table House Bill 1165. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Downville.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 160 voting yea, 172 voting nay. The motion to table fails. Chair recognizes Representative Adjourn to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am in the unenviable position of coming before the House today to ask you not to repeal a program that I could not possibly be convinced to vote for. I am not going to stand here and pretend like that I think the FMLI plan that was passed as part of HB 2 in 2021 was a good plan. In fact, I think it was extremely regressive. Were I to draft a paid family medical leave plan, it wouldn't look like this. For starters, it's not universal. A private sector employee can only receive the plan's benefits if their employer happens to sign up for the program. There's no path for an individual to get the coverage as part of a larger state pool without the employer signing up. And those benefits, 60% of your regular income. Forbes magazine reported in 2021 that 6 in 10 Americans live paycheck to paycheck, and now it's closer to 7 in 10. So if you're an administrative assistant making $55,000 a year, sure, you can probably forego 40% of your income and still be okay. However, if you're a state liquor store employee who, for reasons that escape me, only makes $12 an hour, that person is expected under the FMLI plan and HB 2 to live on $7 an hour if they take advantage of a plan that both people in this hypothetical pay taxes into. This is an upward redistribution of wealth from the working class to the permanent managerial class and doesn't benefit those who need the program the most. However, these are not the reasons why a repeal is being discussed. I wish it was. In committee, reasons for repeal of this plan were, it costs money. It may balloon as more people sign up for it. Well, yes, there is no free paid family leave. If you want a program, you outline it, and if it has the kind of popular support that a real and robust paid family leave program has shown to have in polls in New Hampshire, you pass it and pay for it. This, to me, feels like the Affordable Care Act discussion in 2017. I felt that the plan passed in 2009 was alienating, confusing, technocratic insurance company giveaways without even a public option, let alone universal coverage. But the answer then wasn't repeal, and it's not the answer now. It was improve. The minority wants this bill to go to interim study so paid family leave can be improved and made better. We should fix this instead of throwing away a bad plan and starting again at square one. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The chair recognizes Representative Turcott to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As previously stated, 1165 would repeal the Granite State paid family medical leave insurance plan that was part of HB 2 last year. It's been touted as a way for the private businesses to get paid family leave insurance for their employees, but in fact, in the end, this is only going to morph into a taxpayer-funded entitlement. So let's talk a little bit of the specifics. Under the current plan, the nearly 11,000 state employees would have their premiums for this insurance plan paid by the taxpayers, 100%. How much is that? Nobody knows the answers because we passed this in HB 2 without knowing how much it was going to cost. Doing my own calculations, and you can bet this is going to be in the millions and millions of dollars every year just for the 11,000 state employees, again, on the backs of the taxpayers. This past January, $1.9 million was authorized, $1.9 million, just to pay the consultants to look into getting quotes and getting the plan up and running. Our last executive session, the insurance commissioner asked to address our committee. Now, this was just a week and a half ago. They've had 2 bills to repeal this FMLI plan in 2 different committees. Nobody from the commissioner's office attended. So we asked him at the executive session the other day, why are you coming here now? Why didn't anybody show up to these original hearings if this was so important? And he had no answer. We asked him about a few other things. In the current plan, 50% of the premiums that a business would pay, they would get a tax break on it. So I asked him, what's the net effect on the revenues on this? He said he didn't know. The commissioner also made the statement during that hearing that private businesses were very interested in participating in this plan. When I asked him how many and what businesses had indicated interest, he said he didn't have a number, but he thought he recalled someone talking to him in the LOB hallway about it. Now, there are several other points in the purpose and policy statement contained in the original language that's in HB 2. I'm going to only mention one of them because it's kind of interesting. Excuse me. It says, one of the primary reasons for this is attracting and retaining workers. This is pure nonsense. All we had to do is look at some of the states that already have FMLI. New York, New Jersey, California, Illinois, Connecticut. Note anything in common with those states? These are the most heavily taxed states in our country where the residents are fleeing. They have the highest net negative migration of all the states in our country. No one is flocking to these states to get FMLI. Now, the reason why private employers are not going to buy this anyway is extremely expensive. During our last term, or the last term I was here, Senator Feltus tried putting through a plan. And during that testimony, I won't go through the whole thing, but there was an individual on our committee who was a fireman. And he bought his own similar type of insurance, short-term disability, if you will, that had less coverage than this FMLI insurance plan had. And he had $60 a week, $60 a paycheck every other week taken out of his plan. So that's $120 per employee. Do the math. So, without boring you with a bunch of numbers, private businesses are not going to be signing up for this scheme. We're going to be back to the taxpayer-funded state employees getting the benefit on the backs of the taxpayers. I mentioned before, insurance companies now, one has already filed and more will follow, to start providing similar FMLI insurance to private businesses in New Hampshire outside of the Granite State plan. That's in our books. I have a copy of the document from the insurance department that states that. The most important part, and I mentioned it briefly in my reason against tabling, is we have an opportunity now, a short window before this thing gets fully implemented, to remove this off our books and allow the free market to do its thing. So, I'm going to ask that you join me in supporting the committee's recommendation of ought to pass, and I do ask for a roll call vote, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Turcotte asked for a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of ought to pass on House Bill 1165. This is a roll call vote. The chair recognizes Representative Sullivan for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the Granite State Family Medical Leave Program ought to be tested and has not yet been implemented, and if I further still know, that any family medical leave is better than no family medical leave, would I now press the red button to defeat this premature repeal? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Turcotte for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that private insurance companies are wanting to offer this type of FMLI insurance on the private market, if I also know we have the opportunity here to remove the FMLI program from the RSAs prior to it being implemented. And finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know failing to remove this from our books, the legislation will be forever stuck in our RSAs and become a taxpayer-funded entitlement scheme, then would I press the green button to sustain the majority vote of ought to pass? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of ought to pass. House Bill 1165. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative McKay. Representative Egan.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend the state of the vote. 172 voting yea, 164 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Labor, Industrial, and Rehabilitative Services, to which was referred House Bill 1210, an act relative to exemptions from vaccine mandates, considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Valetta Turcott for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Brian Sullivan for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 0724H, printed in House Record 10A, page 26. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Representative Sullivan to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, HB 1210 is a dangerous bill. It is dangerous medically, and it is dangerous economically. What it does is expand the exemptions for vaccine mandates for institutions and schools that accept state and federal funding. Let's be clear, this is not a COVID bill. This is a vaccine bill. It exempts all vaccines. It welcomes back diseases that have long been eradicated. Welcome back to polio. Welcome back measles. This is a very dangerous medical bill. Currently, under our current rules, medical and religious exemptions are allowed. Under HB 1210, there's a new exemption, exemptions for rights of conscience. Currently, institutions can create policies to evaluate whether or not an exemption should or should not be accepted. Under HB 1210, employees simply sign a declaration saying that they want an exemption. There's no review. It simply must be accepted. It is clear that the more exemptions there are, the more disease we will have. This bill is medically dangerous. Since this bill also applies to colleges and universities, schools will be less able to protect students from infectious disease. One disease that they are very active about protecting is encephalitis. Students who don't want to get an encephalitis vaccination won't. That puts all students at risk. Colleges and universities operate in close quarters. Students live in dormitories. They go to class together in groups. Infectious disease can spread quickly on college campuses. For that reason, colleges often have vaccine mandates. Again, not just against COVID, against many infectious diseases. This bill is also economically dangerous. I got a call this morning from the Hospital Association. They ran the numbers over the last few days and have concluded that just for the hospitals, the amount of Medicaid and Medicare funding that we are at risk of losing is in the vicinity of $2 billion, with a B, $2 billion. That's big money. Our hospitals operate at a very slim margin. Hospitals have already closed because of economic situations. We will lose hospitals if we lose our Medicaid and Medicare funding. It is at risk because the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services allow for exemptions for medical and religious reasons. They do not allow for exemptions on the rights of conscience. If we add that exemption and people act on that exemption, we put all of that Medicare and Medicaid funding at risk. Are we willing to do that? This bill also does not allow for those institutions to evaluate exemptions. That is part of the expectation from the CMS. If we don't follow CMS regulations, we put all that funding at risk. We might hear arguments that other states have done exactly the same thing as this bill intends to do. We'll hear that those states have not lost funding for Medicare and Medicaid. Yet. There's a process. When that process takes place, it'll be evaluated whether or not our institutions are following the guidelines. If they are found to be in violation of the guidelines, they will be warned, and then they'll lose the funding. This is way too risky for us to undertake. I also need to point out that our county nursing homes that all of us are responsible for taking care of. We are all delegates to our county delegations. Those county nursing homes cannot operate without Medicare and Medicaid funding. If this bill passes, they lose that funding. What will fill that gap? I think it's going to be county taxes. So essentially, if we lose the funding for Medicare and Medicaid, we're voting for a gigantic increase in county taxes. Get ready. HB 1210 is a dangerous bill. We should not entertain this bill. Please vote red on the ought to pass motion. Thank you.
We're down to our last speaker. Senator Blazek has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. Chair recognizes Representative Infantine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You heard a lot of really tough and dangerous talk just now. You know, while I respect my colleague on the Labor Committee, I vehemently disagree. And I think we're looking at two vastly different bills. The Labor Committee had about I'd say 10 or 11 bills that came for us that had to do with COVID-related issues. And one of the things the Labor Committee tries to do at all costs is not to get in between business and the legislature. We try not to tell them what to do except for things of safety. So we have a situation where people have the ability to have a waiver if they had a medical reason or a religious reason. What happens if you didn't have a medical reason and you're not overly religious? What happens if you were put on the spot? Explain to me exactly why, medically, you are unable to do this. Explain to me exactly why you have a problem, you cannot take this because of a religious reason. So the concept came up of personal right of conscience. So what is right of conscience? What does that mean? it means something within you says, I do not want to do this for my personal reasons. That has never been offered. The goal of all the pieces of legislation that we had, we brought them down to one, had a study committee, and came up with what you see now. Trying to provide individuals the ability to have that right of conscience. The bill was very well crafted and has nothing to do with what you heard just previously. Do you really think that after 14 years here, as a chairman of the committee, I am going to put my name on a piece of legislation that takes $2 billion away from New Hampshire and closes every single nursing home? I wouldn't do that. I'm not that crazy. There are contracts between the federal government and providers of Medicare and Medicaid. We do not want to get involved in between that contract. Those contracts do say vaccinations are required for certain things or you're not going to get the money, no doubt. We don't want to get in between that. What this allows is someone to be able to say, hey, I have a right of conscience here. I'm going to sign a piece of paper and say I have a right of conscience. It has to be accepted by the employer. At that point, the employer can say, well, I'm sorry, thank you very much, but that is what is required under our contract, and I'm sorry, you can no longer have your job here, at which they could go to unemployment and other mechanisms. Or this opens up the ability for any medical institution or whatever to say, okay, we accept that. Maybe we want to keep you, we can put you somewhere else and do something else which is not going to be in violation of that contract. So we've given the employee a new mechanism, right of conscience, and we also haven't gotten in between that contract. Now, what will happen after that, if they're consistent, the employer is consistent with how they rule on each one of these things, sorry, can't do it, it's in violation of our contract, we will lose all the funding we get from the federal government, maybe we can do something else with you somewhere else, it won't be in violation, or you can go to unemployment. Up until about a month ago, Unemployment and Securities told us they had 200 people file for unemployment claims through medical institutions because unwillingness to take the vaccine. A certain percentage of those were provided benefits as long as there was consistency with what the employer did. So we kind of very narrowly put this together. It's not as much as some people would like, trust me. We have some people say, you didn't go far enough. We wanted you to make sure that that person for out of conscience has a job no matter what. We can't do that, ladies and gentlemen, because we would be putting this money in jeopardy. So, in recap, we gave them individuals, so you now have medical, religious, right of conscience, but and we have not interfered with the contract between the employer and the federal government. And we've given everyone as best options we can. We didn't go overboard trying to deal with some of the negative things that came out of COVID, which we all know. I call it the great overreaction. But we did the best we could. And I stand here today, this committee, the majority of the committee, did not and does not feel that they have put $2 billion in jeopardy and is going to put medical institutions, hospitals, and nursing homes out of business. It is a very narrowly written bill, and if it's not read correctly, it will look like we did do that. I would ask you to support the committee's recommendation of ought to pass. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is majority report of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1210. This is a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is the majority report of order passed as amended on House Bill 1210. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Susi for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I believe that HB 1210 as amended were to become law, that New Hampshire would place our health care providers in direct conflict with the vaccine requirements of the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, potentially causing them to forfeit billions of dollars of federal funding. And, Mr. Speaker, if I know that House Bill 1210 attempts to create a right of conscience in the state that a state law that is in direct conflict with the federal vaccine requirements, and if I also know that the language in HB 1210 requires that any exemption request made, either for religious, medical, or right of conscience, must be granted, which is in clear violation of the federal vaccine requirements, placing an undue burden on our businesses and healthcare providers, once again putting at risk billions of dollars in Medicare and Medicaid funding. And finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know that HB 1210 seeks to usurp the decision of business and healthcare leaders in our state from making the decisions they believe are in the best interest of their businesses, healthcare organizations, employees, customers, and patients, would I now press the red button to oppose the ought to pass amendment motion so that another motion can be made? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Lang for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I happily agree with the rep from Walpole when, while speaking yesterday on House Bill 1080, she said all persons deserve the right of conscience. And further, Mr. Speaker, if I am happy knowing that is exactly what this bill does, extending the right of conscience to all New Hampshire citizens in alignment with our New Hampshire Constitution, Part 1, Article 4, and the rep from Walpole's beliefs. Mr. Speaker, if I know that New Hampshire Constitution, Part 1, Article 4 reads, the right of conscience unalienable among these natural rights are some by their very nature unalienable, because no equivalent can be given or received for them. Of this kind are the rights of conscience. Mr. Speaker, if I know the word unalienable means that which would not be given or taken away. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, if I know this bill, in addition to aligning our law with the New Hampshire Constitution, has the additional benefit of streamlining business processes, reducing the potential lawsuits based on the ADA and Civil Rights Acts, and would I now press the green button to support both our New Hampshire Constitution, our New Hampshire citizens, and our New Hampshire businesses? Please vote green.
The motion before us is the majority report of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1210. This is a roll. For what reason, Member Rise?
Personal privilege.
We're in the voting mode right now, Representative Weber. The motion before us is the majority report of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1210. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend to the state of the vote. 181 voting yea, 155 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Now, Representative Weber.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and my apologies for being a little too precipitate. I rise as a point of personal privilege to state that my words were taken entirely out of context by the previous speaker, and I thoroughly resented it.
House will be in order. The majority of the Committee on Labor, Industrial, and Rehabilitative Services, to which was referred House Bill 1251, an act prohibiting payment of sub-minimum wages, having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Leonard Turcott from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. From Mrs. Brian Sullivan for the minority of the committee. For what reason does the member rise?
I rise to make a motion, Mr. Speaker.
State your motion.
Motion to table HB 1251.
The motion to table is correct. The motion before us now is to table House Bill 1251. A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is to table House Bill 1251. This is a division vote. The chair recognizes Representative Turcott for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know the average tipped employee in New Hampshire makes north of $20 an hour in much higher and higher-end establishments, and if I further know that restaurateurs and tip staff know best how to operate their businesses better than we politicians do, and finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know that here in New Hampshire and our neighbor to the northeast, the state of Maine, there are real-world examples of how ill-conceived legislation like this has proven disastrous, and I won't get to tell you those stories, would I now press the green button to table HB 1251? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Schultz for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the average American now believes that hard work is not being rewarded, if I know we as Granite Staters need a robust capitalism that has the real conversation about wages, if I know Alex Ray of the Common Man family of restaurants, the largest New Hampshire employer of restaurant workers, almost 10,000 Granite Staters, supports this bill. And if I know New Hampshire ought to be the land of opportunity, not the land of the lowest wages in our region, I would then push the red button and start that robust conversation. Thank you.
The motion before us is the tabling motion on House Bill 1251. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend this state of the vote. 187 voting yea, 149 voting nay. The tabling motion on House Bill 1251 is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Labor, Industrial, Rehabilitative Services, to which was referred House Bill 1337, an act relative to the duration of unemployment benefits. Having considered the same, report the same, the following amendment, and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Leonard Turcott from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Andrew Manville from the minority of the committee. The House will be in order. The amendment is 0732H, printed in House Record 10A, pages 51 through 52. The question is on the amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Senator Manville to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to House Bill 1337 today. This bill, if enacted, would index the time for unemployment benefits to be paid to claimants under that system, indexing it to the state average unemployment rate. That is, if this bill is enacted, the maximum number of weeks of coverage for unemployment benefits would be 16 weeks if the unemployment rate is 3%, with that time increasing to 26 weeks in half-point increments per week, up to 26 at an 8% rate of unemployment. This bill has a good objective to get people back to work, but it is a bad methodology for doing that. Our New Hampshire unemployment benefit system already has built-in incentives for people to get back to work. It only pays a portion of the earnings claimants make prior to going on unemployment. It has a 26-week limit, and claimants must be actively looking for work, and there are rules in place to help ensure that this happens. But the proof is in the pudding. The vast majority of people who apply for and get unemployment benefits do not use all 26 weeks. So who are the relatively few people who do? Well, this bill would appear to assume that they are freeloaders, happy to take advantage of a golden goose. And the bill then assumes that the time they should have for finding a job should be linked to the state unemployment rate. This is illogical. The unemployment rate does not take into account particular trades or occupations, certain geographical variances, or the demand for or availability of particular skills, experience, or training. But most importantly, it doesn't take into account the individual circumstances of the people who are in this minority of people who need time to find work. Those individual circumstances include such things as age, health issues. We just heard that they might include rights of conscience. They include local employment challenges, transportation issues, lack of experience or training in a particular sought-after area of work. They ignore the possibility that someone would choose to stay in a particular field of endeavor rather than take whatever is available on the market. And generally, they do not relate at all to anomalies at any point in time in the job market relevant to a particular person as addressed by the state unemployment rate. Mr. Speaker, very few people want to stay unemployed. Those relative few who stay unemployed longer than others often face challenges that most of us aren't facing. Their circumstances are peculiar to them, not to a determined state average unemployment rate. For this minority of job seekers, reducing the benefit period because of a low unemployment rate would have a cruel and punitive effect on them and in respect to their circumstances and also on their families. This bill, if enacted, could create further welfare burdens on our municipalities, exact other demands on our safety nets, and even potentially exacerbate homelessness. Our current system works. I urge you to vote against this bill so that a motion for ITL can be made. Thank you.
We're down to our last speaker. A roll call has been requested by Representative Turcott. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. Chair recognizes Representative Turcott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 1337 is a common sense and rational approach to unemployment that has proven successful in the other states that has implemented such a plan. Businesses see their unemployment compensation insurance rates decline, and it also allows the state's trust fund to be strengthened. Remember, businesses are the ones who pay for all the unemployment compensation in this state. Florida, I'll give you one example, is a shining star where this has happened. At one point during the 2008 financial crisis, its trust fund had swung to a negative $1.7 billion loss. After a few years of implementing this type of a plan, it swung positive 3.9 for a net gain of 5.6 billion. And Florida now enjoys the lowest unemployment insurance rates in the country. As the previous speaker mentioned, this does tie the length of time one can receive the employment compensation to the unemployment rate. The maximum of 26 weeks does not change, and it does reduce down to whenever the unemployment rate is less than 3%.
The member will suspend for a minute. The member has a right to be heard. Take your seats quietly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One other issue that came up in and was a few of the reasons why we had changes in the amendment were the concerns over what would happen in case of like the financial crisis in 2008 or even the recent COVID crisis where we had individuals on unemployment for extended lengths of time. The deputy commissioner actually made the point that he wasn't concerned about it only because the federal government had stepped in to extend those benefits. Even with that, I decided to put an additional provision into the language that would give the governor in extreme circumstances, similar to the COVID-19, the ability to adjust those rates. The good news about this is there is absolutely no financial downside risk. The only probability for a positive upside for both the state's trust fund and, more importantly, the businesses who will see their unemployment taxes go down. New Hampshire does have a pretty good system now. This bill would only make it better. I ask that you support the OTP motion by pressing the green button. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is the majority report of order passed as amended on House Bill 1337. This is a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. Motion before us is the majority committee report of order. Order passes amended on House Bill 1337. Chair recognizes Representative Sullivan for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that our unemployment benefit program is working effectively as it is, and if I further know that the relatively low level of unemployment benefits and the requirement to seek employment provide a strong incentive for folks to return to work, and finally, if I know that a small group of individuals find it very difficult to find a new job due to age, physical frailty, or family circumstances, and therefore need 26 weeks of benefits available regardless of the unemployment rate, would I then press the red button so that another motion might be made? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Turcott for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know indexing the time the unemployed may collect unemployment compensation to the unemployment rate is both rational and grounded in common sense, and if I also know the net effect of this legislation would be to improve New Hampshire's unemployment trust fund while also lowering the cost of insurance premiums our New Hampshire businesses currently pay, then would I press the green button to send this fiscally sound bill to those on the other side of the wall behind me? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us, a majority committee report of order passed as amended on House Bill 1337. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend the state of the vote. 179 voting yea, 153 voting nay. Committee report is adopted.
The majority of the Committee on Labor, Industrial, and Rehabilitative Services, to which was referred House Bill 1472, an act prohibiting anti-union activities by employers. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Greg Huff for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Dan Toomey for the minority of the committee. The member from Nashua, Representative Toomey, is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Working people sometimes question whether it's in their best interest to bargain with their employer as an individual or bargain as a group. And so if a majority of them decides it's in their best interest to bargain as a group, they can go through a legal process and an election and be certified as a sole bargaining agent as part of a union. Yet, and they should be able to do this without interference from their employer. Yet more than 75% of private sector employees respond to organizing drives with aggressive anti-union campaigns. These typically involve a series of mandatory captive meetings at the workplace where the employer makes his case against unionizations. These meetings are by their nature coercive because workers must attend and employers make dire claims about the consequences of unionization. And those who question the company line can face discipline or termination. And that happens. High-ranking company officials often attend and present, and union activists are pointed out for derision. These meetings are often followed by supervisor one-on-ones as the primary means through which employers deliver threats and engage in interrogation. Employers use these supervisors one-on-one to threaten workers with union activity at least 54% of the time. And interrogate workers about their union activity and that of co-workers in at least 63% of the time. Employers use surveillance in about 14% of the time. There are laws against firing employees for organizing a union, but in more than 40% of the union election campaigns, employers are charged with violating laws. However, the penalties for breaking the law are minimal, and they're applied many months after an employee is fired for the purpose of intimidating other employees. Employers own their business, but they don't own their employees. Employees are free citizens whose work makes all of our lives better. And as such, they are deserving of dignity and respect. They should be free from coercion or intimidation. Employers often claim that these meetings are an exercise in free speech. But mandating a person or a group to listen to your point of view is not free speech. It's not free. I don't know what it is, but it's not free speech. Please vote against the committee's recommendation of ITL and press the red button. Thank you.
The member from Manchester, Representative Infantine, is recognized to speak in support of the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When a group of individuals decides that they're going to make an attempt to form a union to be organized, that's okay. That's all fair, and that's the way our system works. But we all know, and I'll use a legal term here, that more often than not, in the trenches, no one has clean hands. All right? Management may say something that is against forming the union and say, well, you're going to spend money on this, and you may not get that. Union, on the other hand, will say, yeah, but we'll get you this, this, and this. So then each one uses the media to see what they can do to try to sway an opinion. National Labor Relations Board is in place, does their job, gets involved when need be. The bill was one-sided. Said that management can't say anything negative about a union. Well, what about the other side? Why do we have a one-sided bill? That was something that the majority couldn't get past. If you're going to do something, it needs to be fair for all. That's what the National Labor Relations Board does. They try to get involved when things get out of control and bring things back to where they should be. So we had a bill that was not equal to both. We have an organization that is already in place to do things. And unfortunately, as I said, things aren't always pretty. When we're making legislation, and they're not always pretty when a group is trying to organize. It is not the best system, but it's the best one we have. And so far, it seems to be working. So I would request that the members of the committee, or excuse me, the members of the House, support the Labor Committee position of inexpedient to legislate. And Mr. Speaker, I would like a division vote.
The question before the House is the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate. Are you ready for the question? A roll call has been requested. Is that sufficiently seconded? Who requested it? Is that sufficiently seconded? It is not sufficiently seconded. This will be a division vote. House will be in order. Representative Bouchard is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that employees should have the right to come together and decide and then bargain as a group without employer interference, and, Mr. Speaker, if I know that this decision to come together to decide and then bargain as a group must be free from coercion and intimidation, then, Mr. Speaker, would I press the red button so that someone can make another motion? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Infantine is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the bill was well-intended but is one-sided, if I also know that there are mechanisms in place with the National Labor Relations Board to deal with issues that go on when a group of employees wants to organize, then would I support the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate. Thank you.
The question is on the majority committee report of inexpedient to legislate. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll be pressing the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 181 having voted in the affirmative, 149 in the negative. The committee report is adopted.
Mr. Speaker?
For what reason does the member rise?
I rise to request that the remarks on HB 1472 be placed in the permanent journal.
Which bill? The motion is to print remarks. Without objection? There is an objection. Are you ready for the question? What? The motion is whether to print the remarks of the previous debate in the permanent journal. All those in favor say aye. Well done. We had a division. All right, this will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. The question is whether to print the remarks of the previous debate in the permanent journal. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Wilhelm. Representative Wilhelm. Representative Alicia Lekis. Representative Sunuman.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. The House will attend to the state of the vote. 195 having voted in the affirmative, 141 in the negative. The remarks will be printed. Journals are going to weigh 50 pounds. The majority of the Committee on Labor, Industrial, and Rehabilitative Services, to which we referred House Bill 1508FN, an act prohibiting discharge of volunteer firefighters or volunteer emergency medical technicians from other employment. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Lino Avalani for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Andrew Manaville for the minority of the committee. Questions on the majority committee report of inexpedient to legislate. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the committee report's adopted. The majority of the Committee on Labor, Industrial, and Rehabilitative Services, to which was referred House Bill 1514 FN, an act relative to an employee's unused earned time. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Lino Avalani for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Michael Cahill for the minority of the committee. The member from Newmarket, Representative Cahill, is recognized to speak against the committee report. I'm sorry, for what reason does the member rise?
I make a motion.
State your motion.
A motion to table this bill.
Representative Harrington moves to table House Bill 1514. Are you ready for the question? Division's been requested. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. Okay. The question is whether to lay House Bill 1514 on the table. Okay, Representative Cahill is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that there are people of goodwill who are interested in fairness of how we treat our workforce, who may have been here for previous reversions of this bill, which the House has voted to pass twice before, once with the overturning of a committee report, so it could happen again. If I'd like to talk about the bill and hear the other side talk about their perspective, if I think it's worth talking about, worth considering, would I then vote red on the tabling motion? And I ask your support.
The question is whether to lay House Bill 1514 on the table. This is division vote. If you're in favor, you'll be pressing the green button. If you're opposed, you'll be pressing the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 168 having voted in the affirmative, 172 in the negative. The motion fails. We're back to the majority committee report. The member from Newmarket, Representative Cahill, is recognized to speak against the committee report. And let's give him a chance to be heard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, colleagues. $306.60 $493.66, $570, $591.18. Mr. Speaker, colleagues, this is not the proposed pay increase for the members of the House. These numbers are the amounts that people lost when they were working a job and the owner sold the company but did not provide that their vacation hours would be transferred to the next employer. He did not pay them out, so they lost a combined total of $2,261.44. Many of us think that shouldn't happen. That's the wrong way to handle your employees. That what should happen is that you would transfer everything to the new employer or pay them. 18 days, 144 hours at $16.32 per hour, $2,350.08. That is what another employee lost when she was told, today's your last day. You may have vacation hours, and this employer had the policy of if you did not use all your vacation hours during the year, it would not say use it or lose it, but they would pay you. A very progressive company, they would pay you what you hadn't used. But when terminated, they did not pay because this employee, unable to request the vacation time 2 weeks in advance per the policy, because she had no notice of the being laid off, she lost $2,300. Now, while the other people were fortunate to have a job to go to, this person had to go and collect unemployment, which I think probably hurt the unemployment trust fund. A small amount, but it still impacted the trust fund. So I've been working on this for a few years now with my good friend from Hudson, the man with the wonderful tie collection. And we began this quest because he was interested in use it or lose it. The practice where an employer says, you get this much time in a calendar year or your anniversary date. If you don't use it, you lose it. This bill has nothing to do with that. That practice remains, does not affect it. This bill only comes into effect when the company is sold or there's a layoff, and a permanent layoff at that, because we heard from the people who pave the roads that the seasonal employer, if you lay them off, you're probably going to come them back. So this is the amendment that we'll talk about later, it deals with that. So it's only two special circumstances that we think when an employer writes their policy that says, I don't pay a termination, that termination can have many, many causes without, where the employee is blameless, has not caused a trouble at work, has done their job, has obviously been paying $16.32 an hour, had done a good job for the 7 years she worked there. And it's just not right for the employee to suffer when they have no role in this. It was beyond their control, and all of a sudden what was on their pay stub, whether it was paper or digital, it's gone. So I asked you to overturn the committee report so that we might look at the amendment and pass that so I can stop bothering you and I won't have to do this again next year. Thank you so much.
Does the member yield for a question?
Yes.
You may inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for taking my question. According to the bill, it says that this only takes effect if the company is sold or transferred or if it's a layoff. If you have a worker who has accrued $1,000 or $2,000 in unpaid time, vacation time, sick time, or something like that, and they walk off the job, they quit, it doesn't apply to that.
It does not.
All right, thank you very much.
Last speaker, the member from Manchester, Representative Infantine, is recognized to speak in favor of the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Employers choose many different ways to offer enticements or benefits to their employees. To be good employers, to have good employees, you must offer these things. Some are health benefits, disability, vacation time, sick time. But the way each company does this is very different depending on what kind of a business they are. If they're seasonal, they have busier times, slower times, whether they offer bonuses on a quarterly basis for exceptional production, or any of these things. Some say, well, you're going to get 2 weeks vacation, 5 sick days, and 5 personal days. Other companies have said, we're going to take that entire amount. We're going to give you equivalent to 3 weeks to use however you choose, whether it's vacation time, personal time, or sick time. It varies. In the Labor Committee, we try not to tell businesses what to do and how to do it. For example, my company chooses to provide people with vacation time, and they want them to use the vacation time. I want them to be fresh. I want them to take that time with their families and do what they need to do to enjoy their lives. At the end of the year, I don't want them to carry it over to other times. I want them to use it. All right? But I will, if they don't use their sick time, roll it over, because something terrible happens where you're sick for a month, you want them to have those benefits. Those are decisions I make as an owner. Other owners make other decisions on how they're going to do it, and we try not to interfere. What the bill is trying to say is that vacation time and sick time is earned money. It's not a benefit, but it's cash in hand. Now, we hear every once in a while, especially with some organized municipalities or something, where someone will retire and they haven't taken sick time in 5 years or vacation in 5 years, and they walk away with a large check. That's fine, because that's a negotiation with the union, and that's what was developed. Again, Labor Committee not getting involved with a private business or a private municipality and their employees. We don't want to do the same thing here. We do not want to tell employers that sick time, unused sick time and vacation time is cash in hand to take with them. If that is the intent of the owner, then it's in the employer's manual. If it is not the intent of the employer, we shouldn't be telling them that they should have to do that. And that is the only difference. I don't disagree with the previous speaker if a business wants to do that. But again, it's up to the individual business, the individual owner, and how they treat their employees and what's their employee manuals. And we don't like to interfere with that. So I would ask you to support the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate, and I would like a division vote, Mr. Speaker.
Roll call's been requested by who? Representative Churkart requests a roll call, and it is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. All right. That also come to order. The question is on the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate. This is a roll call vote. The member from Newmarket, Representative Cahill, is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that I agree with the previous speaker, my good friend from Manchester, that hours and these policies are set by the employer. That's a good situation to have. And I know that in many cases, most cases, the employer will use something else beside the law. They'll use their conscience. Something will tell them what they should and shouldn't do, what's the right thing to do. But it doesn't always go that way. And if I know that this law would only cover two very narrow circumstances, which I think most of us will agree were egregious. They were not handled well. They were not fair to the employer, to the employee. Would I then vote red to defeat the ITL so that another motion may be made? Thank you.
Representative Infantine is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know there are always circumstances that we can't account for, but not everything has to be in law. And if I further know that we do not tell businesses, for the most part, except for safety type things, what to do, then I would request that you support the majority report of ITL. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
This is a roll call vote. If you are in favor of the committee report, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Rich.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 172 having voted in the affirmative, 164 in the negative. The committee report is adopted. The majority of the Committee on Legislative Administration, to which was referred CACR 23, an act, the New Hampshire Constitution, that's awkward wording, providing that all references to persons in the New Hampshire Constitution be gender neutral. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Bob Green for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Manny Especia for the minority of the committee. For what reason does the member rise?
Make a motion.
State your motion.
I'd like to table CACR 23.
Representative Hill moves that CACR 23 be laid on the table. Are you ready for the question? A division's been requested. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. All right. The question is whether to lay CACR 23 on the table. This is a division vote. Representative LaBranch is recognized for parliamentary inquiry. Oh, sorry, I did that wrong. I'm sorry. Representative Hill is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know there is little chance that the necessary percentage will be received, And if I know the testimony was that since each and every change that would be needed to be included on and shown to the voter, that the ballot for this question would be 12 pages long, leading to much confusion and wasted resources, would I now request and follow the committee's suggestion to table this bill? Thank you.
Representative LaBranche is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this is a very important CACR, and if I know that this CACR has passed this House before with a bipartisan majority, and it has also passed the other body with a bipartisan majority, and if I know that back in 1998, 56% of voters have voted in favor of the CACR, and I believe we've come a long way since 1998, and if I believe that today we would have had the requisite support from the population to pass the CACR, would I now press the red button so that we can pass this very important CACR? Thank you.
The question is whether to lay CACR 23 on the table. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All set. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? Somebody say no? Get them? All right. The House will attend to the state of the vote. 190 having voted in the affirmative, 140 in the negative. CACR 23 is laid on the table. The Committee on Legislative Administration, which was referred to House Bill 1007, an act relative to qualifications for office. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Matthew Simon for the committee. For what reason does the member rise?
To make a motion?
State your motion.
I'd like to table House Bill 1007.
Representative Hill moves that House Bill 1007 be laid on the table. Are you ready for the question? Roll call has been requested by Representative Marsh. Roll call. Okay. All righty. So who requested the roll call? Representative Tim Smith requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? And it is. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take their seats. All right, the House will come to order. The question is whether to lay House Bill 1007 on the table. We're going. The House will come to order, please. Representative Rouillard is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that removal of a member of this House for insurrection and rebellion would be a very difficult task, and if I know that this bill is vague, the language is poor, and there's no procedure outlined for removal in the bill, and if I know that this bill could be used as a political weapon by one party against the other, would I vote with the majority of legislative administration and vote the color of my jacket? Green. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Marsh is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the disqualification clause of the 14th Amendment already prohibits those who engage in insurrection and rebellion from holding any public office, and at this time, even without the passage of this bill, a member can be removed or not seated for that reason. And if I know that the New Hampshire Constitution gives the New Hampshire House under Part 2, Article 14, and the New Hampshire Senate under Part 2, Article 29, the sole authority to rule on the qualifications of their members, and they can do so at any time. But if I know that there is no authority under current statute to call a special election if either body disqualified a member for violating the 14th Amendment, and therefore an entire district of this House or if the other body could remain unrepresented for an entire biennium, then would I push the red button so that we can ensure that all of our citizens are represented in this body. Thank you.
The question is whether to lay House Bill 1007 on the table. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Sylvia.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 186 having voted in the affirmative, 150 in the negative. House Bill 1007 is laid on the table. The Committee on Legislative, for what reason does a member rise?
I hadn't said it yet, but I was going to say, I'll wait a minute, I'm sorry, sir.
The Committee on Legislative Administration, which was referred House Bill 1033 FN Local, an act prohibiting recipients of state or local grants or appropriations from using such funds for lobbying. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendments and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Gregory Hill for the committee. The committee amendment is 0815H, printed in House Record 10A on pages 6 and 7. The question is on the committee amendment. For what reason does the member rise again?
You're so kind. Mr. Speaker, I move that we table HB 1033.
I couldn't understand that.
Pardon?
I couldn't hear what the motion was.
That low? Mr. Speaker, I move that we table HB 1033.
Okie dokie. The motion is whether to lay House Bill 1033 on the table. A division's been requested. This will be a division vote. Representative Belanger requests a roll call, and it is sufficiently seconded. The question is whether to lay House Bill 1033 on the table. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Bucco.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 174 having voted in the affirmative, 161 in the negative. House Bill 1033 is laid on the table. The Committee on Legislative Administration, to which was referred House Bill 1041 FN, an act extending the Public Employees Labor Relations Act to employees of the General Court and relative to the duties of the Joint Committee on Legislative Facilities. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Scott Wallace for the committee. The question is on the committee report of inexpedient to legislate. Representative Hill requests a division vote. This will be a division vote. Hang on. For what reason does a member rise?
For a motion?
Sure, why not?
May I table House Bill 1041, please?
Representative Hill moves that House Bill 1041 be laid on the table. Are you ready for the question? I'm sorry, what? Okay, there it is. A division vote's been requested. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. All right. The question is whether to lay House Bill 1041 on the table. Representative Turcotte is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know this legislative body has heard the same bill at least 4 times in recent years, and the employees of the General Court have not once been asked for their input regarding such a bill and its proposition. If I further know that just like previous bills, like previous similar bills, the language and provisions of the bill are nothing but clear and, in fact, very confusing and ill thought out. And lastly, and most importantly, Mr. Speaker, if I know the staff of the General Court has always been and should continue to be exemplars of nonpartisanship in the fulfillment of their duties, then would I now press the green button to support the tabling motion? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Schultz is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the reason the bill keeps coming back is because being able to organize a union is a human right, and if I know that our leader who recently passed worked hard on this bill because he understood the human right to organize, and that all government employees in the state should be able to unionize. Sorry. And if I know that it's the right thing to do, press the red button so another motion may come forward. Thank you.
The question is whether to lay House Bill 1041 on the table. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 187 having voted in the affirmative, 146 in the negative. House Bill 1041 is laid on the table. The Committee on Legislative Administration, which was referred House Bill. For what reason does the member rise?
I rise to ask for the remarks on. Oh, sorry. I rise to ask that the remarks for House Bill 1007 be added to the permanent record.
The motion is whether to print the remarks for House Bill 1007.
Yes.
Just parliamentary inquiries. Okay. Without objection, the remarks will be printed. The Committee on Legislative Administration, which was referred House Bill 1084, an act relative to the disclosure of the sources of legislative bill proposals. Oh my. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Bob Green for the committee. The question is on the committee report of inexpedient to legislate. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the committee report's adopted. The Committee on Legislative Administration, which was referred to House Bill 1102, an act relative to certain committees and commissions of the Department of State. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Bob Green for the committee. The amendment, 0188H, is printed in House Record 10A on pages 13 to 14. The question is on the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The question is now on the majority committee report of ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report's adopted. The Committee on Legislative Administration, which was referred to House Bill 1129, an act relative to the Fiscal Committee of the General Court. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Claire Roulard for the committee. The question is on the committee report of inexpedient to legislate, and a division has been requested. This will be a division vote. Members, please take your seats. The questions on the committee report of inexpedient to legislate. This is a division vote. Representative Timothy Smith is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, if I know that in the long history of the New Hampshire General Court, the membership of the Joint Fiscal Committee has not historically been a partisan issue, that the composition of that committee has historically followed the same proportional representation as other committees in both chambers. However, if I also know that unfortunately in recent years, the membership count and the party balance on that committee has become a partisan issue, and the process is no longer working, and that the parties are no longer balanced on that committee. And if I know, Mr. Speaker, that the purpose of this bill is not about any current issues, but that it is looking towards the future to make sure that moving forward, future legislatures, our successors in these seats, 4, 6, 20 years from now, won't have to worry about the membership of this Joint Fiscal Committee becoming a partisan football, regardless of which party is happening to be in control of the chamber at that time.
Did you want to
Would
ask
I now
something?
press the red button?
There you go. Representative Roulard is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know the Joint Fiscal Committee, made up of members from the House and the Senate, has been appointed for 35 years by the same mechanism. Since 1987, we have not had that problem. And if I know that changing who appoints the members will not affect the great work that's currently done and has been done by the Fiscal Committee, and if I also know that the change is unnecessary because they continue to work well together and will continue to work well together regardless of who appoints them, would I now vote with the majority of the legislative administration and still press the button, the color of this jacket, green?
The questions on the majority committee report of inexpedient to legislate. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 188 having voted in the affirmative, 142 in the negative. The committee report is adopted. The Committee on Legislative Administration, which has referred House Bill 1170, an act limiting the authority of New Hampshire delegates to policymaking conventions. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Scott Wallace for the committee.
Mr. Speaker.
The committee amendment is 0270H, printed on House Record 10A on page 16. For what reason does the member rise?
It's a little too late because we're already into the amendment, so I'll wait a minute.
Sorry, what?
We're already into the amendment, so I'll wait a minute. Mr. Speaker, I would move that House Bill 1170 be placed upon the table, but it sounded like you had started to call the question on the amendment. So moved.
Representative Tim Smith moves that House Bill 1170 be laid on the table. Are you ready for the question? A division has been requested. This will be a division vote. Members, back in your seats. Who was that? Representative Turcotte requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Okay, this is a roll call vote. Whether to lay House Bill 1170 on the table. Representative Tim Smith is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I have been working on the Article 5 issue for well over a decade, and if I have been approached over the years by members of both parties and used as a resource in regards to the nuance of Article 5 of the U.S. Federal Constitution. And Mr. Speaker, if I am in firm agreement with the intent and principles behind this legislation, however, Mr. Speaker, if I have also found that the language in this bill is unenforceable under federal law, and if I have found, Mr. Speaker, that the language in this bill is unfortunately overly broad and could interfere with the state's ability to engage in other interstate conventions and pacts unrelated to Article 5 of the U.S. Constitution. For example, Mr. Speaker, if this could negatively impact the ability of New Hampshire to participate in periodic renegotiations of things like the Interstate Driver's License Compact, which we kind of need, would I now press the green button?
Representative Wallace is recognized for a shorter parliamentary inquiry.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this body passed an identical bill in 2015 by a bipartisan 3-to-1 majority, and Mr. Speaker, if I further know that the body on the other side of the wall behind me passed the bill on a voice vote, and Mr. Speaker, if I further know that the governor's veto was due to the need for this legislation was in the future, and the future is now, and finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know that we are only a couple of states away from a convention call, with 2 states filing resolutions just in the time period since this bill was introduced, would I now press the red button to stop this tabling motion so another motion can be made?
The question is whether to lay House Bill 1170 on the table. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll be pressing the green button. If you're opposed, you'll be pressing the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Yokella.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 157 having voted in the affirmative, 186 in the negative. The motion fails. The question now is on the committee amendment 0270H. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The question now is on the majority committee report of ought to pass with amendment. The member from Seabrook, Representative Abramson, is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the last time that the House passed this bill, both sides admitted in hearings and on the floor that unless any convention of the states occurred in New Hampshire, the event would probably be outside the state's jurisdiction and the jurisdiction of our laws and have no impact. But out of nearly 200 conventions of the states in our country's history and over 200 state constitutional conventions, not one single delegate has been recorded to have ever exceeded their legislative commission. At no time has either type of convention resulted in the loss nor erosion of anything in any state nor federal Bill of Rights. Whenever conventions meandered outside the scope of a delegate's commission, they have always returned to their respective state legislatures to seek guidance, and were allowed to do so. The problem with this bill is that it provides a false sense of security to legislators, since 269 members of Congress, if we're talking about an Article 5 convention, 269 members of Congress can bypass our state legislatures and choose state ratifying conventions, as they did with the 21st Amendment. While 3 other states have laws in place for state ratifying conventions, even allowing voters to elect delegates to a state ratifying convention who are committed to a no vote, this House rejected that bill when I introduced it a few years ago. Worse, state law has that the governor, not the general court, makes the appointments to conventions of the states, such as with the Uniform Law Commission. Most state legislatures make those appointments themselves. Still worse is that if this bill, if it were successful in binding any delegate, would automatically take our delegate out of the debate on any proposed constitutional amendment if someone discovered structural or constitutional issues, since they wouldn't be allowed to vote on an amendment to the amendment or any change to the amendment. Late proposals at that convention of states that Congress could not raise the debt ceiling without the assent of 3/4 of state legislatures, or limiting the scope of spending cuts in a balanced budget amendment, which we're 2 states away from now, might prevent our delegate from voting on the matter. This bill is the worst idea since the CIA spent $20 million on studies to find out whether human beings had psychic powers. If we'd had psychic powers, we'd have known to ITL this bill. Red button, please.
The member from Durham, Representative Horrigan, is recognized to speak against the committee report.
How is it? Okay. Actually, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I guess I originally thought I was signed up to do a PI, but plans have changed. But so the main problem with this bill is that it's totally unnecessary. An Article 5 convention it's not imminent. It's not on the horizon. If one happens, we'll have plenty of lead time to craft a bill similar. Craft a bill covering the same subject matter as this. It's not, we're not going to have one next week. We're not going to have one for quite some time if we have one at all. But then the second problem is we don't know what the rules for this convention is. Even if it's a so-called Assembly of the States, whatever body convenes that amendment will set its own rules. They're probably going to have nothing whatsoever to do with the detail in this bill. And also the whole basic concept that we're supposed to remove these delegates if they approve a so-called, what the term is, unapproved amendment. They'll have the same rights that we have as members of the New Hampshire House, the same rights as members of Congress has. Those are guaranteed not just by the U.S. and state constitutions, but by common law. So when we're on the floor of the convention, the people of our district can't remove us just because they don't like our vote, at least, and the same go for those delegates, regardless of whether it's an Article 5 convention convened by Congress or some other body. And finally, let's say the body does vote for some unapproved amendments. Those still have to be ratified by a supermajority of the states. That's very difficult. It's happened, I think, only, now I forget the exact number, but I think it's 26 times in 250 years. So anything that this convention passes is going to be harmless unless it's incredibly popular and there's a very broad consensus that we should change the Constitution, or even, I suppose theoretically, they could even enact a new Constitution. People talk about the Articles of Convention, the Runaway Convention that was supposed to just amend the Articles of Confederation. That was a convention that caused the U.S. Constitution, which has served us well since 1789. And the member from Manchester already mentioned this, but this particular version of the bill is so broadly written, it covers the members of, I believe there's 41 interstate compacts dealing with things as big as driver's licenses or things as small scale as our interstate school districts in the Rivendell School District and the Dresden School District in the Hanover area, of the Rivendell School District up in the upper valley of the Connecticut River. So this bill is unnecessary, it's premature, and it would have some very bad unintended consequences. So we should overturn the ought to passes amendment and ITL it today, and we can always revisit this once we know if there's a convention. We'll have plenty of time to revisit it once we know what the framework for the convention will actually be. Thanks. So vote red when we get the chance. Thanks.
All right. We are at the final speaker, and a division was requested on this, so start migrating back. The member from Danville, Representative Wallace, is recognized to speak in support of the committee report. Okay. Representative Wallace waves off the PI, so this will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. All right, members, take your seats. I also come to order. The question is on the Majority Committee report of House Bill 1170. This is a division vote. Representative Horrigan is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So if I know that HB 1170 is totally unnecessary, no Article 5 convention is going to happen, in the very near future. It may happen someday, but it'll happen. And if I do know it's premature, we will know when such a convention is called. We're going to know well in advance. We'll have plenty of time to write another bill. If I know also this bill, a lot of the details in this bill are highly questionable. In fact, it's probably unconstitutional. The members would have the same rights and responsibilities as those of any other legislative body, such as the U.S. Congress or this House. So a lot of the things in the bill are things that just sort of the state cannot do. And finally, this also interferes with our participation in over 40 interstate compacts.
It's supposed to be a parliamentary.
If I know all these things, I apologize for leaving out the if I know. So if I know this bill is unnecessary, if I know it's premature, if I know it adversely affects our participation in over 40 interstate compacts, press the red button.
Representative, are you getting to the point where you're going to ask the question? It's a parliamentary inquiry.
Yes, if I know all these things, would I then press the red button?
Representative Wallace is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the previous two speakers were not present for the hearing on this bill, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the two previous speakers on this matter were not present for the hearing on this bill, and I know that the committee had a bipartisan amendment to this bill and it passed by a narrow margin, would I now press the green button so we can be prepared for this in the future and keep New Hampshire delegates faithful?
The question is on the Majority Committee report of ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 1170. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 173 having voted in the affirmative, 162 in the negative. The committee report is adopted.
Committee on Legislative Administration, to which was referred House Bill 1309, an act establishing a committee to study revisiting House rules to assure that all sections of the budget trailer bill receive an adequate public hearing. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Matthew Simon for the committee. The motion before us is the inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1309. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. Division has been called. Members will stay in their seats. Nobody can come in. This is to verify the vote. We're not doing PIs or anything. Members in your seats. The motion before us is the inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1309. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 180 voting yea, 154 voting nay. The committee reports adopted.
This is a division of PIs.
All right, the next bill, which will be the last bill before lunch, and we have a couple of announcements before, so don't leave before the announcements. This is a division. This will be a division vote with just parliamentary inquiries. Majority of the Committee on Legislative Administration, to which was referred House Bill 1370, an act establishing a committee to study child care options for New Hampshire state legislators. We can consider the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. So Matthew Simon for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. St. Allison Dunning Wong for the minority of the committee. This is going to be a division vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1370. This is going to be a division vote. The chair recognizes Representative Wilhelm for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that when it comes to serving in New Hampshire's citizen legislature, which, as I hope the members assembled know, meets during the workday and pays just $100 per year, there are significant and unique challenges faced by parents who wish to serve in this hallowed chamber. And Mr. Speaker, if I know that there is a great deal of wisdom and a life experience in this chamber, which at the start of the 2021-2022 session had a median age of 61, with nearly 4 in 5 members over the age of 50, leaving Granite Staters in their 20s, 30s, and 40s, many of whom have young families, significantly underrepresented. And Mr. Speaker, if I know that we have great work to do to live up to Dr. King's belief that anyone can be great because anyone can serve, at least so far as it's concerned in our citizen legislature, then would I now push the red button so that another motion can be made and we can consider taking some simple steps to make it possible for more working parents to serve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Sheehan for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that it is not the responsibility of the General Court to provide childcare options for legislators, lobbyists, or visitors, and if I know in addition to the extra cost and liability to the state, The decision to serve falls exclusively to the legislator and his or her family. Would I press the green button and support the committee recommendation of ITL and save us all from yet another study committee? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is the Majority Committee Report of Inexpedient to Legislator on House Bill 1370. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to the state of the vote. 187 voting yea, 153 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. I'm going to read a proclamation, so everybody stay in your seats. And then I'm going to tell you about lunch, and then we have an announcement from Representative Wallner. Whereas on this day, March 17th, Irish Americans celebrate the feast of St. Patrick, the patron saint of Ireland. Whereas on this day, all who wear green partake in the spirit of St. Patrick, Bridget, and this is a good word, Columcille, whose 1500th anniversary was observed within the last year. And whereas we honor and acknowledge the cultural influence and contributions of Irish immigrants who came here and laid down a strong foundation and called America home. Whereas we celebrate the establishment of the American Irish State Legislators Caucus with its mission of growing and strengthening the long-standing relationship that the United States of America and Ireland have enjoyed. Whereas we recognize the rich cultural history of Ireland, celebrated through songs and literature that mark the endurance of its people, the love and joy, and the tragic losses of the Emerald Isle. And declare that this House commemorates the celebration of the Feast of St. Patrick, patron saint of Ireland, and declared by virtue of my signature subscribed below, the New Hampshire House of Representatives does extend its highest accolades and plaudits to the American Irish State Legislators Caucus in their resolve to have this day, St. Patrick's Day, remembered as a day of honor the Irish Americans, their ancestors, and traditions. And probably like a good number of people in this body, I am part Irish too, so. The Kiwanis Club of Concord is helping us by cooking hot dogs and hamburgers outside on the plaza. I want you to join me in thanking them for their service in doing this for us. The General Court will be making a donation to their organization as a recognition of our thanks. In addition to burgers and hot dogs, they'll have various sides, chips, and drinks. Please make your way outside to the plaza and form a line. We don't have dining tables outside, but you are free to eat inside in the cafeteria dining area or anywhere you'd like, in or outside, just not in Representatives Hall. Please try to return by quarter past 1 at the latest. And thank you again. Thank you again to Concord Kiwanis. Wait a minute, we got one announcement. Please, everybody take your seats for a minute. Representative Wallner is acknowledged for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you for recognizing the Irish. I'm a little bit myself. Oh, my mask, I'm sorry. I would just like to ask that the Democrats maybe wait a few minutes, and during the lunch hour, we'll wait to get started until, we get started on our lunch until after we've had a few minutes together. So, thank you.
House is in recess until 1:15.
Members will take your seats. The House will come to order. The chair recognizes Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The House will come to order. Members will take your seats.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the gentlemen be allowed to remove their jackets except at the well.
So moved. Oh, without objection, so moved. The majority of the Committee on Municipal and County Government, to which it was referred, House Bill 1046, an act relative to the election of the Sullivan County Commissioners, having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Richard Tripp for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Rosemary Rung for the minority of the committee. The chair recognizes Representative Tripp to speak in favor of the committee. Nope. Oh, I'm sorry. Representative Rung to speak against the committee report.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. HB 1046 is a simple and straightforward bill brought to the Municipal and County Government Committee by Sullivan County delegates. It would allow voters in each of the 3 districts of Sullivan County to be the only ones to elect their county commissioner. Presently, each voter in Sullivan County has a say in who gets elected to every other county district, even if the voter does not reside in that district. Opponents of this bill, none of whom live in Sullivan County, say that it is not clear, difficult to understand, and needs more study. Well, 8 of the 10 counties in New Hampshire already do this. It doesn't make much sense, does it? It's an anomaly in New Hampshire elections. Only Carroll County elects their county commissioners this way, besides Sullivan County, but Belknap, Cheshire, Coos, Grafton, Hillsborough, Merrimack, Rockingham, and Stratford elect commissioners by district and only by the voters that reside in those districts. Imagine being elected by voters who don't even live in your district. And worse, imagining voting for someone who doesn't even live in your district. This is the reality for the folks residing in the 3 districts of Sullivan County. Colleagues, don't have people elect other people's representatives. Let people elect their own representative. If 8 of the 10 counties in New Hampshire can do it, so can Sullivan County. Please vote no to expedient to legislate so a motion to pass this bill can be made. Thank you.
The chair recognizes the member from Derry, Representative Tripp, to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Ms. Speaker. I rise in support of the committee's recommendation of inexpedient to legislate. House Bill 1046 seeks to change the process by which Sullivan County commissioners are elected. For more than 30 years, The county commissioners have been elected by all the voters in the county rather than just the district they represent. It is one of 3 counties, Carroll, Stafford, and Sullivan, which use this method to elect the county commissioners. This bill seeks to limit voters to only those in the district the commissioner seeks to represent. During the bill's hearing, it was argued that the commissioners should be elected only by those they will be representing. It was also mentioned that campaigning for commissioner is expensive since they have to do throughout the county rather than just within the district. I wonder what the actual reason for changing from at-large to district is. Is it representation or the cost of campaigning? As previously stated, Carroll County has been using the at-large election method for more than 30 years. It seems that the at-large method for electing commissioners is preferred by the voters in this county. If this is the voters' wish, then why should the method of voting be changed, of election be changed? Thank you very much, and I ask you press the green button and support the committee's recommendation of inexpedient to legislate.
Okay, the motion on the floor is the majority recommendation of inexpedient to legislate. Are you ready for the question? Division has been requested. Members will take their seats. This will be a division vote. If you are in favor, you will press the green button. If you are opposed, you will press... Oh, wait a minute. First, I'm going to recognize Representative Van for a parliamentary inquiry. Van, right? V-A-N-N? Whoops.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, members of the House. If I know that people ought to be able to vote for their own representatives and not for those that do not represent them, and if I know that most of the counties in New Hampshire use this method, would I now press the red button so that another motion can be brought? Thank you.
The chair recognizes Representative McDonald for a PI.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if I know that HB 1046 would change a long-established process, 30-plus years, of all Sullivan County voters electing their county commissioners, and Madam Speaker, if I know that the responsibility of each county commissioner should be to represent the best interest of all county residents. And Madam Speaker, if I know that there are 2 other counties in New Hampshire in which voters elect their county commissioners the same way as Sullivan County. And Madam Speaker, if I know that the cost of running a county-wide campaign should not be a reason for changing a long-established law. Madam Speaker, request that everyone press the green button in order to support the committee's recommendation of ITL. Thank you.
The question is on the Majority Committee report of ITL on HB 1046. If you are in favor, you will press the green button. If you are opposed, you will press the red button. Voting stations will be open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had the opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 158 in the affirmative, 169 in the negative. The motion fails. Representative Rung moves the minority report of ITL?
Yes, thank
of
you, Madam.
OTP.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move ought to pass on HB 1046. And I ask for a division vote.
This is a division vote. Members will take their seats. This is a division vote. The motion on the floor is the minority report of ought to pass. If you are in favor, you will press the green button. If you are opposed, you will press the red button. Voting stations will be open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had the opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 192 in the affirmative, 141 in the negative. The minority report is adopted. The majority of the Committee on Municipal and County Government, to which was referred HB 1070, an act relative to the default budget in official ballot jurisdictions, having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Richard Tripp for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Julie Gilman for the minority of the committee. The chair recognizes Representative Gilman to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This bill is yet another manipulation of the definition of default budgets in official ballot town meetings. And I know when you hear official ballot town meetings, your eyes are going to roll. And when you hear default budget, that's also going to make your eyes roll, but here we are again. The new language includes less any reduction to an appropriation the governing body made in the proposed operating budget. So this will now use 3 different budgets to calculate the default budget for the 3rd fiscal year. Fiscal year 22 operating budget and default budgets are based on fiscal year 21. Do we need more or less of something? Have we overspent or underspent something? The fiscal year 2022 default budget is based on the difference between 21 and 22. Budgets, 21 and 22 budgets with the additions and subtractions as specified in the current RSA. The proposed fiscal year 23 budget and subsequent default are based on the operating budget of fiscal year 22. This bill includes contracts in its definition of the default budget calculation. But in fact, the existing RSA, there is a definition of contracts saying that contracts previously approved in the amount so approved are included in the default budget. For example, in fiscal year 21, the voters approved a 3-year contract at $20,000 per year. During fiscal year 22, a conservative fiduciary decision offered the municipality the ability to pay off that last year of the contract that had been approved at $20K for 21, 22, and 23. With this bill, the proposed fiscal year 23 and its default budget do not include that contract appropriation because it's been paid off and is no longer needed in the budget. But the $20K, as previously approved contract, included in the fiscal year 23 default budget because the voters contracted an amount approved in 2021. $20K for a 4-year contract, paid off, no longer necessary, but is necessary because that's the definition of contracts. So the default budget is going to be $20,000 more than the proposed budget. The new language in this bill conflicts because it requires that change and doesn't include the money that we would not have had to appropriate. There's an approved contract in the amount so approved, but the voters previously had approved it. The circular calculation and confusion is one of the problems that the minority had with and do not agree with the ought to pass recommendation, and I ask for a division vote.
The chair recognizes the member from Litchfield, Representative Bohm, to speak in favor of the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The reason for the municipal budget law was that towns did not have a facility big enough to hold regular town or school district meetings. One town I know it had the TV set up between multiple places. So this was passed back, I believe, 95, and it was initially called SB2. So it's still reference to that SB2 towns, and it will only affect those towns that have passed this and school district. This bill is common sense. If the governing body reduces something in their proposed operating budget, they must make the same reduction in the default. The argument about contracts will be in both the proposed operating budget and the default budget, so that's not an issue. But after a while, when the first time it was passed for the first number of years, the default was always lower than a proposed operating budget. But after a while, certain associations and lawyers figured out a way by using the wording of the law to manipulate the default budget to make it higher than the operating budget to ensure that the budget will pass. But that was not the intent of the law. And if you read the section 4013, Roman 11-C, it pretty much says it. This is what's got to be on the warrant. Shall a local governing body political subdivision, raise and appropriate an operating budget so much, and then it says, should this article be defeated, then the default budget will be this, okay? Or the governing body may hold one special meeting in accordance with this law to take the issue of a revised operating budget only. So, if your governing body, your selectmen or your school board, have a higher default budget, and the warrant passes, are they going to have a special meeting because they got more money than they asked for? I don't think so. So that's why they're manipulating the default to be higher than the operating budget. What school district is going to follow the law if, for example, not needing 3 teachers, they are removed from the proposed operating budget but left in the default? Of course, the default's going to be higher. If the teacher's contract says they will fund clubs and sports stipends for, say, for $20,000, but never spent more than $15,000, you guess that the proposed operating budget will be $15,000, but the default will be $20,000. On the town side, if every other year the town buys 2 police cruisers, but then one the next year, guess what? The year at one will have 2 in the default, et cetera, et cetera. You know this is not common sense. And for example, in this year in my school district, the proposed operating budget is $23,700,000. The default is $24 million. Of course, the people did vote for the operating budget because the default was higher. In some towns, they say no and not realizing that they're spending more money. So, and like I said before, teachers' contract will be an addition, not a reduction in both the proposed, so it's not going to be higher because of that. The default is higher because of manipulation. Thank you.
Yep. A division was requested. The members will take their seats. A roll call has been requested. Is that sufficiently seconded? Yes, that is sufficiently seconded. Members will take their seats. The question is on the majority report of ought to pass for HB 1070. This is a roll call vote. If you are in favor, you will press the green button. If you are opposed, you will press the red button. Voting stations will be open. What did I? Oh, and now I'm going to do PIs. The chair recognizes Representative Davis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if I know that HB 1070 conflicts with existing laws in numerous ways, and if I know that default budgets do not include previously approved contracts, such as bond agreements, and if I further know that this oversight concerning contracts and bonds will result in a tangle of confusion for towns across the state, would I now press the red button to defeat the majority's ought to pass recommendation so that another motion can be made?
The chair recognizes Representative LaSalle's to speak in favor of the committee report for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if I know that when you have an issue where budgets continually, over and over and over again, year after year, the default budget comes out greater than the operating budget. How would you feel if you're on a budget committee and spend all those times working on the operating budget, and when it comes to the...
This is a PI.
My apology. If I know that we need to stop the kabuki dance and press the green button. Thank you.
House will be in order. The question is on the Majority Committee report of ought to pass for HB 1070. This is a roll call vote. If you are in favor, you will press the green button. If you are opposed, you will press the green button, the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House, well, okay, the House will attend to the stated, no, this gentleman? Have all members present had the opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote.
Nope. No, you got to clear that out. There you go. There you go.
With 172 in the affirmative and 162 in the negative, the majority report is adopted. The majority of the Committee on Municipal and County Government, to which was referred HB 1081, an act relative to the dissolution of a village district, having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Richard Tripp for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report that the following resolution resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Jim Maggiore for the minority of the committee. The chair recognizes Representative Rung to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. HB 1081 is one of those bills that tricks you into thinking that an equivalency exists, that an action on one side must be met with the same action on the other side. In this case, that since only a simple majority is needed to form a village district, that the right thing to do is to change the law so that only a simple majority is needed to dissolve it. With village districts, nothing could be further from the truth. To illustrate my point, I will use the Merrimack Village District as an example. It's my hometown municipal water district. It was founded by a simple majority to supply municipal water to the residents in Merrimack. At the time the vote was taken, residents did not have municipal water, nor did MVD have any assets or capital, nor did it have any employees. It was nothing but a dream to the voters of Merrimack. In fact, if that vote had failed, Merrimack residents would have been no worse off than when they were there before the vote was taken. A simple majority was exactly that, simple. Fast forward to today, MVD manages over 7,500 service locations, which is more than 87% of the town. These locations include residence, municipal, commercial, and industrial properties. MVD services and maintains approximately 176 miles of water mains, 930 fire hydrants, 6 wells, 3 storage tanks, an iron and manganese treatment plant, 3 booster stations, and a PFAS treatment plant, with 2 more coming online later this year. As you can see, this village district, like many others throughout New Hampshire, is not simple. MVD's total assets are over $34 million. If we require 2/3 vote, majority vote, to acquire bonded debt, shouldn't we maintain the same threshold when we are divesting far greater holdings? But beyond our fiduciary responsibility, we have a responsibility to the lives of Granite Staters. Village districts provide essential, life-dependent resources to our citizens: water, fire and emergency response, wastewater treatment, and a host of other targeted services. Making the decision to dissolve those services from our communities is not something to be taken lightly, certainly not lighter than a decision to secure a bond. Let's keep the 2/3 vote requirement to dissolve a village district. Let's not change the law when so much is at stake. Please vote no on ought to pass. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Representative Jonathan Smith to speak in favor of the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. HB 1081 really is a simple bill. The purpose is to change the legal requirement to dissolve a village district from a 2/3 majority of legal voters to a simple majority of legal voters. The simple majority standard is what is used to create the village district. A village district should be no harder to dissolve than it was to create. The change is about fairness to the voter. I have had concerns from people asking if the bill allows non-residents to vote. The answer is no. The standard of voting is like every other election in the state. You must be a legally registered voter, and only those present and voting are counted. That was a court case, Sugar Hill Association versus Lisbon, 1962. During testimony, I had questions comparing the bill to a bond, which has a 2/3 majority requirement, but was lowered to a 3/5 majority requirement in 2020 by this legislature. The only way to answer the question regarding bonding and village district is that bonding and dissolving a village district are entirely 2 different subjects. Finally, the minority blurb indicated that the municipality would absorb the cost of the dissolved district, which is not correct. RSA 5221 states clearly, the selectmen of the town or towns in which the district was situated shall assess the taxes and betterment assessments in the same manner as if the district had not been dissolved. To close, this bill is about fairness to the voter, and I ask you to push green for OTP. Thank you.
The question on the floor is the adoption of the Majority Committee report for ought to pass on HB 1081. Are you ready for the question? A division has been requested. A roll call has been requested. Is that sufficiently seconded? Yes, that is sufficiently seconded. The House will come to order. The House will come to order. The Chair recognizes Representative Maggiore for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if I know that dissolving a village district is more than just erasing a line, and if I know that within the boundaries or lines of that village district, the residents of that district may have created their own public safety departments, may have hired first responders and employees, may have built wastewater treatment facilities, may have installed infrastructure such as sidewalks, streetlights, parks, recreation fields, fire hydrants, all as permitted by law. And if I know that dissolution of such a district would mean that the surrounding community would then need to absorb all the costs for that infrastructure, employees, maintenance, and long-term payments. Then finally, Madam Speaker, if I know that the dissolution of the district and said investment should require a 2/3 majority of voters rather than a simple majority, then would you please vote red so that another motion can be made? Thank you.
The Chair recognizes Representative Jonathan Smith for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If I know that it takes a simple majority to create a village district, and I also know that it should not be any harder to dissolve a village district than it is to create, would I now press the green button? Thank you.
The question is on the Majority Committee report of ought to pass on HB 1081. This is a roll call vote. If you are in favor, you will press the green button. If you are opposed, you will press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had the opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. With 174 members in the affirmative and 162 in the negative, the motion passes. What happened? Oh, did I forget? Oh. I've never done it up here before, so I'm feeling a little nervous and very humble right now. For what purpose does the member rise?
Madam Speaker, I'd first wish to say I think I speak on behalf of the House and say that we think you're doing a great job, and we appreciate you.
Thank you.
But I'd like to be recognized for a motion.
State your motion.
I move HB 1076 be pulled off the table, and I'd like a division vote. Which committee? Labor.
The motion is to pull House Bill 1076 off the table. Roll call has been requested. Is that sufficiently seconded? That is sufficiently seconded. The members will take your seat.
I'm waiting.
The House will come to order. The chair recognizes Representative Adjutant for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If I know that the underlying bill with the OTPA motion seeks to rein in some of the biggest excesses from big tech by ensuring that large companies that use productivity quotas cannot deny their employees the bathroom breaks that they are legally entitled to, but are being denied due to a small technicality that we seek to fix. If I know that this bill, thanks to much bipartisan cooperation on the Labor Committee and weeks of negotiations in good faith with the chair and my friend from Manchester, passed, and the Labor Committee deemed it ought to pass on the floor of the House. And if I know those things, and if I spent this weekend calling my friends, asking them to listen to the debate, and I want to be sure that there is a debate for them to listen to, would I now vote green and allow the bill to come off the table? Thank you.
The chair recognizes Representative Osborne for a parliamentary inquiry.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. If I know that I just had the pleasure of listening to an entire speech on this bill, would I leave this on the table right now?
The House will come to order. The question is on pulling HB 1076 off the table. This is a roll call vote. If you are in favor, you will press the green button. If you are opposed, you will press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had the opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 165 in the affirmative, 171 in the negative. The motion fails. The majority of the Committee on Municipal and County Government, to which was referred House Bill 1087, an act relative to zoning for single-family housing lots, having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Joseph Guthrie for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Laurel Stavis for the minority of the committee. The chair recognizes Representative Van to speak in opposition to the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, members of the House. I rise to oppose the inexpedient to legislate on this bill because there's really no reason to require half an acre or more for a single-family house served by water and sewer. There's no reason why you couldn't have one. It's the requiring that's the problem. Land costs are a big part of the cost of a single-family house. Usually you say it's about 20%. So as people are building houses, if I have to spend $100,000 on a lot, I'm going to have to build a bigger, fancier, more expensive house on that lot. If we want to encourage the creation of smaller houses at a lower cost, one thing that we can do is stop artificially requiring big lots. That's what this bill does. It says you can't require a large lot if it is served by water and sewer, which of course is a big important piece of that, because we all know that you need X amount of square footage to safely have a well and septic system. So this only applies to places that have municipal water and sewer. It doesn't preclude people from buying larger pieces of land, whether they're individuals or developers. It just says, don't require a really big piece of land. The other thing I'd remind you is that if you look at historic surveys of New Hampshire towns, the Sanford insurance maps are the most famous ones. And what you'll see is that in most town centers, the lots are considerably smaller than a half an acre. When I did the survey for the town I live in, it looked like our average lot size in the what you would think of as the village compact is about 8,000 square feet. So this is not an unusual thing to have a smaller lot. It's a pretty usual thing, and we need to stop requiring bigger ones in places where they're not required. Please vote red on the inexpedient to legislate so that another motion can be brought. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Representative Dolan for a motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to make a motion to table.
The motion on the floor is to table House Bill 1087. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. I did say it. I'm sorry. The majority of the Committee on Municipal and County Government, to which was referred House Bill 112FN, an act relative to competitive bidding in countries, having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Richard Tripp for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report that with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Julie Gilman for the majority of the committee. The question is on the majority committee report of ITL. Are you ready for the question? All those, a division has been requested. Members will take their seats. The House will come to order. The chair recognizes Representative Maggiore for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I know that a very valuable tenet is to treat like things alike, and that competitive bidding for community or for counties would allow us to do that, and if I know that competitive bidding is a better guarantee for getting better pricing, and we all want to have the lowest price available for things that are very important to our counties, then would I please vote, which way do I want to go? Then would I please vote against the motion so that another motion can be made? Plus, red? Red. Thank you. Thank you, Madam.
The chair recognizes Representative Dolan for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to make a motion to table.
You're doing a PI in favor of ITL.
Oh, I see. I'm sorry. Pardon me. Madam Speaker, if I know that one size fits all is bad for dissimilar entities, and I know that local control is our means of operation in this state of New Hampshire, would I now press the green button to support the ITL?
The question is on the Majority Committee report of ITL on HB 112FN. This will be a division vote. If you are in favor, you will press the green button. If you are opposed, you will press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. With 175 in the affirmative and 160.
You got to hit the update display.
I did. Did it go? See, I'm hitting it.
He closed the vote. He closed the vote. Okay. So state the vote. He closed it. He closed it on our end, so it's not. You can't show it.
So this wasn't my fault.
No, that's
okay. With 175 in the affirmative and 163 in the negative, the motion fails. Sorry. Oh, it passed. I'm sorry, it passed. The majority of the Committee on Municipal and County Government, to which was referred HB 1119, an act relative to the regulation of single-use bags, having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Charles Melvin for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Rosemary Rung for the minority of the committee. For what purpose does the member rise?
To make a motion, Madam Speaker.
State your motion.
I'd like to make a motion to table HB 1119.
Okay, the motion on the floor is to table House Bill 1119. Are you ready for the question? Representative Burt has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members will take their seats. The House will come to order. This is a roll call vote. The question is on House Bill 1119, the majority report of, the motion to table. If you are in favor, you will press the green button. If you are opposed, you will press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Okay. I hit open vote.
I know, but the update display was also touched, so just tell them to keep voting, please.
Okay, just keep voting. The House will come to order. The House will be in order. With 300 in the affirmative and 35 in the negative, HB 1119 is laid upon the table.
Madam Chair.
For what purpose does the member rise?
To make a motion, Madam Chair.
Please state your motion.
Having voted on the prevailing side of House Bill 1087 and not sure that the vote was correctly called, although not on purpose, I would, is it table? Can I move to reconsider?
No, you would move to take it off the table.
Can I move to take it off the table?
1087, you said? Okay, so the motion is to reconsider, no? To remove House Bill 1087 from the table. Are you ready for the question? All those in division vote has been requested. Which one is coming? Oh, okay. The chair recognizes Representative Verville for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If I know that I voted on the prevailing side, but I also believe that the gavel came down quickly, and perhaps the true will of the body was not determined, and if I believe that the rightful and fair thing to do would be to allow the division vote on the tabling motion, but also, Madam Speaker, if I believe if I know that I do not support removing this bill from the table, would I now not press the shiny red button to leave this bill on the table? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The House will be in order. The chair recognizes Representative Stavis for a parliamentary inquiry. The House will be in order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hope I'm doing the right thing here. Madam Speaker, if I know that we are in the midst of an unprecedented housing shortage, and if I know that we need housing of all kinds to alleviate this crisis, if I further know that HB 1087 would make it easier to build single-family homes in areas served by public water and sewer, and if I know that doing so would have zero impact on the beautiful rural parts of our state, would I now press the red button to defeat the majority's inexpedient, the green button to remove it from the table? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The question before the House is removing HB 1087 from the table. If you are in favor, you will press the green button. If you are opposed, you will press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Macbeth.
Have all members present had the opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 166 in the affirmative, 169 in the negative. The motion fails. The majority of the Committee on Municipal and County Government, to which was referred HB 1172FN, an act requiring composting and waste recycling to be made available to residents of public housing, having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill be referred for interim study. Representative Ivy Van for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report that the following resolution resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Tony Piemonte for the minority of the committee. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. The majority of the Committee on Municipal and County Government, to which was referred HB 1177, an act relative to permissible residential units in a residential zone, having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Ivy Van for the majority of the committee. The minority of the Committee on having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Richard Tripp for the minority of the committee. The chair recognizes Representative Abramson to speak against the committee report.
I almost got to sit down. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition to the ought to pass motion on House Bill 1177 requiring apartment buildings be added in suburban areas. Almost the same bill came through municipal and county when I was there and comes through almost every year. This bill tries to override local control by forcing our towns and cities to accept apartment buildings where the voters have only approved the construction of a single-family house. According to the bill, quote, these may be configured as a single 4-unit building, 2 duplex units, 2 single units, 1 duplex unit with 2 accessory buildings, 4 townhouses, or a single-family house with 3 accessory dwelling units. Really? But you can't have a duplex, a townhouse, and an accessory for each? How about a mini courtyard plus for 3, plus a whole McMansion added on? Or two houses and a hotel on Marvin Gardens? Will this require that towns accept a 4-story high mini skyscraper like those in downtown Manchester, near where I used to live? Should even the inner suburbs of Manchester be required by the state to allow buildings that would only fit in the busier parts of Elm Street? And would buildings on Elm Street be torn down and replaced with pairs of duplexes, contrary to the intent of the planners at City Hall who put years and years and years into developing their city's plan, a kind of nightmare on Elm Street? Towns like Seabrook, okay, wasn't meant to be a joke, but I guess it is. Towns like Seabrook are already overloaded with apartment buildings, and most people there are now dead set against them. I used to serve on my town's planning board, and every single member of my planning board was opposed to adding apartment buildings to my town. Should the state override the will of the voters also? Should towns like Hampton Falls and Hampton be commanded by another top-down, one-size-fits-all solution to replace the suburbs with medium-density apartment buildings over 40 feet high, blocking everyone's view of the water? Would you want to see your neighborhood overbuilt? Would you want to explain to an angry planning board and other land use boards why you've thrown out years of town planning built around limited municipal services and staff to turn everything into something that looks somewhat like downtown Lawrence? What will we tell our constituents when they see their property tax rates nearly double because of the sudden need to add 2 police stations, 2 fire stations, another high school, to serve a state-induced surge in migration? And where will already overworked water departments find more water and bigger pipes in towns that are already at their limit? Or $6 million for a new wastewater treatment facility? How will our emergency rooms and fire departments deal with a large influx of people moving up from Lynn and Lawrence and North Shore, Mass, because thousands of cheaply built, low-income, stack and pack or Section 8 apartment buildings are only 10 feet apart, sometimes not far enough apart for our fire trucks in some of these small towns? This bill is the worst idea since Congress forced us to pay for giant pink flatulence balloons that cows have to have strapped on to combat global warming. Please press the red button.
For what purpose does the member rise?
To make a motion?
Please state your motion.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to table this bill.
The motion on the floor is to table House Bill 1177. A division vote has been requested. Members will take their seats.
I'm going to do the PI.
A roll call has been requested. Is that sufficiently seconded? It's hard to tell. That is sufficiently seconded. Members will take their seats.
I'm doing a PI. Good, yourself? You having fun? Oh, yeah, I just got back a week ago. Just the day before the last session. I'm trying to figure out if I can fly out this week. I'm back to
The House will come to order. The chair recognizes Representative Baldessaro for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if I know that this bill allows residential zone, single-family homes be rezoned in purposes for up to 4 residential units, and Madam Speaker, if I know New Hampshire believes in local control, and if I know statewide zoning mandates creates a one-size-fits-all, and Madam Speaker, if I know many in this House have invested their hard-earned money in property only to have it changed by a vote here in the House, would I press the green button and table this bill?
The House will come to order. The chair recognizes Representative Van for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members of the House, if I know that New Hampshire is short somewhere between 20 and 30,000 housing units, and if I know that our restrictive zoning is part of the reason that we cannot build more units, and if I know that this bill allows four units, and if I know that the Federal Home Administration believes that 4 units is a house, would I now vote red against the tabling motion so that we can debate this bill? Thank you very much.
The question is on the tabling motion for HB 1177. This is a roll call vote. If you are in favor, you will press the green button. If you are opposed, you will press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Cohen.
Have all members present had the opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 167 in the affirmative, 157 in the negative. The motion passes. Okay, Steve's coming up.
For what reason does a member rise?
I'd like the remarks, I move that the remarks of the previous debate be added to the permanent journal. I move that the remarks of the previous debate be entered into the permanent journal.
Holy feedback. Okay, so I already heard an objection. The motion is to print the remarks of the previous debate in the permanent journal. And a division's been requested. Members should probably still be in their seats, but this is a division vote. There's some out there. has a question. All right, it's time for members to go to their seats. The question is whether to print the remarks of the previous debate in the permanent journal. This is a division vote. Hey, where are you headed? Okay. So, like I said, this is to print the remarks of the previous debate in the permanent journal. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Sandler, Representative Lade. Representative Fargo.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 199 having voted in the affirmative, 136 in the negative. The remarks will be printed. The majority of the Committee on Municipal and County Government, to which was referred House Bill 1184, an act authorizing the establishment of revolving funds. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative John McDonald for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Rosemary Rung for the minority of the committee. The question is on the majority committee report of inexpedient to legislate. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted.
Mr. Speaker.
For what reason does the member rise?
To make a motion.
Okay, state your motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to have House Bill 1194 placed on the table.
It's not in front of us. We're not there yet, Representative.
Oh.
Yeah, we don't have that bill up yet.
Mr. Speaker, can you wait a little while for me to get my head together? I didn't mean that. Sorry. Totally wrong. My fault. Okay.
All right. The majority of the Committee on Municipal and County Government, to which was referred House Bill 1194, an act relative to the procedure for overriding a local tax cap. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Diane Power for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Julie Gilman for the minority of the committee. What reason does the member rise?
To hopefully improve on my last request, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I make a motion to place 1194 on the table, should you agree.
The motion is to lay House Bill 1194 on the table. Division's been requested. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. Who requested a roll call? All right. Representative Pratt requests a roll call, and it is sufficiently seconded.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hang on a sec. And members should be in their seats. Okay. This is a division vote. The motion is to lay House Bill 1194. Oh, it's a roll call. My bad. To lay House Bill 1194 on the table. Representative Mangiapudi is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill will only impact 7 communities out of 280 communities in New Hampshire, it only impacts 7, and we do not need it, I would urge you to press green, color of my jacket, Irish luck. Thank you.
Representative Dolan's recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we've wasted enough time on this, so I'm just going to say that vote against.
Representative Dolan?
Yes.
You're recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
If I know that this bill should not come off the table, I'm sorry. If I know that this bill should not come off the table, not go on the table, I'm sorry, would I press the red button and get it over with?
The House will be in order. And that's why we do inquiries, so we can get the answers. Okay, so this is a roll call vote to lay House Bill 1194 on the table. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 148 in the affirmative, 181 in the negative. The motion fails. Back to the majority committee report. Ought to pass. The member from Exeter, Representative Gilman, is recognized to speak against the committee report. Where's he at?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Hang on a sec. The House will be in order so that we can hear the member at the well, please. Sorry, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1194 proposes a change to the voting process of a tax cap override in a town or district that has adopted RSA 32:B-5. The proposed legislation requires a 3/5 supermajority vote for tax cap override, which is already specified in RSA 32:C, used for budget approval. The bill was proposed as a clarification, but is now confusing Section B with Section C. Further, it has an additional change to include only the first-year payment of a multi-year bond in the cap calculation, disregarding any debt service, and is not clear what happens after the initial payment or what may accrue the following years. Capital bonds are voted separately from operating budgets in the first year, and then, if approved, are appropriated in the subsequent operating budgets. A further concern is that the bond ratings may be affected by the lack of guaranteed payments that were not considered with this bill. It also has no provision for the possibility of rising inflation. This bill is not as clarifying as it says it wanted to be. It leads to more questions than answers. For these reasons, the minority found this bill inexpedient to legislate, and Mr. Speaker, I ask for a division vote.
The member from Brookline, Representative Power, is recognized to speak in support of the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 1194. Year after year, New Hampshire citizens are faced with increased local spending and escalating tax bills, making it extremely difficult for some to make ends meet in the Granite State. House Bill 1194 helps to address the problem of escalating taxes resulting from unsustainable spending at the local level. Currently, a tax cap may be adopted with a 3/5 supermajority vote by the legislative body, and with just a simple majority vote, the legislative body can override a tax cap. This bill addresses this problem. Since the purpose of a tax cap is to ensure fiscal responsibility and prudence in spending, it is therefore reasonable that any proposed spending which exceeds the tax cap should have a higher standard to pass than just a simple majority. And furthermore, since a supermajority is required to adopt a tax cap, then it makes sense that a supermajority should be required to override a tax cap. Requiring a 3/5 supermajority override will ensure that any spending that exceeds a tax cap is both warranted and is supported by the legislative body. Additionally, it is important to note that this bill in no way limits the legislative body's authority to either increase or decrease the amount of any single appropriation or the total amount of all appropriations. In conclusion, this bill puts teeth into a toothless tax cap, and it provides an essential tool for New Hampshire taxpayers to more effectively manage unsustainable spending and keep local taxes under control. For these reasons, I urge my fellow colleagues to support the committee recommendation of ought to pass by voting yes on House Bill 1194 by pushing the green button. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The questions on the Majority Committee report of ought to pass. Are you ready for the question? Division has been requested. Members take your seats. Or a roll call. Who requested a roll call? Representative Terosian requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is. This will be a roll call vote. Faster we get to our seats, faster we can go home. Members, take your seats, please. All right. Close enough. The questions on the Majority Committee report of ought to pass. Representative Maggiore is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill is not merely a bill to create the voting percentage to create a local tax cap, and if, Mr. Speaker, if I know that the additional language in this bill requires that only the first-year payment on a bond, long-term contract, municipal project, capital improvement project are the numbers that shall be used in the analysis for the tax cap and not the subsequent years, and if, Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill only applies to 7 out of the 234 municipalities and school units in New Hampshire, and that none of those communities testified about a problem within their communities. And finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know that we should preserve the local authority that legislative bodies and school districts need to negotiate their own prudent funding without any additional interference from the state, then would I press the red button to overturn the OTP so that a different motion can be made. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Silber is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that across the Granite State taxpayers are met year after year with increasing local budgets in taxes, in towns, cities, and schools, resulting in constantly escalating tax bills year after year, making it difficult for our constituents and their families to make their ends meet. And Mr. Speaker, if I know that local tax caps have been enacted in many parts of the state in an attempt to moderate the increasing tax burdens on our families. And Mr. Speaker, if I know that current law enables the voters of a town or district to adopt a local tax cap by a 3/5 supermajority, but allows the legislative body to override the tax cap by but a simple majority vote. And Mr. Speaker, if I know that HB 1194 would change the vote to override a local tax cap from a simple majority to the same 3/5 supermajority now required to put the tax cap in place in the first place, and if I know that HB 1194 would provide New Hampshire taxpayers with an important tool that can enable them to more effectively manage unsustainable spending at the local level in an effort to keep tax increases at more reasonable levels, then would I press the bright green button to approve the OTP motion to adopt HB 1194. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All right, we're in the voting mode. Representatives should have been all along in their seats. The questions on the Majority Committee report have ought to pass. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Bose. Representative Ham. Representative Ammon.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 183 in the affirmative, 146 in the negative. The committee report's adopted.
Majority of the Committee on Municipal and County Government, to which was referred House Bill 1219, an act relative to parking requirements for religious, institutional, affiliated housing development projects. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Paul Ayer for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill be referred for interim study. Representative Eric Gallagher from the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Gallagher. Representative Gallagher waves off. Chair recognizes Representative McDonald. He's waving off too. Question before the House is the majority report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1219. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. Ayes have it, and the majority committee report is accepted. Majority of the Committee on Municipal and County Government, to which was referred House Bill 1223, an act relative to meeting attendance requirements for elected members of Budget Committee and School Board. Considered the same, report the same, with the recommendation the bill be referred for interim study. Senator Richard Lascelles for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Rosemary Rung for the minority of the committee. Question before the House is the majority report of refer for interim study on House Bill 1223. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Municipal... The House will be in order. Majority of the Committee on Municipal and County Government, to which was referred House Bill 1268, an act limiting the authority for City Council bylaws and ordinances. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and recommendation that bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Richard Lascelles for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Laurel Stavis for the minority of the committee. Chair Stavis. Chair recognizes Representative Stavis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, we've seen a version of HB 1268 in a previous session, and we rejected it. I hope you'll agree that we should do so again. This bill seeks to limit the authority of city councils to make certain bylaws and ordinances, a responsibility...
Representative, could you suspend, please? My mistake. I forgot to do the amendment first, so let me do the amendment, and then you can start over again. The amendment is 0680H, printed in House Record 10A, pages 35 through 36. The question is on the amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Now you're all set, Representative. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Okay, we've seen a version of this bill before, and we've rejected it. I hope we'll agree that we should do so again. It seeks to limit the authority of city councils to make certain bylaws and ordinances, a responsibility that the citizens who elected them expect them to carry out. City councils have broad authority under RSA 4717 to regulate activities taking place within their jurisdictions. HB 1268 proposes to delete a key phrase from Section 15 of that law that allows municipalities to make any regulations that, and I quote, may seem needful for the well-being of the city, substituting it with, and I quote again, to regulate nuisances that interfere with the use and enjoyment of one's property. This is classic government overreach. Not only does HB 1268 assume that we in the legislature know more than the local officials our citizens elect, it puts forth the notion that enjoyment of property is all that matters. Public health measures, regulations to design, protect citizens and help them thrive, those are trivial, and in fact they should be prohibited. This bill, as amended, undermines the essence of RSA 4717, which empowers local elected officials to protect the people they serve, and not just their property. And it subverts existing law further by preventing city councils from carrying out the duties they are sworn to perform. I have no doubt that all of us in this chamber are very wise, but are we better equipped to know at the local level what citizens in the 13 cities across our state want? I really don't think so. And that is why they chose some of us to serve at the state level while expecting the councilors they elected locally to understand their needs and ensure their safety. I urge you to vote ITL yet again on this newest version of State House overreach. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We're down to our last speaker. Representative Blazek has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This is going to be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. Chair recognizes Harvey Bolia to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is simple. It fixes vague language about what kinds of health bylaws city councils may pass. It inserts a definition about public health nuisances into the statute to clear up vagaries. It only pertains to one sentence in the miscellaneous section about city council bylaws, not the whole chapter. The definition was developed by the New Hampshire Public Health Nuisance Task Force to address this sometimes confusing subject matter. It leaves intact the broad authority that city councils have enjoyed to make local issue bylaws. It covers everything from septic codes to mosquito control, everything that is a local issue. But it ensures that broader public health issues will be addressed by the state. Please support the committee recommendation and vote green. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is the majority report of order passes amended on House Bill 1268. This is a roll call vote. Members will take their seats. Chair recognizes Representative Magliore for a parliamentary inquiry. Wait a minute. Just a minute. Representative? All set? Sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill creates government overreach by limiting the local control so crucial to each and every city council, and if, Mr. Speaker, I know that the current statutory language, which is make any bylaws or ordinance which may seem for the well-being of the city, has served our cities well, and that the limiting language to be amended would limit the statute to the enjoyment of property. And Mr. Speaker, if I know that the current statute ensures that local elected officials in our cities are empowered to protect all the people that they serve and not just their property, then, Mr. Speaker, would I vote red on the current motion so that a different motion can be made? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Dolan for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill, as amended, clarifies and better defines how city councils make laws, and if I know that DHHS is best staffed with expertise to lead state efforts regarding communicable diseases, and if I know a city-by-city approach would create a confusing patchwork of differing laws, then would I not press the green button to support the OPTA recommendation?
The motion before us is the majority report of order passes amended on House Bill 1268. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Sign. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will tend to stay to the vote. 176 voting yea, 156 voting nay. The committee report is adopted.
No debate on this one?
Majority of the Committee on Municipal and County Government, to which was referred House Bill 1289, an act relative to applications for abatements and authority to abate prior year taxes for certain homeowners. Considered the same, report the same. The recommendation that the bill be referred for interim study. Senator Rosemary Rung for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, will report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Joseph Guthrie for the minority of the committee. Motion before us is majority committee report of refer for interim study. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on the Municipal and County Government, to which was referred House Bill 1307, an act modifying the authority and duties of the Housing Appeals Board. Considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Senator Richard Tripp for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Ivy Van for the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Van.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members of the House. This bill seeks to change the rules under which the Housing Appeals Board does its work, and I am asking you not to support the committee report because the Housing Appeals Board has only been in operation for about 2 years, and so far it looks like it's working okay. What this bill does is say that some local boards and elected officials shall not be considered when the Housing Appeals Board is looking at whether to approve or not approve an appeal. And while it seems sensible that maybe only the Planning Board and the ZBA should be part of that, since select boards have to do with whether roads are open and closed and what classification roads have, and road classification does in fact affect how land use can be done. So I would respectfully ask you, for that reason, to vote against the ought to pass so that all of the boards and elected officials and appointed officials that have to do with decisions concerning land use may continue to be part of the Housing Appeals Board process. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Barbara Griffin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you've heard, this bill relates to the Housing Appeals Board, HAB, the HAB Board. It was formed sort of like the Board of Tax and Land Appeals. It's a 3-person board appointed, supposed to be people of expertise in the area, and it's to provide an avenue for appeal from local decisions. This board is a lesson in legislative experience, much like committees getting a bill and having it be in their jurisdiction. The HAB board was actually created in 2019 in what some people referred to as the Christmas tree bill, HB2. It was a bill that has tried to meander its way through the legislative process, one body to the other body to a signature, but didn't quite make it. And sort of like the Christmas tree that has unexpected presents under it, it reappeared in the HB2 as a bill that ultimately was passed without following what some argue is the typical legislative process. As stated, this board is relatively new, but I would suggest to you that waiting for something we create to go bad to fix it is not a reason to not address it today. Since the Housing Appeals Board was formed, there have actually been 15, at least at the time the committee considered it, 15 bills that were considered by this, which are appeals from your local boards. And as also suggested, it has included an appeal from the Board of Selectmen, even though an appeal from the Board of Selectmen was not ever listed in the jurisdiction of this board when the bill was adopted. What was listed in the jurisdiction of bills for the board when this was adopted was a non-exclusive list of things that do not include development of land. So what it was authorized by statute to do was to hear appeals of fines, ordinances, and things that were never expressed as the purpose of the Housing Appeals Board. What this bill does is put the Housing Appeals Board in a position where its authority is clearly delineated to those decisions in your localities that deal with the approval of development of land. It's what it was intended to do, and I ask that you approve the bill so it is what it can continue to do. Thank you.
Motion before us is the majority report of order pass. House Bill 1307. You ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Municipal and County Government, to which was referred House Bill 1342. Act relative to municipal charter provisions for tax caps. Having considered the same, report the same. The recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Senator Patricia Keel for the majority of the committee. Majority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Richard Tripp from the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Power to speak against the committee report.
Mr. Chairman? Are you speaking? Okay, Weiler speaking, I guess. Thank you.
Okay, the chair recognizes Representative Weiler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Excuse me. I rise to oppose the passage of House Bill 1342. Sometimes the people we elect to our governing boards get impressed with all the demands of government, when most of the voices they are listening to are all saying spend, spend, spend. So we allowed the taxpayers to vote in spending caps. A landmark decision on Manchester's spending led to the passage of a 2011 law to put in law guidance on spending caps that had been passed locally. The law stated, and I quote, "All town or city charters which have been adopted, revised, or amended to include a tax or spending cap of any kind, and all charter commissions which have been properly established and elected, all elections properly held and all actions properly taken related to the tax or spending cap in such charters are hereby endorsed, ratified, validated, and legalized, and are fully enforceable without regard to whether such entities or actions were authorized by law at the time they were established or taken." When enacted, some of the spending caps included an override clause, but not all of them did. So those are left without that control. Thus we see House Bill 1342. It was filed to benefit Nashua, because when their spending cap was passed, there was no section to provide for a supermajority override. In order to override the Nashua budget now, it would take a charter commission To place the override language therein, a charter commissioned by the legal procedure takes about 2 years. Nashua wants their representatives to pass this law so they can do it in less time. Although many of the municipal and county government committee seem to sympathize with that intent, this bill before us has unintended consequences. As it was written, I see that it eliminates provisions in an earlier law that would have protected previous actions. It eliminates some of the language in the paragraph I just read in quotation marks. It would remove the necessity for an annual municipal budget supermajority vote in order to exclude interest and principal on municipal bonded debt or capital expenditure to outside the limit of the capped budget. It would remove the necessity of an annual municipal budget supermajority vote in order for an ordinance or accounting practice to redistribute budget items from within the limits of the capped budget. Most importantly, this bill would eliminate the crucial provisions signed into law just last year. That grandfather tax and spending caps enacted before July 5th, 2011, that would be eliminated, thus jeopardizing municipal charter tax and spending caps across the state. Unintended consequences could affect your municipal budget while narrowly focusing on Nashua's problem. To fix one problem, we should not jeopardize the situation of perhaps many other places. This bill has flaws. Rather than having to come back next time to fix them, let's just reverse this ought to pass and make the bill inexpedient to legislate. Press the red button. Thank you.
Chair Representative O'Brien, speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Happy St. Patrick's Day to you and to all my colleagues. What's before us this afternoon is House Bill 1342, and it is kind of in an indirect way a rebuttal to Senate Bill 52. If the representative, I listened to his debate, and he says, well, how things came in. Well, Senate Bill 52, instead of taking the freight elevator, it definitely took the express elevator. Okay, the right way to have done this was to have something brought up as on a referendum within the city budget, as the city ballot, but that wasn't done. Instead, it came in via a backdoor with a senator, and thus here we are. So whenever anything comes in the back door, does it really solve 100% of the problem? The answer is usually not, okay? So in this particular case, Nashua, yes, is seeking resolve. Now, I understand, and I don't want you, some of my good friends and colleagues, to be rolling your eyes, sort of like an old episode of the Brady Bunch, where Jan goes up and says, Marsha, Marsha, Marsha. And here's Obie down at the well going, Nashua, Nashua, Nashua. But this is a truly legitimate problem for the citizens of Nashua. What's at hand here, if there is some dire emergency, Nashua may need a mechanism to override the cap on a particular issue. So I arise today to urge you, and I would also like to say, in our existing charter, it is already codified that we do have a supermajority. It's in the charter. So I rise today to urge you to support 1342 with a positive recommendation of ought to pass. This bill would allow the citizens of Nashua the same fiscal rights enjoyed by many of your same communities. If you have in your community a spending cap, you probably do have some override provision in it. All Nashua wants to do in this particular bill is to be treated fairly. You remember I previously came last year and came before you on Senate Bill 52, which was discussed by this body. At that time I spoke 52 was flawed and created problems. Again, as I reiterated earlier, having this without an override is one of the problems. This does not harm Senate Bill 52. As a matter of fact, it enhances it. By enhancing it, it will basically allow the override position. Now, how did we get here from Nashua? This was tried and true. The Supreme Court ruled down the spending cap till we can have the override position put into it. Why is this override provision needed? Well, many of you will wear two hats like I do. I'm an alderman in the city of Nashua, and maybe some of you, besides being a state rep, are in the same boat. You know that sometimes Murphy, speaking of St. Patty's Day, Murphy's Law, what can go wrong will. Maybe a wall might fall on your fire truck or something might happen. And at times, you might need a remedy to go above the cap. So by allowing Nashua to have this, will allow them to address those particular issues. In essence, Senate House Bill 1342 does not, in any form, like I say, try to harm Senate Bill 52. So therefore, there is further precedent on this, and I want to bring up that RSA 49C, semicolon 33, the letter I, parentheses D, and I don't want to bore you, but a limit on the annual spending increases that increases the amount raised by taxes under the city budget adopted pursuant to RSA 49-C 23. Such a cap shall provide for an override threshold on a vote to exceed the normal annual increase, which shall be a supermajority as determined by the charter. A tax cap in the provision of a city charter may provide for specific inclusions. I don't think you want me to go on with the whole thing, but I think you can believe me on exactly what I say. It's right in there in the RSA. So I'm asking you to be a little bit friendly. Nashua has a little bit of an issue. I know we're the only city or town that has this particular issue. So I'm asking for your grace that you will come up and support the citizens of Nashua and by passing House Bill 1342 and to allow the right that evidently was wrong to allow the city of Nashua, which was a standalone municipality with no override provision, and to become part of it, just like Manchester, which is similar in size to us, and they have the override as well. So I'm asking for fair treatment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us, Majority Committee report of ought to pass on House Bill 1342. Are you ready for the question? A division has been requested. Members will take their seats. This will be a division vote. Roll call has been requested. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members will be in their seats. The motion before us is the majority report of ought to pass on House Bill 1342. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Power for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know today is St. Patrick's Day and shamrocks are green, would I then oppose the committee recommendation of ought to pass by pressing the red button so that another motion can be made? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Van for a parliamentary inquiry. House will be in order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members of the House. If I know that this bill corrects an oversight and puts our second largest city on the same footing as other places, would I now press the green button and support the committee recommendation of ought to pass?
The motion before us is Majority Committee Report of Ought to Pass on House Bill 1342. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 157 voting yea, 181 voting nay. Majority Committee report fails. Representative Weiler moves inexpedient to legislate. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee minority report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Municipal and County Government, to which was referred House Bill 1393, an act relative to the adoption of school district budget caps, considered the same, report the same, with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Senator Diane Power for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Jim Magliore for the minority of the committee. The motion before us is the majority report of ought to pass. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor? For what reason does the member rise?
To make a motion?
State your motion.
I move to table House Bill 1393.
That is a proper motion. The motion before us is to table House Bill 1393. A division has been requested. Members will take their seats. This will be a division vote. Roll call has been requested. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The House will come to order. The House will come to order. The motion before us is to table on House Bill 1393. Chair recognizes Maggiore for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill, as it's drafted, will create a mandate throughout the state that it's going to be confusing for every municipality, then would I now press the green button to place this bill on the table? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Osborne for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I am very concerned tonight about out-of-control spending and ever-escalating property taxes, and I know that this bill will help us do something about that, would I press the red button now?
The motion before us is the tabling motion on House Bill 1393. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 164 voting yea, 178 voting nay. The tabling motion fails. We're back to the question of ought to pass the majority committee report of House Bill 1393. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Several members were just asking at the bottom of page 80 of the calendar, it appears House Bill 1387. As I sent an email to all members last week, that was inadvertently printed in the calendar. It was acted on last week. So please pardon our mistake. Thank you.
I also come to order. The majority of the Committee on Municipal and County Government, to which was referred House Bill 1667, an act relative to the standard and optional veterans tax credits and the all veterans tax credit. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Diane Power for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Patricia Klee for the minority of the committee. The member from Nashua, Representative Klee, is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, I have to admit, as a person who's worked with the military veterans since I was 18 years old, who's worked with Department of Defense, Department of Veterans Affairs, for me to speak against anything that would limit any person from a military background, veteran or active duty, getting any extra benefit puts a dagger into my heart. But the truth is, we have to look at the big picture. And we have to be honest that in the end, this is a tax shifting bill. It shifts the tax burden from one group of individuals to another group of individuals. The broadened definition will only add more to the pool who qualify for the veterans' credits and exemptions. I agree we should do everything that we can to thank those that have and are serving our country and keeping us safe, but doing so at the expense of others doesn't make us the good guys. While serving on state, federal relations, and Veterans Affairs, there were a number of bills brought to create equity between Title 38 Veterans Benefits, U.S. Code 101 definitions, often referred to as USC 101, meaning the definitions of veterans and what is a veteran as well as what is active duty. As per USC 101, a veteran by definition is a person who served in the active military naval, or air service, and who was discharged or released therefrom under conditions other than dishonorable. The key word here is served, not serving. As I already stated, but bears repeating, if we were to change the definition for the purpose of credits and exemptions, we are adding to the pool of those who qualify for these credits and exemptions. In 2020, based on the Department of Revenue, the DRA, reports the state of New Hampshire, through the municipalities, granted $31,775,637 in tax relief to 54,654 veterans and or families. In a nutshell, those who do not qualify for these exemptions and credits share in what is often referred to as lost taxes, meaning their taxes go up to cover these lost taxes. It should be noted that the Veterans Tax Credit Exemption Program is enabling and will remain that way even if this passes. But, and this is a big but, when each municipality designed their program, they based it on what they felt their residents could or would bear. Some municipalities chose not to grant any veterans credits exemptions, and others have given high amounts, and others not quite so much. I stated that in 2020, in the state of New Hampshire, municipalities granted almost $32 million in tax relief just to veterans and their families. There are small communities who don't grant any, and some that grant as little as an overall amount of only $50. And then there are those larger communities, cited in the minority report, that granted credits, exemptions in excess of $1.5 million. Communities such as those in the area of Pease and those communities that border the state to our south will have the largest impact. Based on 2020 figures of active duty and reservists here in New Hampshire, there's a potential of an increase of the pool by an additional 10% who will qualify. Again, shifting the burden to other property owners who do not qualify. In the end, isn't a new tax shift of any form an increase in taxes? And isn't the state of New Hampshire all about little to no taxes? I'm not going to throw around the cliche that is often spoken in this chamber relative to taxes, but I know that I can't ask those already struggling in my city to pick up an additional burden. Can you? The only way to eliminate that burden would be to either, one, lessen the amount granted for a credit, or two, completely eliminate the credit exemption in that community. Personally, I don't see the latter happening. But I do believe it's conceivable for larger communities to reduce what they currently grant. If that happens, once again, we are increasing the tax burden of those veterans who are getting the credit/exemptions. This is a very hard catch-22 in that passing this legislation will hurt one group or another or multiple groups. This is not a political fight. Rather, it's a fight to not burden those already held down by taxes, just to say, look how we helped one very important population. I have to ask, can we do so on the backs of the remaining property owners? Again, I'm going to repeat something to help make it clear so that we all understand the situation. You'll hear from others that Veterans Tax Credit is enabling, and yes, it is. However, if you implement it or have done so, you must do so in its entirety. You can't say this group or that group. You have to do it all, exactly as the legislation says. You can set the amount that you give as long as you stay within the minimum and maximum set by this very body. This means that some municipalities have Veterans Tax Credits exemptions, while others have a credit as low as the minimum of $50 and others as high as the maximum of $750. Some may say this doesn't cost the state or the municipality a single dime. They're 100% right. It doesn't take a toll on either budget. However, it does hit the wallets of those who this does not apply to. As my mom taught me, stealing from Peter to pay Paul and patting ourselves on the back because we helped veterans doesn't make us better people. Let's continue to use the definition provided by Title 38 USC 101 relative to veterans as those who have served and not broaden the definition here. Those that argue in favor of this bill may say this is just a housekeeping bill to bring one state statute into the other, in line with another. While there may be another New Hampshire statute that defines a veteran to include active duty, etc., perhaps we need to examine why, and if necessary, bring that statute into alignment. And the Veterans Benefit, Title 38 U.S.C. 101's definition of a veteran as a person who served and not serving. Remember, unintended consequences. A broadened definition for a veteran that puts us in conflict with the federal definition of a veteran only puts a burden on those pools of property owners who don't qualify. This body does everything that we can to keep taxes low, and we do what we can to maintain equity throughout our state. This is a simple tax shift to those who don't qualify. I hope that you will join me in overturning the ought to pass of this tax shifting bill so that another motion can be made. And thank you so much for listening to my very first floor speech.
The House. The member from Brookline, Representative Power, is recognized to speak in favor of the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 1667. In 1871, after the Civil War, the first Veterans Tax Credit was signed into law in New Hampshire. Over the past 150 years, a number of statutory changes have been made to include the latest armed conflicts, the definition of a veteran, and to include certain National Guardsmen and reservists. New Hampshire law clearly defines a veteran as any person who has served in the armed forces for more than 4 years and continues to serve, or who has been honorably discharged or has received an uncharacterized discharge based on a service-connected injury, illness, or disability. Due to the discrepancy between this definition of a veteran and the Veterans Tax Credit statutes, some military veterans are wrongly excluded from receiving any of the Veterans Tax Credits. And ironically, the All Veterans Tax Credit does not include all veterans recognized under New Hampshire law. House Bill 1667 addresses these inconsistencies. First, this bill amends the language in the Veterans Tax Credit statutes to include those veterans still serving consistent with the statutory definition of a veteran. And second, this bill removes the Title 10 prefix from the Veterans Tax Credits language so that Title 10, Title 32, and Title 14 active service all qualify for the 90-day requirement. Lastly, it is important to note that less than 0.5% of Americans currently serve in our armed forces. Therefore, the claim that these changes will create an undue tax burden is over-exaggerated. And furthermore, the dollar amount that my colleague quoted previously pertains a large percentage to disabled veterans. In conclusion, this bill clarifies that all veterans of the United States Armed Forces who served in any active duty status, regardless of the title or the branch of military that they served in, as well as those who continue to serve, qualify for the Veterans Tax Credits. For these reasons, I urge my fellow colleagues to support the committee recommendation of ought to pass by voting yea on House Bill 1667 by pushing the green button. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The House will be in order. Representative Baldessaro requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, please take your seats. The House will come to order. Members, please take your seats. And while I have you all here, quick reminder, when someone's speaking at the well, please use any other aisle. If you need that aisle to get to your seat, they should be done in a minute or two, maybe wait, but if you have to come down here for anything, for example, someone's at that well, use one of the other aisles, please. Representative Stavis is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the expanded definition of a veteran proposed in this bill conflicts with the definition of veterans under federal law, and if I know that New Hampshire towns and cities already provide generous support to veterans, their spouses, and children, granting more than $32 million in 2020 alone, and if I know that this bill will shift tax burdens from one group to another, something we really don't want to do, resulting in significant property tax increases for those who do not qualify, would I now press the red button to defeat the majority's ought to pass recommendation so that another motion can be made? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Edwards is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know from my 33 years of serving in all components of the Army that my 10 years of active duty was spent on hardship tours in Monterey, California, San Antonio, Texas, the University of Southern California, and Seoul, Korea, but that my 2 tours of being recalled to active duty as a guardsman or a reservist, I was in both components. I deployed to Afghanistan and got shot at 4 times. I never got shot at on active duty. And so as we look dispassionately, if I know that as we look dispassionately at these definitions, the way the current tax code is written discriminates against the guardsmen and the reservists who, after 20 years of a land war in the Middle East, have probably seen as much combat duty as most active duty people. So if I knew that this wasn't about money, because if it's about money, we can reduce the money later. If I knew that this was about equity, wouldn't I treat our guardsmen and our reservists who have sacrificed by deploying away from their families only to be subjected to the same death and injury that an active duty soldier would? And if I knew all of that, wouldn't I vote green on this? Thank you.
The House will be in order. The question is on the Majority Committee report of ought to pass on House Bill 1667. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Welch.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 205 in the affirmative, 127 in the negative. The committee report is adopted.
Mr. Speaker.
For what reason does the member rise?
I'd like to make a motion.
Okay.
I'd like to take 1177 off the table. And I'd like to speak to my motion.
Not a debatable motion, sorry.
Okay. Division vote, and I'll do a PI.
Hey, Tom.
Okay. The motion is to remove House Bill 1177 from the table. Are you ready for the question? Okay, there we go. I knew there'd be one of those. Who was that? Who requested the roll call? And it is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call.
Representative Tripp requested the roll call.
All right. Members should be in their seats. Representatives Hill, McGuire, yep. All right. All right, this is a roll call vote. The motion is to remove House Bill 1177 from the table. Representative Bolio is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that affordable housing is important to the Republicans, for the Republicans in this room and the Democrats and the entire state, if I know that I just spoke with the public policy director of the BIA, and the BIA, one of its priorities is affordable housing, would I now press the green button to take this off the table so that we could debate? Thank you.
Representative Osborne is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So if I do know that the affordability of housing is probably the most critical issue that we face today, but I also know that I already voted against putting this bill on the table once, I voted to take it off the table once, would I now give up on the losing battle and move on?
Press the red button.
The motion is to remove House Bill 1177 from the table. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Members should be in their seats. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 159 in the affirmative, 176 in the negative. The motion fails. Yeah. The Committee on Public Works and Highways, to which was referred House Bill 1432, prohibiting the use of state funds for new passenger rail projects. Representative Graham moves ought to pass. For what reason does the member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I arise for a motion.
Okay, state your motion.
My motion is to table.
I did. Representative O'Brien moves that House Bill 1432 be laid on the table.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And may I, Mr. Speaker, request a roll
Hold up.
call?
Hang on a sec.
I told you all about Murphy's Law.
No, I know. He said O'Brien asked for it in the mic.
A roll call, please.
All righty. Representative O'Brien moves that House Bill 1432 be laid on the table and requests a roll call vote. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, please take your seats. All right, members should be in their seats so we can get this thing going. This is a roll call vote. The motion is to lay House Bill 1432 on the table. Representative O'Brien is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry. I'm sorry, Representative Query is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the committee members who support inexpedient to legislate believe this bill is premature, and if I know that the New Hampshire DOT was authorized to conduct a project development phase for the proposed capital corridor under the state's 10-year transportation plan, entirely paid for with federal transportation funds, no state money, and if this bill passes could potentially leave us on the hook for an unknown sum, and if I know that when completed next year, the project development will give the legislature a clearer picture of the total costs, and the legislators in the next term can debate those costs on and where the funding should or should not come from. And if I further know that Manchester is the economic driver of the state and that this project will come right through my district of Manchester's Ward 9, bringing with it the opportunities of private-public partnerships and boundless new business ventures for residents of Manchester, Nashua, Bedford, and countless other surrounding communities, then would I now press the green button to table this premature legislation.
Representative Graham is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I've learned anything in the 2 decades up here, that sometimes it's nice to listen to the opposition before you vote against their position. And if I know that the debate on this bill will be one-on-one and very short, and that you should listen to both sides since it is without recommendation, and if I truly believe that the ought to pass position will prevail in this body, would I now press the red button and keep this off of the table? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is whether to lay House Bill 1432 on the table. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, House will be in order. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Mann. Representative Mann.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 152 in the affirmative, 182 in the negative. The motion fails. We're back to the motion of ought to pass. The member from Nashua, Representative Jack, is recognized to speak against the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to the ought to pass motion. The Federal Transit Administration has an established process that we are following. Step 1 is the alternatives analysis that was completed in 2014. It evaluated 7 bus and rail alternatives, including doing nothing, to develop ridership estimates, economic benefit estimates, and cost estimates. The best cost benefit was achieved by extension of the MBTA Lowell line to Manchester on the existing freight line. Step 2 is the project development phase that was funded in 2019 by SB 241 and identical language in that year's budget, HB 4. This phase does enough engineering to determine a firm project cost, completes environmental permitting, and produces a financial plan to suggest how capital and operating costs could be covered. It is on track to be completed later this year. The source of funds is Federal Transit Administration funds already in the state's possession, matched with toll credits. It is important to note this pool of money can only be spent on transit and only in the Boston urbanized area. The state receives a new allocation every year, and using this funding is not starving any other project. With these 2 steps complete, a future legislature could decide to apply for a competitive construction grant under the New Starts program after what I am sure would be a full and vigorous debate on the financial plan. Nothing in what we have done so far obligates the state to proceed to construction or to repay any of the federal funds that have been used. Amtrak operates the Downeaster from Boston into Maine and the Vermonter that crosses into New Hampshire to make a stop in Claremont. These are not using state funds at this time, but they may wish to in the future. Knowing all of this, we can see that the bill does nothing to advance the intention to stop the Capitol Corridor project since no state funds are being used. There is strong public support for commuter rail. I looked at a poll over the weekend that was over 70% in support. Not having rail makes it more difficult for employers to attract workers. Some of those workers might be the cryptocurrency developers that we heard about on Tuesday. Passing this bill would send a terrible message about how willing the legislature is to listen to its citizens and businesses. We avoid appropriating funds outside of the budget cycle, and it is equally wrong to pass a bill that would restrict the use of funds outside of the budget cycle. I encourage members to join me in pressing the red button.
It is, hang on a second. It's super noisy in here, and can somebody close that door at the back? Sorry about that. Please continue.
I encourage members to join me in pressing the red button to defeat the ought to pass motion so another motion may be made.
Hopefully they're not too comfy out there. This is going to go fast. The member from Bedford, Representative Graham, is recognized to speak in favor of the motion. He's the last speaker. I'd be shocked if this was, and they've already asked for a division vote on this, so members should start migrating back.
Quietly, please. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the ought to pass motion on HB 1432. Let's talk about this for a little bit. It is not whether or not passenger rail is going to come to New Hampshire. That is a policy decision for another day. It is not about private-public partnerships with the political subdivisions of the state. That is their decision to make in the future. It is also, unfortunately, not about ancillary costs to municipalities in any rail corridor. And there will be some if this is ever built. It is not about stopping the ongoing project development plan for the Capital Rail Corridor project. That is being done with federal monies and is well underway with a report date for that study in early 2023. We have some preliminary reports from it, but nothing that really indicates what it's going to cost. This report will cover what it costs for construction, operating, maintenance, whatever else is needed to include if we have to put down new rail or anything else. And it will also address funding sources to pay for all of this, which will in probability, taking it in toto, be in the hundreds of millions of dollars. What it is a statement that the state of New Hampshire will not be used as the piggy bank for passenger rail service. What this bill does is clearly tell those making the recommendations on funding that the state of New Hampshire will not be providing the funds. It will also clearly make clear to the Department of Transportation that when they come in within this project, that they're going to have funding sources outside of state monies. I ask for your support and not to pass so that we have a position to lay down in front of this project development phase and in front of the Commissioner of DOT that if we are going to do passenger rail service anywhere in the state, that it will not be done with New Hampshire funds. And I ask that you support the ought to pass motion. I was going to say the majority, but it was without recommendation. So please support ought to pass, and I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, only one of you can request the roll call. Who is it?
Patuchik.
Representative Patuchik requests a roll call, and it's already well seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, please take your seats. All right, the House will be in order. Members, please move to your seats. The motion is ought to pass on House Bill 1432. This is a roll call vote. Representative Cloutier is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, fellow House members. If I know, according to a 2019 poll conducted by a New Hampshire business publication, that 75% of our state's residents support bringing passenger rail to southern New Hampshire. And if I believe this bill is premature, because now the project development phase of the proposed Capital Corridor rail line is being done using federal funds, and a phase that will be complete or should be completed in 2023. Then the next term, those of us who return next term will have a chance to debate how we pay for this project, which may or may not include state funds. And finally, if I know that if, let's say, this bill were to pass and become law, a future legislature could easily repeal it next term or later, because no current legislature can ever bind future legislatures in this or other policy matters. Would I now press the red button and oppose the ought to pass recommendation? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative McConkey is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know no passenger rail service in the world operates without extensive public subsidies, and I know nothing in this bill prohibits any political subdivision of the state, such as Manchester or Nashua, from entering into public-private partnerships, and further, Mr. Speaker, if I know there is an ongoing project development phase for a rail service project funded entirely with federal funds, and this bill is providing clear notice no state funds will be used, would I now press the green button and pass House Bill 1432? Thank you.
The House will be in order, and this is a roll call vote. If you are in favor of ought to pass, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Woodcock.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 187 in the affirmative, 144 in the negative. The motion passes.
10-year plan.
The majority of the Committee on Public Works and Highways, to which was referred House Bill 2022, an act relative to the 10-year transportation plan, Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative John Graham for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Bill Boyd for the minority of the committee. The majority amendment is 0745H, printed in House Record 10A on pages 91 to 93. And the question is on the amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading and open to further amendment. Representative Boyd moves amendment 0859H, also printed in House Record 10A, on page 93, and is recognized to speak to his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through you, Mr. Speaker, to my esteemed colleagues of the General Court, I rise in support of my minority amendment to House Bill 2022, the State 10-Year Plan. The state of New Hampshire has 259 cities, towns, and unincorporated places within its borders. The State Department of Transportation maintains over 17,000 miles of roads within its borders. House Bill 2022, as presented, wants to give back 2.5 miles of state roadway back to the town of Merrimack, currently known as Continental Boulevard. We don't want it. This road came about in 1993 when the DOT acquired lands through eminent domain proceedings to build the road. The town of Merrimack back then argued against eminent domain proceedings for Continental Boulevard, but the DOT prevailed, arguing that public necessity for the use of private property for this stretch of road was needed by the public in the region for the greater good. Some 30-odd years later, Continental Boulevard continues to serve as a primary arterial connection for Route 101A running west to east from Milford to Nashua, to the F.E. Everett Turnpike at exits 10 and 11 and Daniel Webster Highway, US 3. This connection carries more than 17,000 vehicles per day, many of which are from surrounding communities. More than 10,000 of those vehicles can be found in traffic counts along Industrial Drive and Continental Boulevard. The traffic volumes on the state section of Continental Boulevard exceed those of any Merrimack public road, including the urban compact section of Daniel Webster Highway that carries a traffic volume of 14,550 cars daily. The demand for a high level of service will be constant as this roadway remains a critical part of the state's infrastructure as a primary artery between the major east-west and north-south route in southern New Hampshire region. Now, the argument is being made that the stretch of roadway is no longer needed as a public necessity to the state. DOT seeks to abdicate its ownership from a roadway it richly wanted back in 1993. The town's absorption of this roadway to our town's budget is an additional $200,000 annually, with potential long-term capital costs exceeding $2.5 million over the next 20 years. And that's infrastructure, not including staffing, equipment, and other ancillary components necessary to maintain the roadway. Furthermore, the town also gets the roadway and its supporting infrastructure as is. No caveat emptor, just the town being gifted a piece of infrastructure that the town didn't want in 1993 and still doesn't want today. As you deliberate this amendment, please consider that this abdication of Continental Boulevard by the DOT to the town of Merrimack could also happen in your community. If you agree with me, then please press the green button to ensure that the DOT remains committed and engaged to maintaining the roads and the highways it has been entrusted to oversee. Mr. Speaker, through you, I thank my colleagues for listening to me today. I sincerely ask for a division vote, and I do yield for questions. Thank you.
Representative Notter, you may inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative, for taking the question. Would you believe that I agree with you 100%, and I'll be voting green, and I really hope everyone else does too.
I thank the gentlelady for agreeing with me.
Representative Blasek, you may inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. Representative, how much would this cost the town of Merrimack to repave the road? Could you clarify that?
I thank the gentlelady for the question. The maintenance cost potentially for paving the Stritcher roadway is $200,000. What I can know that was brought up in testimony in committee was that the DOT in 2017 bonded the Stritcher road for $700,000.
The member from Hinsdale, Representative Abbott, is recognized to speak against the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's been asserted that this instance with Continental Boulevard was an attempt to downshift to the Merrimack community the expense of this area. If it was, I would be voting for it. I'm not voting for it. I think that, first of all, the average cost, according to the DOT, for this roadway that they plow and pave is $80,000 a year. Initially, Merrimack wanted to have Continental Boulevard. It is not a state highway. It is a municipal road. And they wanted it because they wanted to develop it. They wanted to bring digital in. They wanted to bring other industries into Merrimack. In exchange for that, on the turnpike system, exit 10, 11, and 12 in Merrimack were created. Eventually, this became a problem for the citizens of Merrimack. They didn't want to pay the tolls. So it was eliminated, the toll booth at exit 12. And then with exit 11, there was a bill presented to our committee to have the tolls eliminated at exit 11. That did not happen by vote of 18-2. It was defeated. And then it went, what they did is they went to the Executive Council, who sets the tolls, and got them to set the toll at exit 11 at 0, which eliminated that from the scheme. And now they've passed a bill to get rid of the tolls at exit 10. So in other words, they're getting no toll money. And what you have to understand, that all the toll money from the turnpikes has to be spent on the turnpike. And at the time, when it first happened, the salt sheds and the storage areas for the trucks, the state trucks, were along Continental Boulevard. That has since gone away. So what the expenses are now, with the elimination of the tolls at exit 10 and 11 and 12, is $1.7 million annually. Again, $1.7 million annually. The cost to remove the toll plazas is $1.5 million. The other point is that when the money that is collected from the tolls, what it has to be used for, and again, only on the turnpike, is for winter maintenance first, that's the priority. Second is preservation, and the third is any new projects. So what this is mean is that all of these projects are going to be delayed. A lot of them are going to be delayed because the money, the revenue is not there. I think that it would make more sense for, and I question the fact whether it's going to cost Merrimack the sum that they said. I will tell you that it was repaved in 2017, and it's an average of 5 years for it to go. And the cost to remove the toll booth at exit 10, which is in the 10-year plan, is $800,000. Thank you.
The member from Merrimack, Representative Rung, is recognized to speak in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I come before you in support of this minority amendment. It removes from the 10-year transportation plan, as we amended it, the transfer of Continental Boulevard, a state road, to the town of Merrimack. The reasoning for making this transfer is that since Merrimack no longer has the 3 ramp tolls which supported the Everett Turnpike, we should take on the more than $200,000 expense of maintaining this road annually. It is outrageous and illogical as well as unjust. Here is why. First off, let me tell you about Continental Boulevard. It is a connector planned and built by the state to join 101A with the Everett Turnpike's exit 10 and 11, both state roads. It is considered part of the turnpike system. This is not a road for townspeople to navigate Merrimack. There are no homes on Continental Boulevard. It is primarily used to get travelers from one state road to another. It exists for the benefit of state transportation. To think that a town should take over responsibility for this road is ridiculous. Second, to justify this transfer because of the closure of the Merrimack ramp tolls is also ridiculous. For decades, Merrimack residents paid for the cost for the turnpike every time a Merrimack resident got on or off to go to work or to go home, while tens of thousands of drivers south of Merrimack paid nothing. Tolls are user fees, and all users of the road should pay. Not just some others who get shouldered with the burden. We have a toll booth at the northern boundary of the turnpike in Hooksett, but the state failed to put one in at the southern boundary, even though that road, the tunnel, and other infrastructure is already in place for a toll booth in Nashua. So the heaviest 8 miles of the turnpike from the state line through Nashua have not paid 1 penny for that use, nor for the new ramps and bridge work. Nada, zilch, zero. I would go as far to say that if the state kept to their plan to have a toll in Nashua, the turnpike system would be flush with money, and we wouldn't be having this discussion today. The last point I want to make is this plan is to dump the cost of Continental Boulevard on Merrimack, comes without any discussion with our town leaders or DPW department. It takes what should be a state-supported cost and turns it into a property tax increase for the residents of Merrimack. So for all the people of my community who don't even travel on Continental Boulevard will have their property taxes increased so the state can make up its turnpike revenue losses. That is not a user fee. That is not a toll. It is an injustice of government. Don't allow it to happen. Please vote green in support of this amendment. Enough is enough. Thank you.
Does the member yield for a question?
No.
Member does not yield. The member from Bedford, Representative Graham, is recognized to speak against the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to the minority amendment. Let me tell you what it does. First, I don't think anybody hit that. It modifies the majority amendment by taking out one section. It takes out the very first section that says transfer of ownership of Continental Boulevard. It leaves the rest of the majority amendment in place. I just want everybody to make sure they understand that when they're voting. A little bit of background. You've heard it here. I'll recap. The exits in Merrimack were constructed by the Turnpike, some at the request of the town for development, especially for Digital Corp, now Fidelity. The town acknowledged that they would be tolled, but it led to the development of large sections of Merrimack, and it allowed both business and industrial development. Over the past several terms, these toll plazas have been removed in bills that I deem must pass. Let me give you a couple of examples. In 2020, a Democratic senator inserted the removal of one of the toll plazas in one of those infamous omnibus bills that the Speaker and Senate President agreed would not have a committee of conference. Last year, 2021, a Republican senator added the removal of a toll plaza into House Bill 2 while it was in the Senate. So the last vestiges of the grand agreement that opened up Merrimack for development is the Turnpike's ownership of a portion of Continental Boulevard. It's the time to finish the breakup of this bargain by transferring the road to the town. You've heard different costs. I'll accept what my good colleague from Merrimack said, that it's $200,000 maintenance and $2.5 in the longer term. If that is the cost to the town, that is the cost to the Turnpike system. And so everybody who goes through another toll plaza will be paying that amount for the next however long we maintain control of Continental Boulevard. That's not cost downshifting per se. To me, that is cost shifting to every other person who uses the Turnpike system. You've heard the talks about what it will cost to finish up the removal of the toll plazas. But the other thing that has happened within the Turnpike system is that because of this expenditures and others, we've had to delay in this 10-year plan all of the major Turnpike projects by at least 2 years. We can continue to do that. That's up to this body to decide. For me, it is an equity issue. Should those drivers on the Spalding or the rest of the Everett pay for what is now, in my opinion, essentially a town thoroughfare? The majority of the committee does not think so and asks that you vote down this amendment. And I'm sure it's not going to be a voice vote, but by pressing the red button. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Does the member yield for a question?
No, I do not.
The member does not yield. Division. Representative Boyd requests a division vote. This will be a division vote. Members, please take your seats. The House will come to order. The question is whether to adopt Amendment 0859H. This is a division vote. Members should be in their seats. Representative Mooney is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, if I know that we just adopted an amendment to carefully detail the 10-year transportation plan, and if I know that there is one section, in this plan that downshifts a 6-figure annual road maintenance cost directly to Merrimack, and if I further know that this one section of the plan received no public input from town officials or town public works from Merrimack, despite it causing a sizable, unanticipated, unexpected town expense, then would I remove this one section by adopting this minority amendment and now press the green button? Thank you.
Yep, that just happened. Okay. Representative Graham is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this should have come as no surprise to the town of Merrimack, this one piece of the majority amendment, it has been in prior 10-year plans. And if I know that if we keep the cost of Continental Boulevard, accepting the town of Merrimack's costs, that everybody else who uses the turnpike system will be paying for those 2.5 miles of road that are within the town of Merrimack. And if I know that the committee did have work sessions and there are members of the Merrimack delegation on our committee, would I now vote no by pressing the red button? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is whether to adopt Amendment 0859H. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Sodi. Representative Ford. Representative Snow.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 148 in the affirmative, 181 in the negative. The amendment fails. We're back to the original motion of ought to pass with the majority amendment. Representative Graham is good. The question is on the majority committee report of ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? What? All right, are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Nay. The ayes have it, and the committee. For what reason does the member rise?
For a motion, Mr. Speaker.
State your motion.
I move that HB 1097 be special ordered to the next order of business. And I'd be happy to speak to my motion.
You may. Representative Osborne moves that House Bill 1097 be special ordered to the next order of business and is recognized to speak to his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I have to feel really badly for our colleagues over in Ways and Means, mostly because of my friend from Salem, who I have to listen to every time we meet about it. All their bills are at the end of the day after everyone's tired and no one wants to pay attention and so forth. But more importantly, I have a chairman who needs to leave early, and we're not going to get to his bills before he has to leave, so we really need to hear from him on this bill. So if you could please vote yes, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
The question is whether special order House Bill 1097 to the next order of business. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and 1097 is special order to the next order of business. The majority of the Committee on Ways and Means, to which is referred House Bill 1097, an act relative to taxation of income of New Hampshire residents when working remotely for an out-of-state employer. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Walter Spilsbury for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill be referred for interim study. Representative Mary Hacken Phillips for the minority of the committee. The majority amendment is 1037H, printed in House Record 10A on page 13. The question is on the amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. No. Okay, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Now on the recommendation of ought to pass with amendment, the member from Hanover, Representative Hacken Phillips, is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to HB 1097 as amended. I agree with my distinguished colleagues on the Ways and Means Committee that the matter of remote employment and multi-state income taxation is worthy of protecting New Hampshire residents. In fact, I love the idea behind the bill. It's a marvelous talking point for our campaigns. After all, who here among us does not want to support New Hampshire workers? But we must be sure that this legislation actually protects New Hampshire workers. And this cautious committee has uncharacteristically rushed to legislate in an area where fiscal prudence, patience, and study should drive our policy making. Mr. Speaker, I oppose this bill for two primary reasons. First, I oppose the bill because it fails to properly consider the legal complexities involved in crafting a litigation strategy. The majority lists several guesses why the previous litigation of this very matter was unsuccessful before the United States Supreme Court, then selectively focuses the language here on a limited issue rather than developing a broad litigation approach. After the amended language was offered, the committee did not gather substantive testimony from constitutional interpretation or legal experts, policy experts, or independent tax experts. The committee did not study the most likely reasons for the previous denial by the U.S. Supreme Court, nor did they identify the most likely pathway forward for future success. Instead, the committee heard an assertion that the Attorney General's office approved of the language offered, and that a promise that the amended bill encompassed the strongest legal position for the state to protect its citizens. No representative from the Attorney General's office was made available to comment on that proposed language. No additional hearings were held to verify those assertions, to ask questions, or to confirm the soundness of that legal strategy. No new facts were presented to suggest that the timing of this legislation is urgent right now. So, what does the state gain by rushing this legislation through, and the consequences of being improperly prepared for future litigation is a greater risk? Make no mistake, this bill could leave New Hampshire in a worse position to defend its remote workers in the future. And we should acknowledge that New Hampshire taxpayers will be responsible for the tens, if not thousands, or hundreds of thousands of dollars to litigate a suboptimal position. The minority urges caution in proceeding without further investigation into the legal complexities here. And second, I oppose this bill for its technical deficiencies, and with a little bit of Irish luck, you'll just hear me for one more moment. The majority revised the mandatory language of the original bill and replaced it with a permissive enforcement of the state's sovereign power. See, this is problematic because the language change may undermine the state's right to bring a lawsuit. If there's no mandate for New Hampshire to defend its student sovereignty. We never heard from the Attorney General's office as to why the suggested language change to permissive was so important. So we're left with unanswered questions. Does this undermine the position that we're intending to build and to bring forth? So second, the bill also creates this problematic double taxation standard. In one paragraph, it stands for the principle that no other state may tax New Hampshire citizens who work remotely in our state, but then in another paragraph, reaffirms New Hampshire's right to tax another state's citizens located outside of New Hampshire through our business profits and enterprises taxes. The logical incongruency here of the double standard in taxation cannot be ignored. And we also have to remember the state's shift to single sales factor taxation and determining those business taxes. You've got to wonder, is this bill unintentionally harming our position by setting up our state to lose significant portion of its revenue stream? This body has a responsibility to be prudent, to be patient, and to properly study the issue before us. There are simply too many unanswered questions, too many unknowns, and too many risks to support this legislation as written. For these reasons, I urge my colleagues to vote no on the motion for ought to pass with amendment on HB 1097 so that another motion may be put forth. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and happy St. Patrick's Day, everyone.
The member from Charlestown, Representative Spilsbury, is recognized to speak in favor of the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I make my maiden voyage to the well to urge your support of HB 1097, which has the bipartisan support of a 17-6 majority of the Ways and Means Committee. I think everybody is generally familiar with the background, so I won't labor it, but we know that during the pandemic, Massachusetts asserted a taxation power we didn't expect, claiming that New Hampshire residents, while staying home and working exclusively in New Hampshire, would be subjected to Massachusetts personal income tax and withholding. I venture we all had a visceral reaction that that was illegitimate. Our governor objected, Massachusetts did not yield. And the result was our Attorney General took a case to the United States Supreme Court invoking original jurisdiction in which the court can take a case to resolve a conflict between two states. But the Supreme Court declined to take the case. There are theories that it's mandatory, but when the Supreme Court chooses not to take a case, it's under no obligation to explain why. So one's left to wonder why, and New Hampshire is left to wonder exactly how will we repel such an intrusion on our sovereign interests if it arises in the future. The pandemic came unexpectedly. The reactions to the pandemic, including this Massachusetts Taxation Act, were sudden and unanticipated. There is a possibility, whether it's a pandemic or shifting commuter and work patterns or high gas prices, helping to persuade employers to allow their workers to work from home, there is a distinct possibility that this could arise at any time. And unfortunately, a power once invoked without having been repelled is all too likely to be invoked again from any one of our neighbors who all have income taxes and a vested interest in collecting as much as they can. So HB 1097, as originally introduced, essentially asserted that Massachusetts or any other state has no power to tax in this way. But we don't have actually the ability to tell another state what their power is. What we can do, though, is we can directly place into law a clear statement of our taxation policy and our sovereign interest, and thus arm the Attorney General in the case they have to litigate again to establish the basis for standing. The likely thinking of the Supreme Court was it's the individual taxpayer who's aggrieved, and that taxpayer would have to file a lawsuit. Imagine, you're just a guy trying to bring home his income without Massachusetts taking a portion of it, and you're going to have to litigate to the United States Supreme Court. So, in short, this amendment was co-drafted with attorneys from the DRA who attended 4 or 5 sessions of the Ways and Means Committee, and attorneys from the Attorney General's office. And when the draft was completed, it was placed directly under the eyes of Attorney General Formella, who affirmed that he wants this in law. So what the minority has basically told you is that tax law is complex. They think there might be a way to further perfect and develop a silver bullet, but they have yet to tell us what changes they would make. So my suggestion is that we embrace HB 1097 with the blessing of the Attorney General, and if any of us comes up with an even better idea later, I am sure the Ways and Means Committee will gladly look at it. Thank you.
Does a member yield for a question? No. Member does not yield. The questions on the Majority Committee report of ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? Oh, this will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. Gentleman right here. Representative Keller requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. Now this will be a roll call vote. All right. That also come to order. This is a roll call vote. No, really, the House will come into order. You ultimately have control over how long this vote takes. This is a roll call vote. Representative Ames is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that personal income earned by New Hampshire residents working entirely within New Hampshire should be protected from unfair personal income taxation by other states, but if I believe that the proposal contained in HB 1097 that is intended to protect New Hampshire workers from such interstate taxation fails to adequately address the complexities of interstate commerce and tax law and related constitutional limitations, and therefore is not ready for prime time, nor is there any reason for immediate action, would I now vote against the OTPA motion and press the red button? Thank you.
Representative Major is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Need my glasses. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know this bill addresses the issue of personal income of New Hampshire resident that is earned entirely within the state of New Hampshire, and another state is subjecting it to their income tax and withholding. And if I know that the committee believes that this bill addresses a very important issue that was offensive to New Hampshire independence, sovereignty, and that this issue must be addressed permanently, lest it arise again without recourse. And if I know the committee concluded that the bill needed to be reframed, so in connection with the Attorney General and the Department of Revenue Administration, the committee's amendment seeks to re-aim the bill towards firmly and unequivocally establishing an explicit claim of policy and sovereign interest that will put other states on notice and clearly lay the foundation for successful litigation if it should ever become necessary. Then, would you join me in the bipartisan vote of the committee and press the green button? Thank you.
The questions on the Majority Committee report have ought to pass with amendment. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the red button. If you're opposed, you'll press the green. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. That's why we ask. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Why'd that happen?
You must have pushed the update display button as well. Representative 11. Representative Egan. Representative Langley. That's it, Mr. Speaker.
All good? Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? I realize it's anticlimactic at this point, but 251 having voted in the affirmative, 72 in the negative, the committee report is adopted. Representatives Page and Ward declared a conflict and did not participate in the vote. For what reason does the member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I would like to make a motion.
Please state your motion.
I would like to move that Tuesday's debate on House Bill 1266 of the Criminal Justice Committee be placed in the permanent journal.
1066? 1266.
Yes.
Representative Panelakis would like the debate from House Bill 1266 printed in the permanent journal. Without objection, it shall be printed.
I know I'm a day late and a dollar short here, but thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to make a motion
Please state your motion.
that Tuesday's debate on House Bill 1476 be placed in the permanent journal from Criminal Justice.
Representative Panelakis moves that the debate from House Bill 1476 be placed in the permanent journal. Without objection, so ordered. Boy, this place is getting busy. For what reason does the member rise?
For a motion, Mr. Speaker.
State your motion.
Move that House Bill 1221 FN be special ordered to the next order of business, and I will be happy to speak to my motion.
Representative Osborne moves that House Bill 1221 be special ordered to the next order of business and is recognized to speak to his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the same reasons as before, if you all vote yes, then the Chairman of Ways and Means will owe you a favor, and if there's anyone you want to owe you a favor, it is the Chairman of Ways and Means. Please vote yes.
The question is on the special order of House Bill 1221 to the next order of business. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Majority Committee on Ways and Means, to which was referred House Bill 1221 FN, Act relative to the rates of the business profits tax and the business enterprise tax. Considered the same, report the same, the following amendment and recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative John Janigian for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Richard Ames for the minority of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Sylvia would like to do a PI against the amendment.
Okay.
Okay, the question's on the amendment, Mr. Speaker.
The amendment is 0471H, printed in House Record 10A, page 27. The question is on the amendment. Roll call has been requested. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. So be a roll call vote on the amendment. Members, take your seats. It's a roll call vote. The motion before us is the adoption of the amendment 0471H. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Sylvia for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that House Bill 1221 in its original form provides tax relief for both the business enterprise tax and the business profits tax, but that the committee amendment would only reduce the business profits tax. And Mr. Speaker, if I also know that the business profits tax is mostly paid by larger companies, while smaller businesses are much more likely to pay just the business enterprise tax. And Mr. Speaker, if I further know that the small businesses were much more likely to be negatively impacted during the pandemic, and they are at least as deserving, if not more deserving, as larger businesses to receive tax relief. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the New Hampshire has had several other rounds of business relief in the past 7 years, and despite assertions that these cuts would undermine our business tax revenues, our business taxes for this fiscal year are currently more than 88% higher than they were the final year at the highest rates. Finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know that this fiscal year alone, through just 8 months, our business taxes are already more than $91 million ahead of plan, and overall revenues are more than $191 million over plan, so we can clearly afford to give relief for BET and BPT, then would I now press the red button so that we can provide tax relief to all businesses?
This is a parliamentary inquiry.
Then would I press the red button so that we can provide tax relief to all businesses so that we can continue to grow the New Hampshire advantage and our economy? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Major for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill originally was to reduce the business profits tax and the business enterprise tax, and it would reduce income by a total of $36 million. Also, if I know that we have instituted through House Bill 2 last year and others, a reduction in the business enterprise tax, business profits tax, meals and rooms tax, and they're going to glide down to zero on the interest and dividend tax. And we also raised the threshold for filing the business enterprise tax, raised the threshold for filing the business tax. And if I know that, yes, our business taxes are high, there's two major reasons for that. If I know they're high because we didn't change the tax laws for PPP loans, and therefore the businesses had to pay taxes on those, and that's going to be about $100 million that's going to have to be refunded. And if I also know that there's been a number of stimuluses over the last couple of years. Everybody gets checks for $1,400. We get checks for our employment and all kinds of checks. Now, that raises our profits, and we're seeing that now. Those are one-time things.
The member will suspend.
Okay.
This is a parliamentary inquiry.
Okay. If I know that that raises our profits and this is a one-time event, and that this amendment changes the bill from just a tax on business profits tax and business enterprise tax to just business profits tax, which will be $8 million. And if I know that over time, due to $100 million of refunds and not receiving stimulus checks in the future years, that this bill is very reasonable, then would you vote no on the amendment? I'm sorry, yes on the amendment. Sorry.
The motion before us is the amendment to House Bill 1221. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Edwards. Representative Tripp.
If all members present had the opportunity to vote, House will attend to the state of the vote. 227 voting yea, 99 voting nay. The amendment is adopted. We'll now move on to the majority report of ought to pass as amendment. The chair recognizes. For what reason does the member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I have a question, and I'm not sure how to word it, so I think it's a question to the Speaker.
State your question.
At the beginning of the discussion, something was said that would indicate that the Chair of Ways and Means would be more likely to give members a favor if we voted with him. There is no one in this body who is more honorable than the Chair of Ways and Means.
Representative, you were recognized for a question.
And my question is, how do we correct that problem?
Once again, Representative, I'm going to move on to the bill.
Thank you.
The motion before us now is the majority report of ought to pass as amended. The chair recognizes Representative Ames to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I rise to speak against the pending OTPA motion on HB 1221. The amended version of HB 1221 reduces the business profits tax from a rate of 7.6% of net taxable business profits to a rate of 7.5%. That is all it does. It makes no change in the business enterprise tax. This single decimal BPT tax rate reduction is expected per Department of Revenue Administration estimates to lower the state's total business tax revenues by about $2 million in fiscal year 2023, and then the annual loss is expected to build up to about $8.5 million per year starting in fiscal year 2024. And this HB 2021 revenue loss will be additional to a probable $100 million in revenue losses attributable to prior year cuts in the BPT tax rate. The business profits tax is paid mostly by big business, as you have heard. Of the 77,866 businesses that filed business property tax returns for fiscal year 2019, just 671, or about 1% of all filers, paid close to 80% of the $515 million in business property tax revenue received that year. 80 of these high-end filers had taxable profits above $1 million per year. These high-end filers, mostly if not exclusively out-of-state international corporations, will be the primary beneficiaries of HB 1221's single decimal point tax rate reduction. The average tax break for each of the top 20 would be about $36,700 based on fiscal year 2019 data. In contrast, about 59,400 businesses, or 76% of all businesses filing BPT tax returns in 2019, would get no benefit from the new HB 1221 tax break, since their net profit after all credits will remain too low to be taxable. In the middle of the 2019 business profit taxpayer range, about 7,800 taxpayers, those with net business property tax paid in fiscal year 2019 of between $1,000 and $10,000, will receive on average just a $49 tax break from the HB 2021 single decimal point rate reduction. Testimony on the bill included no persuasive evidence demonstrating that a single decimal point rate reduction would have any noticeable impact on business decisions to move to or depart from New Hampshire. State revenues have been high this year, most likely because New Hampshire has benefited from a huge temporary infusion of COVID-related federal funds and from soaring worldwide corporate profits realized by our largest business profit taxpayers. But even so, the state's revenues have proved insufficient to meet local school and essential human service funding needs. Property tax rates have been forced up this year in many property-poor jurisdictions where state aid has failed to keep up with essential needs. In Jaffrey, where I live, state school aid is substantially down from fiscal year 2021 levels, and the school tax rate is expected to rise this year by about $3 per thousand of assessed property valuation, translating to a $300 property tax increase for each $100,000 of business property valuation. This property tax increase will, for most business property taxpayers in Jaffrey, dwarf any tax break received because of HB 2021. And even with that $3 per thousand school tax rate increase, the public school system serving Jaffrey is being forced to reduce its staff by about 7 full-time teachers. Testimony on this bill and at the Ways and Means Economic Forum on March 4 provided no evidence-based support for for the bill's proposed rate reduction, but made clear instead that equitable relief from high property tax rates is urgently needed to enhance the profitability of many struggling New Hampshire businesses, as well as the quality and sufficiency of local public schools, working housing, and infrastructure on which these businesses depend. Since 2014, rapid national and global growth, and more recently, enormous federal stimulus funding for state businesses and consumers alike, have masked the state's revenue losses due to tax cuts given mostly to our largest businesses over the last 6 years. As the stimulus fades, and as new recession threatens, our revenue situation could become dire. The HB 2021 single decimal point business property tax rate cut is mindless and senseless. I hope that you will agree and join me in voting against the pending OTPA motion so that another motion can be brought. Thank you.
A roll call has been requested. Is that sufficiently seconded? Representative Major requests a roll call. It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members will take your seats. We're on the last speaker. Chair recognizes Representative Janigian. Take your seats quietly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as several speakers before me have now announced, the original HB 1221 proposed to cut the business enterprise tax and the business profits tax. We all know that now. It's been said more than once. The amendment that we just voted on and approved is only going to lower the business profits tax. So any revenue hit to the state is very minimal. It's estimated to be $8 million. But the thing that we have seen is every time we have cut taxes, we've seen an increase in tax revenue. So who knows? The $8 million may actually be zero in terms of tax revenue loss. Many taxes were lowered in previous years, and so that was one of the reasons, as Representative Major mentioned, that we focus just on the BPT right now, is because we want things to settle down. We want to see how the PPP loans and the COVID relief funds affect the tax in the end. Now, some will say, and some have already said, that big business is going to profit from this. I disagree with that basic assertion. There are a lot of small businesses that are paying the business profits tax and not paying the business enterprise tax. Both those thresholds were increased. The business profits tax threshold and the business enterprise tax threshold have both been raised, and that's helping small business. And I beg to differ. Even a 0.1% decrease helps business. Furthermore, when we think about those who are thinking about coming to New Hampshire and bringing their business to New Hampshire, and those who are in New Hampshire that we want them to stay here, every 0.1 matters. Now, we compare very favorably to the other states. Massachusetts is at 8%, so they'd compare with our 7.5. Vermont is at 8.5% as soon as you net more than $25,000. I'm going to venture to say there's a lot of businesses that make more than $25,000. So in the end, this tax reduction will be good for New Hampshire businesses, good for this state. Please vote yes and push the green button. It will send a message once again that the freest and safest state in New Hampshire is open for business. Thank you.
The motion before us is the majority report of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1221. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Almy for a parliamentary inquiry. What? Just a minute, Representative. You may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know, as the chair, as our chair said earlier, that there have been major changes to our tax rates, law, and structure in recent years, not just in this term, as well as unforeseeable blows and one-time federal supports to our economy. And if I know that property taxes, which businesses as well as residents have to pay, rise even faster when the state deficits cause shortfalls in municipal or school aid, or both. And if I know that our committee finds it exceedingly difficult to forecast whether we will find ourselves next year, maybe even the end of this year, or in several years to come, in deficit or in surplus. And finally, if I believe that it is foolhardy to make this further totally symbolic 0.1% cut to our revenues until things stabilize, shouldn't I push the red button? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Major for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know this bill originally proposed lowering the business profits tax and the business enterprise tax, resulting in about $36 million in reduction in revenues, and if I know the bill was amended to only lower the business profits tax from 7.6% to 7.5%, which will lower the business taxes approximately $8 million, and if I know this reduction in the business profits tax rate will be good for both the small and the large businesses, and therefore resulting in the most important thing is keeping our economy growing, then would you join with me and the majority of the committee and push the green button? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of order passed as amended on House Bill 1221. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend to state of the vote. 177 voting yea, 141 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. For what reason does the member rise?
I ask that the remarks of the previous debate be placed in the permanent journal.
The motion is to place the remarks of the previous debate in the permanent journal without objection. Without objection, so be it. We got three quick ones, and then it looks like we're going to break for dinner. If House will be in order. If members will stay in their seats, we got three that are just going to be PIs and division votes. Majority of the Committee on Resources, Recreation and Development, to which was referred House Bill 1071, an act relative to wake surfing. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Greg Huff for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Susan Gottlieb for the minority of the committee. This is a division vote. Members, take your seats. House will be in order. The motion before us is the majority report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1071. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Gottlieb for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, members of the House, for your patient attention. If I know that HB 1071 asks boaters to maintain a 250 clearance from shore, docks, and other vessels only when wake surfing in order to moderate the effects of their powerful waves and wakes on other boaters, bathers, and the shoreline. And if I know the captain of Marine Patrol stated this 100-foot increase is unlikely to preclude wake surfing on any water body in New Hampshire, and the Department of Environmental Services agreed 250 feet is a distance that will protect the environment while allowing a very popular sport to continue. And if I know that lake and river associations advocate 300 to 500 feet clearance, then would I agree that HB 1071 is a modest proposal that hits the sweet spot, 250 feet, between what the wake surfing community wants, education, enforcement, and no change, and what the concerned public wants, the opportunity for everyone to enjoy their lake experiences now and into the future. And if I know all this, I would push the red button to overturn the ITL and allow another motion to be made.
Chair recognizes Representative Huff for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that New Hampshire boating laws and Coast Guard regulations currently require boaters to be responsible for their own wake, and violators can face enforcement and fines, and if I know that New Hampshire lakes and ponds are held in public trust for all to enjoy, and HB 1071 would hurt access for those who enjoy wake surfing, as the committee heard from over 1,100 people who oppose the bill. And if I know, Mr. Speaker, that New Hampshire Marine Patrol and New Hampshire's boating industry were working together to better educate boaters through the New Hampshire Wake Responsibly campaign, thus making restrictions in HB 1071 unfair and unnecessary, would I now push the green button to uphold the committee recommendation and vote HB 1071 inexpedient to legislate? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is the majority report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1071. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 171 voting yea, 149 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Resources, Recreation, and Development, to which was referred House Bill 1227, Act relative to the definition of prime wetland. If considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Andrew Manzullo from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with a recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Chuck Grassi from the minority of the committee. For what reason does a member rise?
For a motion.
State your motion.
A motion to table.
It is a proper motion. The motion before us is to table House Bill 1227.
And there is no vote, no waive off.
Okay. The motion before us is the majority committee report of inexpedient to legislate. No. The motion before us is a tabling motion on House Bill 1227. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the bill, House Bill 1227, is laid on the table. All right. Everyone stay in your seats. We have a division vote ahead of us, and all we have is parliamentary inquiries. Majority of the Committee on Resources and Recreation Development, to which was referred House Bill 1317, an act requiring the Director of the State Police, in consultation with the Bureau of Marine Patrol, to report annually to the legislature regarding new developments in electric and gasoline-powered recreational watercraft. Having considered the same, report the same with a resolution that is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Greg Huff for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with a recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Senator Suzanne Gottlieb for the minority of the committee. The motion before us is the majority report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1317. This is going to be a division vote. Members, take your seats. The chair recognizes Representative Gottlieb for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker, and thank you again, colleagues, for your continuing patient attention. If I know that HB 1317 requires the Department of Safety, aka Marine Patrol, to give a yearly written update to the appropriate House and Senate committees, alerting members to developments in gasoline or electric power watercraft that may make changes in boating regulations or rules advisable. And if I know that recently innovative vessels such as battery-powered e-foils and even jet-propelled surfboards have emerged to challenge present regulations and rules, and that the relentless ingenuity of New Hampshire men and William will continue to challenge the aqua quo. And if I know that although the captain of Marine Patrol was most agreeable to this update at a hearing, putting the agreement into the RSAs is advisable, since committee members, committee chairs, and even captains change over the years. If I know all these things, would I not then push the red button to overturn the ITL and allow another motion to be made?
Chair recognizes Representative Huff for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that New Hampshire State Police, along with the New Hampshire Marine Patrol, are exceedingly competent organizations that diligently work to keep our highways, byways, and waterways safe for all who use them, and if I know that as an exceedingly competent organization, they are well-informed and knowledgeable in all aspects of their duties, including knowledge of any new developments in watercraft that may be headed to our waterways. And if I know that both the New Hampshire Marine Patrol and the New Hampshire State Police are always available and more than happy to provide the legislature with any and all information that would assist us in understanding new innovation and how they might impact New Hampshire, and already do so voluntarily, willingly, make this bill unnecessary. Would I now push the green button and uphold the committee report of any expedient to legislate? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is the majority report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1317. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Rouillard. Can't push it. Gotta give me a thumb.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 201 voting yea, 110 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. Tonight we have pizza for you. It's not Irish pizza, but it's good pizza. The pizza is made possible again by the generosity of sponsors of the New Hampshire Home Builders Association and Legislative Solutions. The food will be served on the kitchen side of the cafeteria area like last night. In the basement level dining room and members lounge and first floor are available for seating. Please be back in your seats no later than 7 o'clock. And again, thank the New Hampshire Home Builders Association and Legislative Solutions for tonight's dinner. The House will come to order. Majority Committee on Science, Technology, and Energy, to which was referred House Bill 1116, an act relative to renewable energy customer generator accounts and credits. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Janine Notter from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Rebecca McWilliams, minority of the committee. For what reason does the member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I make a motion to table House Bill 1116.
The motion before us is to table House Bill 1116. A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is a tabling motion on House Bill 1116. The House will come to order. The motion before us is a tabling motion on House Bill 1116. The chair recognizes Representative Vos for a parliamentary inquiry.
Me first.
No. Him first.
He's first.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the additional administrative costs to implement this bill would increase electricity costs at a time when we don't want to see electricity costs go up any more than they already have. And in addition, Mr. Speaker, if I know that very few people expressed an interest in this bill during the public hearing, would I now press the green button to table House Bill 1116?
The chair recognizes Representative Christian for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I know that this bill will help individuals and small businesses with multiple electricity meters who generate their own energy to budget and avoid taking on unnecessary debt by allowing them to apply the credit generated on one meter to the bill on another meter, and if I know that utilities already administer these credits manually once a year, meaning that this should not require substantial additional costs or complexity, and further, if I know that allowing a utility to hold and collect interest from funds for a period of up to 11 months that have already been earned by and properly, and should be paid to Granite Staters is an illegal taking of funds that properly belong to the customer generators, would I now press the red button so that another motion can be made?
The motion before us is the tabling motion on House Bill 1116. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend to the state of the vote. 168 voting yea, 127 voting nay. House Bill 1116 is laid on the table. Majority Committee on Science, Technology, and Energy, to which was referred, House Bill 1148. The noise is getting very loud again. The House will come to order. An act relative to prohibiting government entities subordinate to the state from restricting the types of fuel sources that may be used for energy. Considered the same, report the same. The recommendation of the bill ought to pass. Representative Fred Plett for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Kat McGee for the minority of the committee. For what reason did the member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to make a motion.
State your motion.
I'd like to table.
It is a proper motion. There is a motion. The motion is to table House Bill 1148. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Nay. Tabling motion fails. Chair recognizes Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you all for your patience and indulgence these 3 days, and happy St. Patty's Day. HB 1148, if you heard the description, relative to prohibiting governmental entities subordinate to the state, blah, blah, blah. What it really boils down to is saying that local towns and cities are unable to determine whether there are certain fuel types that will not be used within their borders. So the minority finds this to be an extremely disruptive bill to New Hampshire energy planning. HB 1148 not only removes local control for energy planning from those who are doing the work on town energy committees to help lower costs and emissions. It voids decisions already made by towns who have adopted plans to eliminate fossil fuels from their municipal energy portfolios, because the bill is also retroactive. This bill is an about-face in direction setting that walks back support for local clean energy efforts. To implement a mandate that says New Hampshire counties and towns have no authority to exclude an energy source can only be seen as paving the way for continued fossil fuel dependence. This is not the desire of many towns who have already invested in moving forward with clean energy targets, and I know because I live in one of those towns. In my town, Hollis, over 8 years ago, we did a benchmarking study of all our municipal buildings, and then we began investing in converting, maybe some of you have had the same experience, some of your town buildings to pellet burners. We put solar panels on top of the elementary schools, and all of these have resulted in hundreds of thousands a year of dollars going down in our energy costs. So we believe, the minority believes, we should have the right to do that. We should have the right to lower our costs and invest in which sources we want. And if we want to set a target saying we will be fossil fuel free by 2050, which many towns in New Hampshire already have, we should be free to do that. This bill would prohibit that. So this is very much an issue of Granite Staters having greater control over their energy bills, which we talk often is something we want. Creating savings through local generation. HB 1148 disrupts orderly planning for many municipalities and defies our longstanding tradition for local control. Please oppose the ought to pass. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Platt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the colleagues who came back from dinner tonight, and I know you did it just to listen to my scintillating speech. This bill, first of all, has nothing to do with heating systems. There was a Senate bill last year which stopped municipalities from prohibiting any kind of heating system. This is power production or conversion. And contrary to the minority speaker, it doesn't block a municipality from investing their own money in solar. What it does do is keep them from prohibiting generation of any sort, or throwing ordinances in the way of them, changing zoning. Power production has to follow local zoning unless accepted by the Site Evaluation Committee, but the ordinance, the town or municipality cannot change zoning to throw roadblocks in the way of production. So this is a state responsibility before the Site Evaluation Committee. Any kind of generation that's proposed is an automatic opposition from a lot of people, no matter what it is. It's not in my backyard, or it's ideologically driven, but it is an automatic negative reaction. Some cases it's positive. Site Evaluation Committee, the municipality can go there and argue for pro or con, but it should be at the Site Evaluation Committee. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us on House Bill 1148 is a majority report of ought to pass. A division has been requested. Members will take their seats. This will be a division vote. While we're waiting for everybody to take a seat, I would remind members that parliamentary inquiries are supposed to be short and to the point, not a novel. We have a form up here to tell everyone how to do a parliamentary inquiry. They're getting way too long and way too involved in what a parliamentary inquiry is supposed to be, and I'm addressing it to both sides of the aisle, not one or the other. The question before us is a majority report of ought to pass on House Bill 1148. This is a division vote. The chair recognizes Representative McGee for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that prohibiting cities and towns from saying no to any type of fuel means pulling the rug out from under towns with climate action plans who are doing great work to lower the costs of their taxpayers, and if I know that this kind of reversal of long-standing state policy creates economic uncertainty and hurts the clean energy sector, just as defunding New Hampshire Saves hurt the weatherization sector. These are New Hampshire jobs. And finally, if I know that this type of mandate runs counter to long-standing efforts to make New Hampshire's energy economy competitive in the region and sends poor pricing signals to new companies looking to do business in the area, then would I now press the red button to reject the ought to pass motion so that another motion can be made? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Thomas for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this is not a home rule state and that municipalities should not be restricting types of fuels to use to their residents, and if I know that it's the job of the SEC to decide matters like this, would I now press the green button to pass this bill?
The motion before us is the majority report of ought to pass on House Bill 1148. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Macbeth. Representative Macbeth. Representative Chrétien. Representative Nordgren.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 167 voting yea, 142 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Science, Technology, and Energy, to which was referred House Bill 1250. An act requiring a Public Utilities Commission to consider climate change in making rate-setting decisions. Consider the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative J.D. Bernardi from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with a recommendation that the bill be referred for interim study. Representative Lee Oxenham for the minority of the committee. For what reason does a member rise?
To make a motion, Mr. Speaker.
State your motion.
I motion to table HB 1250.
That is a proper motion. The motion before us is to table House Bill 1250. Division has been requested. Members will take their seats.
Are you doing it? He goes first.
The motion is to lay House Bill 1250 on the table. This is a division vote. The chair recognizes Representative Thomas for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the bill requires the PUC to consider climate change in its rulings. If I know the PUC if I know this bill requires a PUC to consider climate change in its rulings, and if I know the bill does not tell the PUC how to consider it, if I know the bill does not tell a PUC why to consider it, and if I know that the bill does not require or tell the PUC what to consider, then would I press the green button to table this bill?
Chair recognizes Representative Oxenham for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, if I know that climate change could cut U.S. GNP by 10% over the coming decades and do billions of dollars of damage to New Hampshire, and if I know that increasingly prevalent extreme weather events pose major threats to our clean water, agricultural production, and human health, even our lifespans, and if I know that wildfires, droughts, and extreme heat events pose looming financial risks that could cause major economic losses to residents and businesses here in New Hampshire, then would I not want the PUC to take into account climate-related risks in its decision-making on utility investment decisions? Please push the red button so that we can have this debate.
The motion before us is to table House Bill 1250. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Terry.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 168 voting yea, 143 voting nay. House Bill 1250 is laid on the table.
No debate.
Committee on Science, Technology, and Energy, to which was referred House Bill 1258, an act relative to the implementation of the Department of Energy. I'm still reading the bill.
But we didn't take a vote on the bill. That was the tabling motion.
And it passed.
And it passed.
It's on the table.
Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Michael Harrington for the committee. The amendment is 0851H, printed in House Record 10A, pages 29 through 35. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is the ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Science, Technology, and Energy, to which was referred House Bill 1270, an act dissolving the Legislative Oversight Committee to monitor the transformation of delivery of electric services. Considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Doug Thomas for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Jacqueline Calley Pitts for the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Calley Pitts.
Mr. Speaker?
For what reason did the member rise?
For a motion.
State your motion.
I move we table HB 1270.
That is a proper motion. The motion before us is to table House Bill 1270. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The nays have it. House will be in order. The amendment is 0880H, printed in House Record 10A, pages 39 to 40. Are you ready for the... A division has been...
Sorry, we already did the amendment.
Oh, we already did? I thought we did, yeah. I've been informed that we already did the amendment. So we're back to the majority report of ought to pass as amended. And I'm recognizing Representative Calley Pitts.
I was getting up for a point of order. I didn't know what was going on. We have not tabled the bill.
We have not.
Fair. And I was just
We did.
doing a PI.
The bill was not tabled. No, we're in the debate.
I was not going to speak on it. I was just going to do a PI.
Well,
Oh,
okay, that's not what I had in front of me, but if we're just going to do a division vote and PIs, that's fine. That's great. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. For what reason does a member rise?
Point of order.
State your point of order.
Mr. Speaker, as far as I know, we never voted on the amendment. When we were getting ready to vote on the amendment, the tabling motion was made.
The clerk,
we voted on that.
The clerk informed me we did vote on the amendment. The House will be in order. The record shows that we adopted the amendment. That's what I'm going with. House will come to order. The motion before us is the majority report of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1270. This is a division vote with PIs only. Chair recognizes Representative Callie Pitts for a parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, House, mea culpa, mea culpa. I don't know what's going on. If I know, this is a PI, if I believe that we are currently in an energy crisis, and if I believe that the way we use and obtain energy is in transition, and that transition is not over, and the work of the Oversight Committee is far from over, if I believe that we need a comprehensive study of all the reports that we get and all the information that we get, and that we can't get that in committee many times, I believe that we should continue with this Oversight Committee, which does not hurt anything. And if I know that this committee has not met, I believe that it was due to COVID. So my information was that the committee had come out with an ITL. But I believe that this is an ought to pass. It harms no one and it helps everyone. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Vos for a parliamentary inquiry.
In case everybody just doesn't know, please press the red button.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that I served on the Restructuring Oversight Committee myself a couple of terms ago, and if I also know that the restructuring process has been completed, that committee's purpose has been served. If I further know that a couple of years ago, a new bill was passed to repurpose the committee, but its language was vague and didn't really do the job of defining what the new committee's role would be. As a result, the committee hasn't met for 2 or 3 years. If I knew all that, Mr. Speaker, would I press the green button to pass this bill, ought to pass as amended? Thank you.
House will come to order. The clerk's office has reviewed the video, and it is right that the amendment was not adopted. So this is, we have not We're going to take up the amendment right now. The House will be in order. The amendment is 0880H, printed in House Record 10A, pages 39 through 40. The question is on the amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Would Representative Callie Pitts waive off? Another PI? Okay. Representative.
Representative Lotus waived off too. He waived off. Just check and see if he's waived off too.
He did. I just saw him. Okay.
So this is a division vote. Members will be in their seats and we're taking.
So we're going to do this once again. This is going to be a division vote on the majority report of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1270. If you're in favor, you will press the green button. If you're opposed, you will press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Nordgren.
We're all set, Mr. Speaker.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend the state of the vote. 173 voting yea, 138 voting nay, and for the second time tonight, committee report is adopted.
Here's the scoop. He's going to move to table. When that fails, we're just going to ask for division and go to PIs.
Majority of the Committee on Science, Technology, and Energy, to which was referred House Bill 1328 FN, an act authorizing a utility to petition to be relieved of their carrier of last resort obligations. Consider the same, report the same, with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Senator Michael Harrington for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill be referred for interim study. Senator Lee Oxenham for the minority of the committee. For what reason does the member rise?
For a motion, Mr. Speaker.
State your motion.
I move that we lay this bill on the table.
The motion is to lay House Bill 1328 on the table.
And I ask for a division vote, please.
Members will take your seats. This is a division vote. House will be in order. The motion before us is to table House Bill 1328. This is going to be a division vote. The chair recognizes Representative Oxenham for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, colleagues. If I know that despite new communication technologies and increased competition, carrier of last resort requirements still meet a vital need here in New Hampshire. And if I know that this requirement means that incumbent telecommunications service providers must ensure the continuing availability of life-saving communication services to all their customers, not just 95% or 97% of them. And if I recognize that many areas of our state still do not have either reliable broadband service or cell phone service, then would I not put the cart before the horse by removing this vital safeguard until we have other sufficient technologies in place? Please push the red button so another motion can be made.
Chair recognizes Representative Vos for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the few small regional telephone companies that still exist in New Hampshire would experience financial relief from the passage of this bill to relieve them of that carrier of last resort obligation. But if I further know that the Public Utilities Commission continues to collect an obsolete assessment based on that carrier of last resort obligation, which ratepayers continue to pay, would I vote no on the tabling motion by pressing the red button so that we can listen to the debate on this bill and pass this really good bill? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is delay 1328 on the table. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Edgar. Representative Tucker. Representative Woodcock.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. The House will attend to the state of the vote. 142 voting yea, 168 voting nay. The motion to lay on the table fails. We're now back to the original motion of the majority report ought to pass. Division has been requested. Members will take their seats. The motion before us is the majority report of ought to pass on House Bill 1328. We're going right to parliamentary inquiries. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Oxenham for a parliamentary inquiry.
I know everyone wants to go home. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I'll be brief. We have a vital need for carrier of last resort. Excuse me. If I know that we still have a vital need for the protections that are offered by carrier of last resort, would I vote against the ought to pass by pushing the red button? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Thomas for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know it's time to rid New Hampshire of an obsolete and costly Public Utilities Commission assessment, and 38 other states have done likewise for the past 6 years with no problems, and if I know that having ratepayers pay for a service no longer needed is just wrong, would I now press the green button and pass this bill?
The motion before us is the majority report of ought to pass on House Bill 1328. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you press the green button. If you're opposed, you press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Laflamme. All set, Mr. Speaker.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend the state of the vote. 173 voting yea, 138 voting nay. Committee report is adopted.
All right, he's going to try again.
Majority of the Committee on Science, Technology, and Energy, to which was referred House Bill 1459 FN, Act relative to recycling solar panels. Considered the same, report the same with the following amendment. A recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Fred Plett for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Roderick Pimentel for the minority of the committee. For what reason does a member rise?
To make a motion, Mr. Speaker,
State your motion.
I move to place this bill on the table.
The motion is to lay 1459 on the table.
And I ask for a division vote.
And it asks for a division vote. Members take their seats.
You can't claim something's dilatory if you do the same exact thing. Partial. Yeah, I think partial is different. They all shouldn't even be sitting there. One person should be there.
Chair recognizes Representative Pimentel for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that we need to do a better job of recycling all products, and if I know that this bill targets only the solar industry in New Hampshire at its infancy, would I press the green button to table this bill?
Chair recognizes Representative Votes for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that we have a tendency to kick the can down the road, and it's time to stop doing that. Solar panels may last for 15 or 20 years, but they're eventually going to fail and have to be recycled. If I know that if we start a stewardship plan now, the money will be in place when the time comes to recycle those solar panels. Knowing that, would I press the red button not to table this bill? Thank you.
The motion before us is to table House Bill 1459. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Page. Representative Maggiore. Representative Tucker.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to the state of the vote. 141 voting yea, 167 voting nay. The motion to table fails.
The question is now on the amendment. We did not adopt the amendment.
Right. The question before us now is Amendment 0940H, printed in House Record 10A, pages 62 to 64. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The question before us right now is on the majority report of ought to pass as amended. A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. There is no debate, just parliamentary inquiries. The chair recognizes Representative Partial for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know this restrictive bill is trying to kick a can that may possibly exist 25 years down the road, and the recently passed House Bill 1149 provides a far superior and less biased means of examining extended producer responsibility, and further, if I know that the unexamined economic consequences of this anti-business and anti-environmental legislation will impede New Hampshire energy independence at a time when grid stability should be our top priority, would I not now press the red button so that another motion may be brought forward that removes the legislative thumb from New Hampshire homegrown renewable energy? And Mr. Speaker, I request a division vote. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Representative Plett for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this is a growing problem with solar panels in New Hampshire. There's 153 megawatts installed already, and by 2025 there'll be 389 megawatts. And if I know every time I mention megawatts, people fall asleep, so I'll turn it in other terms. 380 megawatts, rounding up to 400, that's 2 million panels. And if I know that that's 400 acres of panels, and if I know that other production going to site evaluation committee has a plan at end of life, but most solar does not go to the site evaluation committee, and if I know that small electronics can handle by a DPW for nominal fees, but for the solar panels it can run to thousands of dollars, then would I pass this important bill? I also know that California, it's modeled after a Washington bill, law, rather, that's worked.
Representatives, parliamentary inquiry.
Yes, if I know that that has been done in Washington and several other states are considering it, then would I press green to pass this bill?
The motion before us is the majority report of auto pass as amended on House Bill 1459. This is a division vote. House will be in order. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Yes or no? Representative Allegro. Representative Davis. Representative Davis. Representative Murphy.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, the House will attend to the state of the vote. 167 voting yea, 145 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Science, Technology, and Energy, to which was referred House Bill 1596 FN, Act relative to net energy metering limits for individual and business customers. Considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative J.D. Bernardi from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Rebecca McWilliams from the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Parsall for your waving off. Wait, what reason does it memorize?
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I make a motion to lay this bill upon the table.
The motion before us is to lay House Bill 1596 on the table. A division has been required. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. Motion before us is to lay House Bill 1596 on the table. This will be a division vote. The chair recognizes Representative Parcell for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that our current flawed policy to cap net energy metering at 1 megawatt for New Hampshire individuals and businesses not only has the effect of depressing the competitive energy market, but also unfairly penalizes the nascent green power jobs market in New Hampshire. And further, if I know my constituents are acutely aware of our desperate need for the removal of arbitrary caps that impede New Hampshire's energy independence, and like them, I'm reminded of this the fact with every electric bill I open and every gas pump I visit. Would I not now push the red button so that another motion may be brought forward that once again would remove our legislative thumb from New Hampshire's homegrown renewable energy? Thank you. And I believe the division was called. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Vos for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that House Bill 1596 is substantively the same bill that our governor vetoed 3 times over the course of the last 2 years, would I now press the green button?
The motion before us is to lay House Bill 1596 on the table. This is a division vote. If you're opposed, you will press. If you're in favor, you will press the green button. If you're opposed, you will press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend the state of the vote. 167 voting yea, 140 voting nay. House Bill 1596 is laid on the table. Committee on Science, Technology, and Energy, to which was referred. The House will be in order. To which was referred 1599 FN, an act relative to customer generators who sell renewable energy certificates. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendations the bill ought to pass. Senator Fred Platt for the committee. The division has been called. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is the committee report of ought to pass on House Bill 1599. This is going to be a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Pimentel for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that HB 1599 only looks at one side of the ledger, and if I know that the PUC will be completing a 4-year study that addresses both sides of the ledger, then would I let the PUC do their job before the legislature arbitrarily changes the formula and press the green button? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes the representative votes for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill fixes a mistake that was made back in 2017 by the Public Utilities Commission when they determined what the tariff would be for default service with regard to net metering. This created something called the missing money problem. The missing money problem essentially allows customer generators, people who generate electricity and put it back onto the grid, to avoid paying the RPS charges that they are responsible for. And that requires...
Representative, this is a
if I
parliamentary
know
inquiry.
that requires the utilities to recover those costs from ratepayers. And if I further know...
House will be in order. We heard.
And I believe I corrected my mistake. And if I further know that this bill fixes the missing money problem and prevents cost shifting to other ratepayers, would I now press the green button?
The motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 1599. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, the House will attend the state of the vote. 163 voting yea, 137 voting nay. The committee report is adopted.
No debate, Mr. Speaker, on this one.
Committee on Science, Technology, and Energy, to which was referred House Bill 1611, an act relative to rules of the Site Evaluation Committee. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Michael Harrington for the committee. The motion before us is the committee report of inexpedient to legislate. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Committee on Science, Technology, and Energy, to which was referred House Bill 1628. Committee on Science, Technology, and Energy, to which was referred House Bill 1628 FN, an act directing the Department of Energy to generate a report on the microgrid project currently in progress, the University of New Hampshire, in collaboration with the regional utilities. Consider the same, report the same with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Tom Prozat for the committee. For what reason does the member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I make a motion that we lay this bill upon the table.
That is a proper motion. Division has been requested. Members, take your seats. House will come to order. The motion is to lay House Bill 1628 on the table. Chair recognizes Representative Vos for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the Department of Energy testified before our committee that the microgrid project involving Eversource and the University of New Hampshire had been terminated, would I now press the green button to lay this bill upon the table?
Chair recognizes Representative Somcich for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable members. If I know that this project with the UNH and the utilities is in fact on hold right now because of several problems, but I also know that microgrids have a great potential in the future for community power and for rural communities to unite to create energy networks. And I'd like to see more information. And furthermore, I know also now that there are several businesses in this state that are doing that. So I was requesting the Department of Energy to put together a report of what we know right now about microgrids so we can go ahead and so I ask you to vote against the tabling motion.
The motion before us is to lay House Bill 1628 on the table. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Toole, you can't try now. It's turned off. Thank you. Representative Harrington.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend the state of the vote. 208 voting yea, 99 voting nay, House Bill 1628 is laid on the table. Are we going to table this one or just the Majority of the Committee on Science, Technology, and Energy, to which was referred House Bill 1629 FN, an act relative to default service for net metering. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Senator Michael Harrington for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Kat McGee for the minority of the committee. The motion before us is the majority report of ought to pass. Division has been requested. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is the ought to pass motion on House Bill 1629. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative McGee for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, if I know that this bill seeks to adjust net metering rates by removing all current charges that make up the rate except for the energy itself, basically this bill says the wholesale rate of energy is what we should use for net metering credit. But if I further know that this is not a legitimate method of evaluating the value of net metered energy, and that a long-pending Public Utilities Commission study on this very topic is due out any day to let us know what that rate should be, and finally, if I know that it is fiscally irresponsible to knowingly create an adverse effect on existing renewable energy facilities and slow planned adoption of new projects by throwing this kind of wrench into the mix when there is no evidence that this arbitrary calculation is the right price point for a complex market, then would I now press the red button to stop this bad bill becoming law? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Harrington for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the rate being paid to net metering involves lots of costs that they don't see, such as risk premiums, and I'm not going, I could list a whole mess of them. There's a lot of them. It raises your electric rates. But you know what? Nothing more I say is going to change a single vote, so just please press the green button.
The motion before us is the majority report of ought to pass on House Bill 1629. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Gamarlo.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend to the state of the vote. 163 voting yea, 140 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Committee on Science, Technology, and Energy, to which was referred House Bill 1635 FN, Act relative to the purchase of output of limited electrical energy producers, including qualifying storage system. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill be referred for interim study. Representative Nick White for the committee. The motion before us is the motion of referred for interim study. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Science, Technology, and Energy, to which was referred House Bill 1645 FN, an act requiring notification to renewable energy customer generators of issues related to renewable energy credits. Considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Lex Brzezinski. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation the bill ought to pass. Representative Lee Oxenham for the minority of the committee. The motion before us is the majority report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1645. This is going to be a division vote. Members, take your seats. This is just going to be a division vote with parliamentary inquiries. The motion before us is the majority report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1645. This is a division vote. The chair recognizes Representative Oxenham for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, with your indulgence, I know we're all tired. 1 minute and we can be done with the bills for STE. Please. If I know that there have been bills aimed at eliminating wreck sweeping for years, and in the last session, we passed the bill, the other body passed the bill, but the governor vetoed it, thereby violating the New Hampshire Constitution's guarantees of property rights protection, due process, and equal protection under the law. And if I know that via wreck sweeping, the state of New Hampshire is seizing the property rights of New Hampshire citizens and businesses without their knowledge and without any compensation, and if I know that this practice has transferred millions of dollars from New Hampshire residents and businesses to private corporations, with roughly half, yes, going to the utilities and pennies on your rate going down, but with the other half going to out-of-state private corporations like Constellation Energy and Direct Energy, thereby placing the state of New Hampshire in legal jeopardy. And lastly, if I know that this bill simply informs those customer generators who are being harmed and have been harmed by this practice of the fact of the taking and the means they can take to protect their property from further seizure. Would I now push the red button? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Thomas for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the state created these wrecks, and the state can also take them away, but if I also know that these wrecks, these unclaimed wrecks, are used by the electric utilities to reduce your electric bill, and if I know that if we stop letting them use these unclaimed rates, it will be raising your electric bill, and if I believe that's wrong, let's press the green button, and get this over with.
Members need to be in their seats. The motion before us is the majority report of inexpedient to legislate. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Gallagher.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to state of the vote. 165 voting yea, 139 voting nay. Committee reports adopted.
Mr. Speaker,
For what reason does the member rise?
I will call it a parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
If I think that all of my colleagues would acknowledge that the clerk staff is probably getting as tired and bleary-eyed as we all are, and I think that they would like to join me in saying how much we appreciate them getting the record correct a few minutes ago before we proceeded. Wouldn't they all join me now in thanking them for sticking with us at these late hours?
House will be in order. Majority of the Committee on State, Federal Relations, and Veterans Affairs, to which was referred, House Bill 1284, an act establishing a committee to study the effects of deportation of primary earners on family members who are United States citizens. Consider the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Al Baldessaro from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following amendment and the recommendation that bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Amanda Elizabeth Toll for the minority of the committee. For what reason does a member rise?
To make a motion, Mr. Speaker.
State your motion.
I'd like to make a motion to table this bill.
The motion before us is to table House Bill 1284. It is a proper motion. A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. Roll call has been requested. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is not sufficiently seconded. The motion before us is to table House Bill 1284. This is going to be a division vote. The chair recognizes Representative Baldessaro for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I've known I've seen this bill about 3-4 times, and if I also believe, and many of us here, all of us here have taken the oath to the Constitution, knowing that the federal government deals with immigration. So, Mr. Speaker, if I believe that there's no way that we'd be able to get the information requested in this bill due to privacy, and we do not have subpoena, then would I press that green button? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Toll for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that deportation has devastating economic and humanitarian impacts, if I know that it is clear that we have much anecdotal evidence about the impacts of deportation of primary earners, but no statewide data collection, if I know that we have data elements in very local places like school districts, municipal welfare offices, and state and human services offices, but these haven't been woven together into a state narrative, if I know we need this study to collect reputable data on a statewide level to inform public policy that leads to the best economic and humanitarian outcomes for New Hampshire residents, would I go ahead and vote no on the motion to table?
The motion before us is to table House Bill 1284. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you will press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Mullen. Representative Gallagher. Representative Lekes. Representative Mann. Representative Ford. Representative Ford.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend the state of the vote. 172 voting yea, 135 voting nay. The tabling motion passes for House Bill 1284. Majority of the Committee on State and Federal Relations and Veterans Affairs, to which was referred HCR 7, an act reaffirming support for the nation of Israel and the location of the Embassy of the United States therein. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation the bill ought to pass. Representative Michael Moffett for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Israel Piedra for the minority of the committee. Representative LaBranche offers floor amendment 1078L. It's in your seat pockets. The chair recognizes Representative LaBranche.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, I rise today to offer an amendment located in your seat pockets if you'd like to read along, to House Concurrent Resolution 7, reaffirming our support for the nation of Israel and the location of the embassy therein. What my amendment seeks to do is make this resolution less controversial by removing the section relating to the moving of the embassy to Jerusalem and by adding a section about supporting the Israeli-Palestinian peace process. The moving of the embassy to Jerusalem was a very controversial one, as Jerusalem is claimed by both Israel and Palestine. The United States should not be picking a side in this decades-long conflict and should serve instead as a neutral arbiter. The United States cannot be considered a neutral arbiter if it is picking a side on who owns Jerusalem. Secondly, it adds after the section about reaffirming our support for Israel, and I quote, that the New Hampshire General Court recognizes the right of the Palestinian people to exist, and that the New Hampshire General Court supports the Israeli-Palestinian peace process. Now, I believe that every member in this House can agree that we support peace in the Middle East and for a peaceful resolution to this conflict. That is why I ask for a roll call so that we can see who stands for peace and who does not. I believe that if this amendment were to pass, that we would pass this underlying resolution unanimously. That is why I ask for your support on this important amendment and to please press the green button. Thank you.
House will be in order. Senator Branch has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. We're on our final speaker. Members, take your seats. Chair recognizes Representative Silber.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of my Arab American friends and colleagues, Representative Abbas, was ready to call for a roll call vote anyhow. This amendment and the underlying resolution is both substantive and highly symbolic. If you read the underlying resolution, HCR 7, it's merely a clear restatement of American foreign policy. American foreign policy that has existed now for decades, essentially since shortly after the founding of the State of Israel in the mid-40s. The move of the embassy was voted by the Congress of the United States many years ago under several administrations and finally was implemented under the Trump administration. Before the embassy and before Israel took back control of Jerusalem in the '67 war, when it was under the control of Jordan, the three religions that called Jerusalem a holy site were not all allowed access, but now they are. If you look at this amendment, it basically guts the underlying resolution completely. For a peace process to work, the parties involved in the conflict, all the parties involved in the conflict, must want peace, must advocate peace. That is not the case with the so-called Palestinian people. Their principal spokesmen are from a designated terrorist organization called Hamas. Hamas has in its charter its goal of the destruction of the State of Israel, fails to recognize the right of the State of Israel to exist, controls the Gaza Strip, from which it builds underground tunnels to infiltrate terrorists into the State of Israel, rains rockets down on civilians in the State of Israel.
The member will suspend. State your point of order.
I believe the member unfairly generalized a whole group of people into one terrorist organization, and I don't think that's fair. They're separate individuals here.
Mr. Chairman, it's a matter of fact that the Hamas is the principal spokesman of the Palestinian people. The Hamas's statement, which has been repeated publicly in the last couple of months by a member of this very House, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. And that means that they want to push all the Jews out of Israel into the Mediterranean. Kill the Jews. That's what they want. So that's what this amendment will stand for. So I urge you to vote no on this amendment. Thank you.
The House will be in order. For what reason does a member rise?
I'd like to make a motion, Mr. Speaker.
State your motion.
I would like to move to table this bill. I think it's all gotten out of order.
It's not debatable.
Excuse me, I apologize. I just moved to table it then.
The motion before us is to table HCR 7. Are you ready for the question? A division has been requested. Members take their seats. Roll call has been requested. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Is that? Oh. Members need to be in your seats. The chair recognizes the Representative Adjourn for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that for reasons that are far larger than this room, that the conflict between Israel and Palestine that has gone on for nearly a century now is so not going to be solved by the New Hampshire House at 9 p.m. at night, would I then agree with the wise decision from my colleague from Newbury to table this HCR? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Baldessaro for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Fellow representatives, under Rule 30, my committee is required.
This is a parliamentary inquiry.
Let me try this. Listen to the word I use. Fellow representatives, if you know that my committee is required, Mr. Speaker, I got people shaking their head here, and if you read here,
if
I believe or I know or you know, okay? Read the damn sheet. I have the sheet, Mr. Speaker. Okay, I'm going to try it again. Thank you.
The House will be in order.
Mr. Speaker, let me make it simple so that if you know out there that my committee understands we are required to Rule 30, which is we have to listen to resolutions. And if I know that I give the respect to every state representative that comes in with a resolution for the last 16 years, or the 2 times I've been the chair in that committee, to give you and listen and vote properly as a committee. And Mr. Speaker, if my committee, and I know that this should have never gone to that amendment and the speech that we had. And if I know here, I try to stop that amendment earlier, working with my ranking member. And if you know the whole story of what's going on here, this is a resolution about a building being moved. Nothing about Palestine or Jerusalem. And if you know all that, will you support me in go against this table motion? Thank you.
House will be in order. The motion before us is to table CACR 7, HCR 7. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend to the state of the vote. (150 yeas, 155 nays). The tabling motion fails. Let me quickly explain what's going to happen here. We're going to go right into, we've already had the debate on the amendment, so we're going to go right into the vote. Representative LaBranch has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This is going to be a roll call vote with just parliamentary inquiries. The chair recognizes Representative The motion before us is a LaBranch floor amendment. This is a roll call vote. The chair recognizes Representative LaBranch for a parliamentary inquiry.
Is this a roll call on the bill itself or the amendment?
This is a roll call on the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, if I stand for peace, and if I know that Mr. Speaker, if I stand for peace, and if I know not all Palestinians are part of Hamas, and if I know that if this amendment passes, we will pass this resolution unanimously, would I now press the green button?
Chair recognizes Representative Baldessaro for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this amendment's not going to go anywhere and it wasted a little bit of time, God bless them, Mr. Speaker, and if you know as I do that, let's just vote this thing down and move on. Thank you.
The motion before us is a LaBranch floor amendment. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Mann. Representative Peterson.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 119 voting yea, 185 voting nay. The amendment motion fails. Now we're on to the ought to pass motion. Roll call has already been requested. Is that sufficiently seconded? Seeing that somebody made the call. It is not. It is sufficiently seconded. Everybody can sit down now. It was sufficiently seconded. Go ahead. For what reason does the member rise?
To make a motion, Mr. Speaker.
State your motion.
Mr. Speaker, I'm deeply hurt by what's happened, and I would like to make a motion to indefinitely postpone this bill.
The House will be in order. It is a higher motion, so the motion before us is to indefinitely postpone HCR 7. Are you ready for the question? Division has been requested. Roll call has been requested. That is sufficiently seconded. Members, take your seats. The House will be in order. The motion before us is to indefinitely postpone HCR 7. This is a roll call vote. The chair recognizes Representative LaBranch for a parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, if I know that this resolution makes us pick a side in a decades-long conflict, and if I know many organizations such as the New Hampshire chapter of Jewish Voice for Peace oppose this resolution, would I now press the green button to put this issue to rest?
The motion before us is the indefinite postponement of HCR 7. This is a roll call vote. No, it's too late now. Too late for what? It's no. The motion before us is to indefinitely postpone HCR 7. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, the House will tend to stay to the vote. 144 voting yea, 160 voting nay. The motion to indefinitely postpone fails. Now we're back to the original motion of ought to pass. Members will stay in your seats. We had a request for a roll call that was sufficiently seconded, so members will be in your seats. We'll have the debate, and then we'll go right into the vote. The chair recognizes Representative LaBranch.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, I rise in opposition to ought to pass on House Concurrent Resolution 7. I oppose this legislation because of its controversial and confrontational nature. I do not believe it is the place of the United States, let alone the state of New Hampshire, to pick a side in the decades-long Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Now, I do support the nation of Israel, but I also believe in the right of the Palestinian people to exist and have their own nation state. I believe in peace and diplomacy, and I believe those are the efforts we need to support. As written, this legislation would have us supporting Israel and moving the capital with
The member
no
will
nuance.
suspend. Come down, state your point of order.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for recognizing me. Was this to be a PI or another?
No, this
speech?
is not a PI. This is a.
Thank you. I apologize.
Yep. The member may continue.
As written, this legislation would have us supporting Israel and the moving of the capital with no nuance regarding the decades-long conflict. Israel has long illegally occupied Palestinian land and has been labeled as an apartheid state by Amnesty International and Human Rights Watch for its treatment of the Palestinian people. The New Hampshire Coalition, the Jewish Voice for Peace, has come out against this legislation. When we have these resolutions, we must look deeper into the matter and the nuances involved. Words have meaning. That is why I ask you all to oppose the OTP motion and press the red button so that another motion can be made. Thank you.
Members will be in their seats. This is going to be a roll call vote. This is the last speaker coming up. Chair recognizes Representative Aaron. Roll call's already been declared and voted on. This is the last speaker, and then we're going to go into to the PIs and vote.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd like to say that this HCR 7 has absolutely nothing to do with the Palestinian issue. HCR 7 offers a concurrent resolution reaffirming the General Court's support for the nation of Israel and the location of the Embassy of the United States therein. As a co-sponsor of this bill, I believe this is an extremely important statement for our New Hampshire House to make, and especially to communicate to our federal delegation at this time. First, the support of Israel is something we should declare. Israel is our ally and the only free and democratic country in the Middle East. Second, the movement of the U.S. Embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem was an affirmation that the Holy City is indeed the political seat, secular heart, and religious soul of the country of Israel. Jerusalem has been fought over for millennia by its inhabitants and by regional powers and invaders. It is sacred to Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. And each religion has sites of great significance there, which Israel recognizes and protects fiercely. Israel's government regards Jerusalem as the eternal and indivisible capital of the country, and the United States recognized that important historical, political, and religious claim. And so do 32 other countries in the world. I believe that we must, as a legislative body, make a bold statement in support and solidarity of the Jewish people and their homeland, Israel, as well as the decision by our government to move the U.S. Embassy to the rightful capital city of Israel, Jerusalem. Watching the hostage situation unfold at Congregation Beth Israel in Colleyville, Texas this past January was another reminder of the unfortunate rise in anti-Semitism throughout our country and the world. It reminds us all that we must take a stand against anti-Semitism and the discrimination of all kinds. Indeed, we have even had a bipartisan statement broadcast taking a stance against anti-Semitism on December 2nd, 2021, by our Speaker and the House and Minority Leadership, and by Representative Rennie Cushing. May God rest his soul. So this bill seems a natural follow-up to that letter to House members. My family my husband has family that live in Israel, and members of his family immigrated to Israel before it became a state, when it was the only place Jews could go to escape persecution in Eastern Europe. Both of us personally have many family members who perished in Hitler's concentration camps. I have an aunt, a great aunt, who still is alive, who has the numbers tattooed on her arm. And she goes and she speaks to high school students across the country, even at the age of 96, to tell them about her story of survival in concentration camps, and to preach that we should all be together and have peace. We as descendants are considered survivors. Thank God that our relatives survived those awful times and were either able to come to America or go to Israel to be free. But still, my husband and I have seen the ugly realities of anti-Semitism. We grew up with it. And unfortunately, it still lingers even since Hitler's defeat. We've heard the ugly words of people wanting to destroy the Jewish people. We've seen the graffiti swastikas on synagogues and Jewish schools, and have heard the cries of anti-Semites who want to push the house of Israel into the sea. And so, I would like to see our New Hampshire House take a leading role into affirming the support of the Jewish state of Israel and the Jewish people as one way to combat anti-Semitism. And I ask you to please vote yes by pressing the green button in support of the committee's OTP recommendation. And I also would like to wish you all a very happy Purim, which we just ended celebrating. It's a feast of lots, a time when the Jewish people commemorate their deliverance from an evil Persian advisor named Haman, who wanted to kill all the Jews. And thankfully, Queen Esther was able to stop this horrific decree. So please, support this HCR, and please reaffirm our support of Israel and the Jewish people. Thank you so much.
The House will be in order. The motion before us is the ought-to-pass motion on HCR 7. This is a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is the ought-to-pass motion on HCR 7. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative LaBranche for a parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, if I know that this resolution makes us pick a side in a decades-long conflict, as Jerusalem is claimed by both Israel and Palestine, and if I know many organizations, such as Jewish Voice for Peace, oppose this resolution, and if I know supporting Israel and opposing anti-Semitism are two different things, and I would co-sponsor a resolution condemning anti-Semitism, would I now press the red button so another motion can be made?
Chair recognizes Representative Baldessaro for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I believe that I really want to apologize on behalf of my committee that we never expected this to go on, Mr. Speaker, and if I know that if I killed it in committee, either way there was going to be a fight, or I passed it. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I now would love to see everyone just push the green button. Let's move on. Thank you.
The motion before us is the order pass motion on HCR 7. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. For all members present and an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 175 voting yea, 107 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk. For what reason does the member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I ask that the remarks for the ought to pass be placed in the permanent journal.
What?
Did I state that wrong? Oh. So what do I do now?
I'd recognize the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, Representatives Osborne and Wallner move that all necessary House rules be so far suspended as to allow action on all the remaining bills referenced in today's House calendar by the date of March 31st, 2022.
The House will be in order. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Yeah. It passes by the necessary 2/3. The House will be in order with a couple of more things before you leave. The chair recognizes Representative Osborne for the third reading motion.
Resolved that the House now adjourn from the earliest session, that the business of the late session be in order at the present time, that the reading of bills be by title only and resolutions by caption only, and that all bills ordered to third reading be read a third time by this resolution, and that all titles of bills be the same as adopted, and that they be passed at the present time, and when the House adjourns today, it be to meet on Thursday, March 31st, 2022 at 9 a.m.
The question is on the third reading motion. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. We have a couple of announcements. I have one here. As you all know, we lost our valued colleague, Minority Leader Robert Rennie Cushing just last week on March 7th. Memorial services have been planned for the family and friends, the River Mill Dover Landing, located at 2 Washington Street in Dover. The services will be held from 3 to 6 p.m. on Saturday, March 19th. Attendees will be required to wear masks. Please join me in keeping Leader Cushing's family and friends in your thoughts and prayers. Chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, members of the House, there is leftover pizza available to go in the anteroom. Please help yourself on your way out in a moment.
Okay, I thought there was a... Okay. Representative Osborne moves that the House stand in recess for the purpose of introduction of bills, enrolled bills, amendments, enrolled bill reports, and receiving messages. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The House is in recess till March 31st.